Gwaff! Quiet down. This won't take long. A monster let out a roar as it struggled against the chains of mana binding it. Towering and fearsome, it resembled a lion with bat-like wings and a scorpion's tail. Despite its strength, it was helpless against the ironclad human methodically carving into its back. Once the task was done, the man retrieved a small vial and removed something embedded near the creature's spine. These samples should be enough. He placed the item into another containment vial, ignoring the monster as it began to die before his eyes. Surrounding it were numerous smaller creatures, ghoulish in appearance. Their bodies emitted dark smoke and pus, which seeped into the corridors and clung to the stagnant air. Roland shook his head at the familiar sight of this phenomenon, known as miasma. There's nowhere for it to go. If I don't purify the area, new monsters could form, even without a dungeon involved. In this world, monsters could emerge in many ways, and miasma was one of the more insidious causes. It was a dark, poisonous fog that flourished in mana-rich environments. If left unchecked, it would give rise to abominations. Although mana levels had dropped in the tunnels after the dungeon break, enough remained to pose a threat. This made Roland's task even more difficult. If he didn't deal with the monster remains now, his golems could be attacked later. Stuck with the busy work again, I really don't have time for this. There were 3 ways to handle the issue. The first was to gather and dispose of all monster remains before they could decompose and release miasma. The second was to purify the area using divine magic. While effective in the short term, this method merely delayed the problem if the bodies remained and eventually broke down. The final solution was to incinerate everything, reducing the remains to nothing and preventing any chance of miasma forming. I'll just collect the better materials. The rest is inconsequential. For now, he chose to combine the first and third methods. He would salvage what was valuable and burn the rest to ash. However, just as he prepared to begin the incineration, a system prompt appeared before him. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Getting closer. But, he paused, eyes narrowing at the notification. His level had increased again. With this, he was just 5 levels away from reaching level 50 in Runesmith Overlord, the midpoint of his main class. This milestone unlocked the option to take on the Ascension trial. Still, he had no intention of changing classes. Runesmith Overlord granted a powerful stat multiplier, one that suited his build well. Despite the class's raw power, the skills he had been gaining recently felt underwhelming. When he first chose it, he received Overlord's Might, one of his most potent abilities, along with rapid machine reassembly from his previous class, a skill that perfectly complemented his constructs. But over time, the abilities had shifted. They felt more suited for a noble lord like Arthur than for him. The most recent example made that painfully clear. Inspiring speech, passive skill, the ability to deliver rousing speeches that grant temporary buffs to allies, such as increased strength, speed, or resilience. Talking had never been his strength, and the idea of delivering speeches, especially ones that lasted several minutes or hours, was not appealing. While the buffs provided by the skill could be useful, it did not feel natural to him. He was not a leader in that sense or a motivational figure. He was a craftsman, a strategist, someone who preferred working alone or within a small, trusted group. Now that he was nearing the midpoint of his class, he could only hope the next few skills would be more useful than the recent disappointments. It is not all bad. It has a wide range and can affect even an army of thousands. Still, I have to give a speech first. Public speaking had never come easily to him, and he had no interest in spending time learning how to speak well when Arthur could do it far better. During the Overlord trial, he had realized that he could not handle everything by himself. One of the essential skills for a lord was the ability to rely on resources and vassals effectively. Still, the problem remains. How will I even level up? It feels impossible lately. Although his progress had once been rapid, it had slowed to a frustrating crawl. The recent battle with the giant turtle monster and the waves of lesser creatures had given him some experience, but the system had become increasingly stingy. Tier 2 monsters were now far too weak to provide any meaningful gains. Even defeating a level 150 enemy only earned him a single experience point. Tier 3 monsters were not much better. Unless he stayed within a very specific level range, the experience he gained would continue to drop instead of rise. This was one of the main reasons he had come here, to search for the entrance to the Super Dungeon, a place rumored to hold Tier 4 monsters. If he could locate an area with high enough difficulty, he could finally resume his advancement. He might even be able to construct something similar to the cannon he had used against the Lich, only this time in a more controlled environment. He would make sure nothing gained sentience and spiraled out of control like before. It was time to clean up. After collecting a few useful monster parts, he incinerated the entire area. The spell unleashed a blazing inferno within the tunnel, burning through everything in its path with holy fire. Nothing remained. Even the stale air had been wiped from existence, and all traces of the monsters had been reduced to ash. Time to move on. I don't have much time. Back on his bike, he tossed a sensor toward the wall. It stuck in place, held firm by Rastix's alchemical glue. He was beginning to run low on signal amplifiers and mapping devices. Once they were gone, he wouldn't be able to contact Sebastian in Albrook, even if he tried. His golems were laying down cables behind him, but they moved at a fraction of his speed. Still, he refused to give up. After analyzing the layout of the long tunnels, he had become convinced there was a pattern. Finding the source was only a matter of time. The monsters were growing stronger, and that meant he was getting closer. He had come too far to turn back now. Arthur aimed to achieve a Tier 3 breakthrough before the Grand Assembly. He also had a personal goal, which was to reach level 50 with his current class. Despite lacking an optimized grinding setup, he was confident in his ability to train through conventional means. He could already defeat monsters far above his level, and that gave him the assurance he needed. All that remained was to find the source, then establish a teleportation gate to serve as a gateway to his new training grounds. He continued his journey for another 2 days, venturing deeper into the winding maze of ancient stone and corrupted magic. Monsters still blocked his path, but their numbers began to decrease even as their strength increased. Despite the growing danger, he was certain he was heading in the right direction. The tunnel walls confirmed it. Like the fortified stone around Albrook, these walls had undergone a kind of mana hardening. Over time, the process had made the rock even more resilient, almost as tough as mithril in some places, perhaps even tougher. Even dwarven miners would have struggled to drill through the area he had now reached, which ended at what appeared to be a dead end. This isn't right. He dismounted from his rune bike and checked his map. According to his calculations, this was supposed to be the entrance. The tunnel system followed a specific pattern, expanding outward toward major settlements. By accounting for the cities above ground and comparing them with his current position, which was directly beneath the massive supervolcano at the island's center, the heat was so intense that he had to surround himself with a mana veil reinforced by frost magic. Without it, he would have been cooked alive. Is this really a dead end? The stone in front of him was not ordinary. It looked like solid bedrock, but Roland knew better. While he could not see anything unusual, he felt a presence, something hidden just beyond perception. He had only one skill that could help him reveal the magic at work here, so he activated one of his oldest abilities, the debugging skill. There really is something here. But why runes? The skill was meant to identify flaws in runic structures, but it also had a secondary effect that allowed him to detect and perceive them. These runes had been concealed with extreme care. His usual detection methods and mana sense had completely missed them. What had started as a hunch was now proven true. A hidden locking mechanism was embedded in the stone. Now that he could see the runes, he had a chance to unlock it. The process would not be simple. These runes are incredibly complex. Who could have made this? It was still a mystery he had not solved. The dungeon near Albrook also contained hidden rooms and chambers sealed behind runic locks, but he had never understood how they were placed there. Was there a dungeon architect working from the shadows? Or were the dungeon cores intelligent enough to eventually learn how to inscribe runes on their own? He had no answer. What mattered now was getting through the wall in front of him. Time was running short. The heat in the area was starting to affect his rune bike, and he needed to move quickly. Roland placed one hand against the wall, letting his gauntlet's fingers touch one of the hidden traces. Once there, a spiderweb of mana threads erupted forth and connected with the runic components inside. Now, even without his debugging skill active, the magical symbols started to light up as he tried to find the opening mechanism. This one is highly encrypted. This will take a while. Working with macro rune components came easily to him, and modifying them was second nature. However, to gain access in this case, he would need to bypass the internal operating system and convince it that he was its rightful master. Every runesmith and rune mage could encrypt their runes to prevent unauthorized access. It worked like a password that unlocked the path forward, but he did not have that password. This left him with two choices. He could either decode the entire structure by hand or force his way through the locks and hope the system did not collapse. Fortunately, in this world, most people did not implement strong defensive measures in their runic systems. That was likely due to class restrictions. The majority of practitioners were either runesmiths or rune mages. Runesmiths focused on creating and modifying runes on a large structural scale. Rune mages specialized in interacting with existing runes in more precise and localized ways. But he was different. He possessed the abilities of both classes. He could manipulate the entire system and reshape it at will. Still, the task was far from simple. He was up against what appeared to be a dungeon, something that likely had no class restrictions either. Decoding it would be a challenge. Seconds passed, turning into minutes, and the entire wall in front of him began to light up like a Christmas tree. The section he touched glowed with bright blue mana, while the rest of the structure remained red. Gradually, the runes began to shift to blue as he started to gain control of the system. It took a solid 15 minutes, and by the time it was done, 80% of his mana had been depleted. But eventually, the final rune turned blue. The moment it did, a deep tremor passed through the surrounding tunnel. The stone wall in front of Roland pulsed like a heartbeat. A loud grinding sound followed as the runic seal began to dissolve. A crack formed down the center of the wall, glowing with sapphire light. The air shimmered as a gust of wind blew dust outward. Roland stepped back. It was not because of fear, but because of caution. This was no ordinary dungeon entrance. It appeared to be the starting point of a dungeon break. A horde of monsters could be waiting on the other side, and he had already made preparations in case that was true. Behind him, runes glowed along the walls and ceiling, all set to explode as he escaped through the winding tunnels to safety. Empty. Instead of a wave of creatures, something entirely unexpected greeted him. A soft breeze passed through the opening, carrying the scent of fresh air. Ahead stretched a path of lush green grass, reaching into the distance. It was nothing like what he had expected to find inside a volcanic dungeon. The wind was cool at first, but as it moved past him, it quickly became heated. His rune bike trembled under the sudden rise in temperature, and its mana shield began to flicker. He could sense that the dungeon had its own biosphere. Faint sounds echoed from within, possibly made by animals or monsters. This was the entrance he had been searching for, yet he hesitated. He was not sure if stepping inside was the right decision. I came this far, no use backing off now. He was confident in his skills and had spent a good amount of time researching the super dungeon. He believed he could assess the danger level of the monsters inside with just a few careful observations. However, there was always the risk of stumbling into an unexplored section filled with Tier 4 monstrosities beyond his ability to handle. Time was also a factor. Only 4.5 days remained before their planned departure for the Duke's castle. Fortunately, he carried the resources necessary to construct another small-scale teleportation gate, which he intended to use for his return. Because of the intense heat in the tunnels and the density of the surrounding stone, setting up the gate outside the dungeon would be extremely difficult. That left the interior as the most viable option. Judging by the cool and refreshing air flowing from within, it seemed like the perfect location. It took him a few seconds, but soon the rune bike began to roll forward on its own, crossing the threshold of the dungeon ahead of him. Roland followed slowly on foot. The bike moved across the grass, leaving a faint trail that he used to guide his steps. As soon as his body passed through the entrance, he felt the shift in both mana and temperature. It's well insulated. Crossing into the dungeon felt like stepping into a separate world. None of the outside heat made it through. At first, he considered leaving the entrance open as an escape route. However, after reviewing the runic code embedded in the locking mechanism, he changed his mind. There was a detection program hidden within the structure, something that required a handshake with an external source. If the door remained open too long, it would trigger a response, and he had a strong feeling it would not be a friendly one. As Roland stepped through the dungeon entrance and into the grass-covered passage, a sudden gust of cool, dry air greeted him. This time it was different. The breeze carried the scent of high altitudes and untamed wilderness. For a brief moment, bright light washed over his face, strong enough to make an ordinary man squint. This was nothing like the volcanic underground dungeon he had expected. Instead, he stood atop a large mountain overlooking a vast valley. His bike came to a stop at the edge of a ledge, and he moved forward to stand beside it. The space before him stretched out endlessly, a breathtaking expanse of untouched beauty, as if it had never been touched by human hands. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. Roland looked up to see dozens of monsters that were wyverns. Sleek, powerful, and majestic, their wings shimmered with metallic hues as they soared through the sky. The wyverns circled high above the valley like a living storm, their sharp cries echoing off the mountain walls. This was a far cry from the cramped, dark tunnels he'd battled through so far. This place, will I have to explore it all? He pulled his bike back and hid it inside the mountain tunnel where he had first entered, keeping it out of sight from the monsters. The area stretched far in all directions, and high above him, wyverns circled through the sky. Each one was a Tier 3 creature, well above level 230. These monsters were exactly what he needed to raise his level. At last, he had found a place suitable for training. But before he could begin, he had to find a secure location to set up his teleportation gate. Once that was done, he could finally focus on training. Time was running out and he needed to hurry. It would probably be unwise to build it here. Roland muttered to himself as he slipped back into the cave he had just emerged from. Wyverns circled overhead, and he had come dangerously close to being spotted. What he needed now was a better location to construct his small-scale travel gate. This area, where the dungeon break had first begun, was far too risky. If another break started here, it could destroy his only means of returning. This space is filled with spatial magic. It could affect the gate enchantments. One of the main reasons he couldn't simply place the gate here, even after drilling into one of the sides, was the overwhelming presence of spatial distortion magic. When he emerged from the cave, he found himself standing on top of a mountain. The entrance he came through was located at the very tip, appearing from the outside like nothing more than a large boulder, no more than 10 meters wide. However, once inside, the passage expanded and extended far beyond what its exterior suggested. What appeared to be a small cave from the outside turned out to be a long tunnel that took nearly 5 minutes to walk through. That distance added up to almost half a kilometer, something impossible without an enormous amount of magic. With so much energy concentrated here, stabilizing the gate would be a challenging task. Using such a gate in this condition would be extremely hazardous. Luckily, the headmistress has given me some flexibility with my lectures, so I have enough time to do what I must. Though his duties at the institute hadn't disappeared, they had eased. There hadn't been any major incidents since his sister stopped attending, and with Arion's help, they had managed to recruit others to assist in organizing the curriculum. His next lecture would be held after their return from Isgard, giving him time to complete his tasks. He also had a few days to attempt 5 level-ups in order to reach level 50, where a potentially valuable skill awaited. It was time to act and begin scouting the area. The large rune bike he had built was not suited for this kind of terrain, so it needed to be stored. Like the elemental armors, it returned to one of his spatial runes, waiting there until it was needed again. With his preparations complete, only one task remained. He needed to switch to a different armor set. This time, it was the Rune Zephyr variant. Fortunately, he was not out in the open but inside a secure cave, which made the process much easier. From here, he could safely equip an element more suitable for stealth, one that would help him move unnoticed through the mountain ranges and the valleys below. After a brief moment of hesitation, he assumed the familiar X-shaped stance, just as he had done when activating the Leviathan variant. The silver gray suit beneath him shimmered as the armor plates detached with soft hisses, releasing built-up mana pressure. One by one, the base rune armor segments disassembled and vanished into spatial storage. His body glowed with a pale blue light as mana surged across him, then gradually shifted into an emerald green hue as the Zephyr set's elements hovered around him in a slow orbit. The silver grace underlayer clung tightly to his form, its metallic fibers outlining the contours of his muscular build in the dimly lit cavern. As the light around him turned a vivid green, the armor components began to assemble themselves. The greaves arrived first, locking into place with a clean, resonant snap. They were lighter than anything he had worn before. Next came the bracers, and then, piece by piece, the rest of the armor encased him. He now stood fully equipped in the Rune Zephyr, its greenish glow pulsing faintly with stored elemental energy. Roland took a moment to clench his fist and study the armor now covering his body. It was noticeably sleeker and thinner than any of his previous suits. The wind element enchantments woven throughout the armor were designed for speed, agility, and silence. With them, he could move faster, jump higher, and most importantly, walk almost without a sound. Each step would be nearly inaudible. The armor also enhanced his ability to blend into his surroundings, using subtle camouflage effects that adjusted to the terrain. Even more impressive was the armor's ability to control airflow around him. The wind control field would prevent airborne scent molecules from escaping, making it difficult for scent-reliant creatures to detect him. Many monsters had poor vision and relied on smell or sound, but the wyverns overhead were a different threat. They were more like hawks, relying on sharp eyesight to spot movement from above. Still, the wind field could distort his outline just enough to make him harder to detect, especially with the tall grass and uneven terrain covering the mountains and valleys. With that natural cover and the help of the armor's adaptive enchantments, he had a good chance of going unnoticed. And even if he were spotted, this model would give him a solid advantage. It was the fastest of all the elemental sets he had created, making a swift escape through the air well within reach. Now then, I need to see where I am. But judging by the terrain, this can only be one place. Roland was finally ready to leave the safety of the cave entrance. He stepped forward, but not before placing one of his few remaining sensors near the exit. It would serve as a beacon, ensuring he could always find his way back. This area was far too vast to scatter sensors across it, and he needed to conserve what he had left. His main objective now was to locate a suitable spot to establish a base. From the looks of it, this was one of the zones from the super dungeon, and he had to secure a location where monsters would not venture. However, monsters were not his only concern. This region held far more dangerous beings than just creatures. High-level adventurers roamed these lands, many of them potentially over 100 levels above him. This was the domain not only of Platinum and Mithril-ranked adventurers but also of the super elites, those of Orichalcum rank. Any mistake here could be fatal, so careful planning was essential. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the third ring, the Drachnid Valley. Roland crouched just outside the cave mouth, his Zephyr armor blending seamlessly with the rugged, wind-swept slope around him. The third ring, known as Drachnid Valley, was infamous not only for its deadly lesser dragon-type monsters, but also for being one of the dungeon zones located beneath a massive supervolcano. To the uninformed, the dungeon might have appeared to be a volcanic region filled with lava beasts and dominated by a massive dragon at its center. However, that assumption could not be further from the truth. The Dragnus Island Dungeon, also known as the Infernal Wyrm Maze, was composed of multiple interconnected rings. Its name came from the first ring, a maze-like structure filled with lava, ash, and Wyrm-type creatures. For a long time, explorers believed that this fiery labyrinth was the entire dungeon. Eventually, however, it was discovered that it was only the beginning. Beneath and beyond the first layer lay a series of zones, each with its own ecosystem. What began as a realm of fire and molten stone eventually gave way to darker, stranger places. One of these was the Rotten Forest, a twisted and decaying region teeming with poisonous tree ants and unstable, decomposing terrain. This was the second zone of the dungeon, and it ultimately led into the valley Roland now stood above. This valley, known as Drachnid Valley, was overrun by creatures commonly referred to as lesser dragons. These included monsters such as drakes, wyverns, and wyrms. Though each of these had the potential to evolve into a true dragon, very few ever succeeded in reaching that final, powerful stage. Most were killed long before they could ascend, whether by rival monsters or adventurers. Their bodies were sought after by almost everyone, but once a dragon was born, most knew to stay away. True dragons were unique among monsters. From birth, they were already classified as Tier 3 creatures. Unlike most monsters that needed to gain strength through battle and experience, true dragons started from a different foundation. They were born powerful, and their growth was not initially tied to levels. Instead, they followed a more natural progression. With enough time and sustenance, they would begin to grow, physically and magically. Their development was steady but slow, and during this early phase they were especially vulnerable. Lacking the immediate benefits of leveling, young dragons were at real risk of being hunted or killed before reaching maturity. Because of this, most naturally born dragons kept themselves hidden. They rarely left their lairs, emerging only for brief periods to gather food before retreating again into hibernation. They waited, conserving energy and avoiding danger, until they could awaken as fully realized true dragons. Once they reached that stage, they became vastly more dangerous. Much like Roland's own Overlord class, their evolution granted them boosts in all areas, with enhanced stat multipliers and superior growth potential. From that point onward, they were no longer just monsters as they became apex predators only challenged by a handful of other powerful beings. The rings surrounding the volcano were vast, said to span a large portion of the island. What made exploration even more difficult was the influence of spatial magic, much like the kind found in the cave he had passed through. These distortions created immense, unnatural distances between areas, making navigation unpredictable and often misleading. From what Roland knew, this region housed monsters that reached up to level 300. It served as a kind of stopgap for many Tier 3 class holders, a place where they either proved their worth or met their end. But Roland had no intention of following in their footsteps. He was different. With his strength, knowledge, and tools, he had already slain monsters well above his current level. Facing stronger creatures was exactly what he had been waiting for. Luckily, in this area, there are no true dragons, but first, I need to find a hideout. At last, Roland began to move. He waited for the right moment. Once the wyverns above turned their attention elsewhere, he slipped forward across the uneven ground. Not far from the cave entrance lay a nest, likely used by the creatures, made of twisted branches and scorched stone. Despite appearing exposed, the entrance he had used was well protected. Anyone who stumbled upon it would find nothing but a short passage ending in solid stone. Based on his analysis, without the ability to decipher the runic enchantments embedded in the rock, the cave would seem no deeper than 5 meters. The real access point, hidden behind layered illusions and spatial wards, remained out of reach to anyone lacking the knowledge to reveal it. Still, Roland had his doubts. From the signs he had encountered deeper within the tunnel system, it was clear that someone else had likely uncovered the connection long before him. Even though his lair could not be built here, he needed to make sure to monitor this area to see if whoever used it would return later. I'm too exposed here. I need to get down into the valley. The runes on his armor began to glow with an emerald light, and a moment later he was shrouded in a swirling veil of energy. With a slight motion of his foot, he leapt forward and descended from the mountainside. His fall was slow and controlled, guided by the magic of his Zephyr armor. Around him, flying wyverns circled in wide arcs, scattered across the sky like drifting shadows. His enchantments made him nearly invisible to their senses, but the spell was not flawless. Any sudden movement could give him away, so he calmly continued his descent. There is something there. Could it be a settlement? Once I'm back, I need to get my hands on an updated map of this region. As he drifted downward, various landmarks became visible in the distance. Among them was a structure that caught his attention, a keep made from what appeared to be wood and tangled vines. He could not tell whether it was a creation of the dungeon itself or a man-made fortification. This dungeon zone was more than just a place filled with monsters. It was vast, unpredictable, and operated under no particular law. Adventurers had been coming here for years. Some had even chosen to stay. While the regions filled with lava and rot were far too hostile to inhabit, this valley was different. It was filled with vegetation, flowing streams, and breathable air. For some, it served as a rare sanctuary. With enough resources and effort, a hidden stronghold could thrive here. Still, Roland knew he had to be cautious. He was in uncharted territory, and showing himself openly to the locals was risky. Most of the people who lived here were powerful Tier 3 class holders, most above level 200. Some had cut themselves off from the world beyond and did not welcome strangers freely. From what he understood, outsiders typically had to pay or go through a process to be introduced to the permanent residents. These seasoned adventurers offered shelter and security, trading goods and information with the outside world on their own terms. If they discovered that he had bypassed those channels and entered their domain without permission, he could not predict how they would react. His visor gleamed faintly as he began recording the geographical layout of the valley from every angle. 2 of his floating golems circled around him, assisting with the process by scanning and mapping the environment in real time. The distant settlement was only one of many points of interest. The valley held far more than it appeared at first glance. One of the most striking features was the vast blue sky above. At first, it seemed natural, complete with drifting clouds and warm sunlight. However, a deeper analysis revealed the truth. It was nothing more than an elaborate illusion. There was, in fact, a solid rocky ceiling far above, crafted or shaped by magic to appear open and endless. According to his calculations, the distance from the mountain peak to the valley floor was approximately 6 kilometers, with another 4 kilometers extending above that to the false sky. The entire space was immense, stretching in every direction like a hidden world beneath the surface. He was certain it had limits, but those boundaries were not obvious. It would take time and careful exploration to uncover the true extent of the dungeon's reach. As he continued his gentle descent, Roland identified several points of interest scattered throughout the valley. To the northwest, nestled against the inner slope of the valley wall, a shimmering waterfall poured from what appeared to be the open jaws of a dragon or something sculpted to resemble them. The distance was too great to see clearly, but the formation stood out as something unusual and possibly important. Further south, a wide meadow came into view. At its center stood a ring of tall stones. Their shape and spacing looked intentional, not the result of natural erosion or chance. He could see several drakes moving near and around the formation, roaming freely in the open space. These wingless lesser dragons were large and likely powerful, making them excellent targets for leveling when the time came. To the east, he spotted several lakes, but one in particular drew his focus. It was many times larger than the rest, and its water was so dark that it hinted at it being quite deep. For a moment, a massive shadow moved just below the waterline. It shifted slowly, making him question whether it was worth investigating now or leaving it for a time when he had grown stronger. These were just a few of the many sights he saw as he descended. Smaller entrances to various caves dotted the landscape, and dense forests stretched through the valley, with a long river winding through its center. If he hadn't been so tightly constrained by time, he could have imagined himself spending several weeks exploring every part of it. But under the current circumstances, he had to move quickly. That spot looks promising. No monsters, no adventurers, and the mana density is relatively low. As he neared the ground, he spotted a location that could serve as a base for his teleportation gate. The winds around his armor intensified as he activated his mana. Now that he was far from the wyverns, there was no longer any need to remain hidden. He surged forward, transforming into a streak of emerald light, and headed for his next destination. Gwaff! Quiet down. This won't take long. A monster let out a roar as it struggled against the chains of mana binding it. Towering and fearsome, it resembled a lion with bat-like wings and a scorpion's tail. Despite its strength, it was helpless against the ironclad human methodically carving into its back. Once the task was done, the man retrieved a small vial and removed something embedded near the creature's spine. These samples should be enough. He placed the item into another containment vial, ignoring the monster as it began to die before his eyes. Surrounding it were numerous smaller creatures, ghoulish in appearance. Their bodies emitted dark smoke and pus, which seeped into the corridors and clung to the stagnant air. Roland shook his head at the familiar sight of this phenomenon, known as miasma. There's nowhere for it to go. If I don't purify the area, new monsters could form, even without a dungeon involved. In this world, monsters could emerge in many ways, and miasma was one of the more insidious causes. It was a dark, poisonous fog that flourished in mana-rich environments. If left unchecked, it would give rise to abominations. Although mana levels had dropped in the tunnels after the dungeon break, enough remained to pose a threat. This made Roland's task even more difficult. If he didn't deal with the monster remains now, his golems could be attacked later. Stuck with the busy work again, I really don't have time for this. There were 3 ways to handle the issue. The first was to gather and dispose of all monster remains before they could decompose and release miasma. The second was to purify the area using divine magic. While effective in the short term, this method merely delayed the problem if the bodies remained and eventually broke down. The final solution was to incinerate everything, reducing the remains to nothing and preventing any chance of miasma forming. I'll just collect the better materials. The rest is inconsequential. For now, he chose to combine the first and third methods. He would salvage what was valuable and burn the rest to ash. However, just as he prepared to begin the incineration, a system prompt appeared before him. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Getting closer, but... He paused, eyes narrowing at the notification. His level had increased again. With this, he was just 5 levels away from reaching level 50 in Runesmith Overlord, the midpoint of his main class. This milestone unlocked the option to take on the Ascension trial. Still, he had no intention of changing classes. Runesmith Overlord granted a powerful stat multiplier, one that suited his build well. Despite the class's raw power, the skills he had been gaining recently felt underwhelming. When he first chose it, he received Overlord's Might, one of his most potent abilities, along with rapid machine reassembly from his previous class, a skill that perfectly complemented his constructs. But over time, the abilities had shifted. They felt more suited for a noble lord like Arthur than for him. The most recent example made that painfully clear. Inspiring speech, passive skill, the ability to deliver rousing speeches that grant temporary buffs to allies, such as increased strength, speed, or resilience. Talking had never been his strength, and the idea of delivering speeches, especially ones that lasted several minutes or hours, was not appealing. While the buffs provided by the skill could be useful, it did not feel natural to him. He was not a leader in that sense or a motivational figure. He was a craftsman, a strategist, someone who preferred working alone or within a small, trusted group. Now that he was nearing the midpoint of his class, he could only hope the next few skills would be more useful than the recent disappointments. It is not all bad. It has a wide range and can affect even an army of thousands. Still, I have to give a speech first. Public speaking had never come easily to him, and he had no interest in spending time learning how to speak well when Arthur could do it far better. During the Overlord trial, he had realized that he could not handle everything by himself. One of the essential skills for a lord was the ability to rely on resources and vassals effectively. Still, the problem remains. How will I even level up? It feels impossible lately. Although his progress had once been rapid, it had slowed to a frustrating crawl. The recent battle with the giant turtle monster and the waves of lesser creatures had given him some experience, but the system had become increasingly stingy. Tier 2 monsters were now far too weak to provide any meaningful gains. Even defeating a level 150 enemy only earned him a single experience point. Tier 3 monsters were not much better. Unless he stayed within a very specific level range, the experience he gained would continue to drop instead of rise. This was one of the main reasons he had come here. To search for the entrance to the Super Dungeon, a place rumored to hold Tier 4 monsters. If he could locate an area with high enough difficulty, he could finally resume his advancement. He might even be able to construct something similar to the cannon he had used against the Lich, only this time in a more controlled environment. He would make sure nothing gained sentience and spiraled out of control like before. It was time to clean up. After collecting a few useful monster parts, he incinerated the entire area. The spell unleashed a blazing inferno within the tunnel, burning through everything in its path with holy fire. Nothing remained. Even the stale air had been wiped from existence, and all traces of the monsters had been reduced to ash. Time to move on. I don't have much time. Back on his bike, he tossed a sensor toward the wall. It stuck in place, held firm by Rastix's alchemical glue. He was beginning to run low on signal amplifiers and mapping devices. Once they were gone, he wouldn't be able to contact Sebastian in Albrook, even if he tried. His golems were laying down cables behind him, but they moved at a fraction of his speed. Still, he refused to give up. After analyzing the layout of the long tunnels, he had become convinced there was a pattern. Finding the source was only a matter of time. The monsters were growing stronger, and that meant he was getting closer. He had come too far to turn back now. Arthur aimed to achieve a Tier 3 breakthrough before the Grand Assembly. He also had a personal goal, which was to reach level 50 with his current class. Despite lacking an optimized grinding setup, he was confident in his ability to train through conventional means. He could already defeat monsters far above his level, and that gave him the assurance he needed. All that remained was to find the source, then establish a teleportation gate to serve as a gateway to his new training grounds. Unlawfully taken from Royal Road, this story should be reported if seen on Amazon. He continued his journey for another 2 days, venturing deeper into the winding maze of ancient stone and corrupted magic. Monsters still blocked his path, but their numbers began to decrease even as their strength increased. Despite the growing danger, he was certain he was heading in the right direction. The tunnel walls confirmed it. Like the fortified stone around Albrook, these walls had undergone a kind of mana hardening. Over time, the process had made the rock even more resilient, almost as tough as mithril in some places, perhaps even tougher. Even dwarven miners would have struggled to drill through the area he had now reached, which ended at what appeared to be a dead end. This isn't right. He dismounted from his Rune bike and checked his map. According to his calculations, this was supposed to be the entrance. The tunnel system followed a specific pattern, expanding outward toward major settlements. By accounting for the cities above ground and comparing them with his current position, which was directly beneath the massive supervolcano at the island's center, the heat was so intense that he had to surround himself with a mana veil reinforced by frost magic. Without it, he would have been cooked alive. Is this really a dead end? The stone in front of him was not ordinary. It looked like solid bedrock, but Roland knew better. While he could not see anything unusual, he felt a presence, something hidden just beyond perception. He had only one skill that could help him reveal the magic at work here, so he activated one of his oldest abilities, the debugging skill. There really is something here. But why runes? The skill was meant to identify flaws in runic structures, but it also had a secondary effect that allowed him to detect and perceive them. These runes had been concealed with extreme care. His usual detection methods and mana sense had completely missed them. What had started as a hunch was now proven true. A hidden locking mechanism was embedded in the stone. Now that he could see the runes, he had a chance to unlock it. The process would not be simple. These runes are incredibly complex. Who could have made this? It was still a mystery he had not solved. The dungeon near Albrook also contained hidden rooms and chambers sealed behind runic locks, but he had never understood how they were placed there. Was there a dungeon architect working from the shadows? Or were the dungeon cores intelligent enough to eventually learn how to inscribe runes on their own? He had no answer. What mattered now was getting through the wall in front of him. Time was running short. The heat in the area was starting to affect his rune bike, and he needed to move quickly. Roland placed one hand against the wall, letting his gauntlet's fingers touch one of the hidden traces. Once there, a spiderweb of mana threads erupted forth and connected with the runic components inside. Now, even without his debugging skill active, the magical symbols started to light up as he tried to find the opening mechanism. This one is highly encrypted. This will take a while. Working with macro rune components came easily to him, and modifying them was second nature. However, to gain access in this case, he would need to bypass the internal operating system and convince it that he was its rightful master. Every runesmith and rune mage could encrypt their runes to prevent unauthorized access. It worked like a password that unlocked the path forward, but he did not have that password. This left him with two choices. He could either decode the entire structure by hand or force his way through the locks and hope the system did not collapse. Fortunately, in this world, most people did not implement strong defensive measures in their runic systems. That was likely due to class restrictions. The majority of practitioners were either runesmiths or rune mages. Runesmiths focused on creating and modifying runes on a large structural scale. Rune mages specialized in interacting with existing runes in more precise and localized ways. But he was different. He possessed the abilities of both classes. He could manipulate the entire system and reshape it at will. Still, the task was far from simple. He was up against what appeared to be a dungeon, something that likely had no class restrictions either. Decoding it would be a challenge. Seconds passed, turning into minutes, and the entire wall in front of him began to light up like a Christmas tree. The section he touched glowed with bright blue mana, while the rest of the structure remained red. Gradually, the runes began to shift to blue as he started to gain control of the system. It took a solid 15 minutes, and by the time it was done, 80% of his mana had been depleted. But eventually, the final rune turned blue. The moment it did, a deep tremor passed through the surrounding tunnel. The stone wall in front of Roland pulsed like a heartbeat. A loud grinding sound followed as the runic seal began to dissolve. A crack formed down the center of the wall, glowing with sapphire light. The air shimmered as a gust of wind blew dust outward. Roland stepped back. It was not because of fear, but because of caution. This was no ordinary dungeon entrance. It appeared to be the starting point of a dungeon break. A horde of monsters could be waiting on the other side, and he had already made preparations in case that was true. Behind him, runes glowed along the walls and ceiling, all set to explode as he escaped through the winding tunnels to safety. Empty. Instead of a wave of creatures, something entirely unexpected greeted him. A soft breeze passed through the opening, carrying the scent of fresh air. Ahead stretched a path of lush green grass, reaching into the distance. It was nothing like what he had expected to find inside a volcanic dungeon. The wind was cool at first, but as it moved past him, it quickly became heated. His rune bike trembled under the sudden rise in temperature, and its mana shield began to flicker. He could sense that the dungeon had its own biosphere. Faint sounds echoed from within, possibly made by animals or monsters. This was the entrance he had been searching for, yet he hesitated. He was not sure if stepping inside was the right decision. I came this far, no use backing off now. He was confident in his skills and had spent a good amount of time researching the super dungeon. He believed he could assess the danger level of the monsters inside with just a few careful observations. However, there was always the risk of stumbling into an unexplored section filled with Tier 4 monstrosities beyond his ability to handle. Time was also a factor. Only 4.5 days remained before their planned departure for the Duke's castle. Fortunately, he carried the resources necessary to construct another small-scale teleportation gate, which he intended to use for his return. Because of the intense heat in the tunnels and the density of the surrounding stone, setting up the gate outside the dungeon would be extremely difficult. That left the interior as the most viable option. Judging by the cool and refreshing air flowing from within, it seemed like the perfect location. It took him a few seconds, but soon the rune bike began to roll forward on its own, crossing the threshold of the dungeon ahead of him. Roland followed slowly on foot. The bike moved across the grass, leaving a faint trail that he used to guide his steps. As soon as his body passed through the entrance, he felt the shift in both mana and temperature. It's well insulated. Crossing into the dungeon felt like stepping into a separate world. None of the outside heat made it through. At first, he considered leaving the entrance open as an escape route. However, after reviewing the runic code embedded in the locking mechanism, he changed his mind. There was a detection program hidden within the structure, something that required a handshake with an external source. If the door remained open too long, it would trigger a response, and he had a strong feeling it would not be a friendly one. As Roland stepped through the dungeon entrance and into the grass-covered passage, a sudden gust of cool, dry air greeted him. This time it was different. The breeze carried the scent of high altitudes and untamed wilderness. For a brief moment, bright light washed over his face, strong enough to make an ordinary man squint. This was nothing like the volcanic underground dungeon he had expected. Instead, he stood atop a large mountain overlooking a vast valley. His bike came to a stop at the edge of a ledge, and he moved forward to stand beside it. The space before him stretched out endlessly, a breathtaking expanse of untouched beauty, as if it had never been touched by human hands. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. Roland looked up to see dozens of monsters that were wyverns. Sleek, powerful, and majestic, their wings shimmered with metallic hues as they soared through the sky. The wyverns circled high above the valley like a living storm, their sharp cries echoing off the mountain walls. This was a far cry from the cramped, dark tunnels he'd battled through so far. This place, will I have to explore it all? He pulled his bike back and hid it inside the mountain tunnel where he had first entered, keeping it out of sight from the monsters. The area stretched far in all directions, and high above him, wyverns circled through the sky. Each one was a Tier 3 creature, well above level 230. These monsters were exactly what he needed to raise his level. At last, he had found a place suitable for training. But before he could begin, he had to find a secure location to set up his teleportation gate. Once that was done, he could finally focus on training. Time was running out and he needed to hurry. It would probably be unwise to build it here. Roland muttered to himself as he slipped back into the cave he had just emerged from. Wyverns circled overhead, and he had come dangerously close to being spotted. What he needed now was a better location to construct his small-scale travel gate. This area, where the dungeon break had first begun, was far too risky. If another break started here, it could destroy his only means of returning. This space is filled with spatial magic. It could affect the gate enchantments. One of the main reasons he couldn't simply place the gate here, even after drilling into one of the sides, was the overwhelming presence of spatial distortion magic. When he emerged from the cave, he found himself standing on top of a mountain. The entrance he came through was located at the very tip, appearing from the outside like nothing more than a large boulder, no more than 10 meters wide. However, once inside, the passage expanded and extended far beyond what its exterior suggested. What appeared to be a small cave from the outside turned out to be a long tunnel that took nearly 5 minutes to walk through. That distance added up to almost half a kilometer, something impossible without an enormous amount of magic. With so much energy concentrated here, stabilizing the gate would be a challenging task. Using such a gate in this condition would be extremely hazardous. Luckily, the headmistress has given me some flexibility with my lectures, so I have enough time to do what I must. Though his duties at the institute hadn't disappeared, they had eased. There hadn't been any major incidents since his sister stopped attending, and with Arion's help, they had managed to recruit others to assist in organizing the curriculum. His next lecture would be held after their return from Isgard, giving him time to complete his tasks. He also had a few days to attempt 5 level-ups in order to reach level 50, where a potentially valuable skill awaited. It was time to act and begin scouting the area. The large rune bike he had built was not suited for this kind of terrain, so it needed to be stored. Like the elemental armors, It returned to one of his spatial runes, waiting there until it was needed again. With his preparations complete, only one task remained. He needed to switch to a different armor set. This time it was the Rune Zephyr variant. Fortunately, he was not out in the open but inside a secure cave, which made the process much easier. From here, he could safely equip an element more suitable for stealth, one that would help him move unnoticed through the mountain ranges and the valleys below. After a brief moment of hesitation, he assumed the familiar X-shaped stance, just as he had done when activating the Leviathan variant. The silver gray suit beneath him shimmered as the armor plates detached with soft hisses, releasing built-up mana pressure. One by one, the base rune armor segments disassembled and vanished into spatial storage. His body glowed with a pale blue light as mana surged across him, then gradually shifted into an emerald green hue as the Zephyr set's elements hovered around him in a slow orbit. The silver grace underlayer clung tightly to his form, its metallic fibers outlining the contours of his muscular build in the dimly lit cavern. As the light around him turned a vivid green, the armor components began to assemble themselves. The greaves arrived first, locking into place with a clean, resonant snap. They were lighter than anything he had worn before. Next came the bracers, and then, piece by piece, the rest of the armor encased him. He now stood fully equipped in the Rune Zephyr, its greenish glow pulsing faintly with stored elemental energy. Roland took a moment to clench his fist and study the armor now covering his body. It was noticeably sleeker and thinner than any of his previous suits. The wind element enchantments woven throughout the armor were designed for speed, agility, and silence. With them, he could move faster, jump higher, and most importantly, walk almost without a sound. Each step would be nearly inaudible. The armor also enhanced his ability to blend into his surroundings, using subtle camouflage effects that adjusted to the terrain. Even more impressive was the armor's ability to control airflow around him. The wind control field would prevent airborne scent molecules from escaping, making it difficult for scent-reliant creatures to detect him. Many monsters had poor vision and relied on smell or sound, but the wyverns overhead were a different threat. They were more like hawks, relying on sharp eyesight to spot movement from above. Still, the wind field could distort his outline just enough to make him harder to detect, especially with the tall grass and uneven terrain covering the mountains and valleys. With that natural cover and the help of the armor's adaptive enchantments, he had a good chance of going unnoticed. And even if he were spotted, this model would give him a solid advantage. It was the fastest of all the elemental sets he had created, making a swift escape through the air well within reach. Now then, I need to see where I am. But judging by the terrain, this can only be one place. Roland was finally ready to leave the safety of the cave entrance. He stepped forward, but not before placing one of his few remaining sensors near the exit. It would serve as a beacon, ensuring he could always find his way back. This area was far too vast to scatter sensors across it, and he needed to conserve what he had left. His main objective now was to locate a suitable spot to establish a base. From the looks of it, this was one of the zones from the super dungeon, and he had to secure a location where monsters would not venture. However, monsters were not his only concern. This region held far more dangerous beings than just creatures. High-level adventurers roamed these lands, many of them potentially over 100 levels above him. This was the domain not only of platinum and mithril-ranked adventurers but also of the super elites, those of orichalcum rank. Any mistake here could be fatal, so careful planning was essential. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the third ring, the Drachnid Valley. Roland crouched just outside the cave mouth, his Zephyr armor blending seamlessly with the rugged, wind-swept slope around him. The third ring, known as Drachnid Valley, was infamous not only for its deadly lesser dragon-type monsters but also for being one of the dungeon zones located beneath a massive supervolcano. To the uninformed, the dungeon might have appeared to be a volcanic region filled with lava beasts and dominated by a massive dragon at its center. However, that assumption could not be further from the truth. The Dragnus Island Dungeon, also known as the Infernal Wyrm Maze, was composed of multiple interconnected rings. Its name came from the first ring, a maze-like structure filled with lava, ash, and WYR-M-type creatures. For a long time, explorers believed that this fiery labyrinth was the entire dungeon. Eventually, however, it was discovered that it was only the beginning. Beneath and beyond the first layer lay a series of zones, each with its own ecosystem. What began as a realm of fire and molten stone eventually gave way to darker, stranger places. One of these was the Rotten Forest, a twisted and decaying region teeming with poisonous tree ants and unstable, decomposing terrain. This was the second zone of the dungeon, and it ultimately led into the valley Roland now stood above. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of the story on Amazon. This valley, known as Drachnid Valley, was overrun by creatures commonly referred to as lesser dragons. These included monsters such as drakes, wyverns, and WYRMs. Though each of these had the potential to evolve into a true dragon, very few ever succeeded in reaching that final, powerful stage. Most were killed long before they could ascend, whether by rival monsters or adventurers. Their bodies were sought after by almost everyone, but once a dragon was born, most knew to stay away. True dragons were unique among monsters. From birth, they were already classified as Tier 3 creatures. Unlike most monsters that needed to gain strength through battle and experience, true dragons started from a different foundation. They were born powerful, and their growth was not initially tied to levels. Instead, they followed a more natural progression. With enough time and sustenance, they would begin to grow, physically and magically. Their development was steady but slow, and during this early phase they were especially vulnerable. Lacking the immediate benefits of leveling, young dragons were at real risk of being hunted or killed before reaching maturity. Because of this, most naturally born dragons kept themselves hidden. They rarely left their lairs, emerging only for brief periods to gather food before retreating again into hibernation. They waited, conserving energy and avoiding danger, until they could awaken as fully realized true dragons. Once they reached that stage, they became vastly more dangerous. Much like Roland's own Overlord class, their evolution granted them boosts in all areas, with enhanced stat multipliers and superior growth potential. From that point onward, they were no longer just monsters as they became apex predators only challenged by a handful of other powerful beings. The rings surrounding the volcano were vast, said to span a large portion of the island. What made exploration even more difficult was the influence of spatial magic, much like the kind found in the cave he had passed through. These distortions created immense, unnatural distances between areas, making navigation unpredictable and often misleading. From what Roland knew, this region housed monsters that reached up to level 300. It served as a kind of stopgap for many Tier 3 class holders, a place where they either proved their worth or met their end. But Roland had no intention of following in their footsteps. He was different. With his strength, knowledge, and tools, he had already slain monsters well above his current level. Facing stronger creatures was exactly what he had been waiting for. Luckily, in this area, there are no true dragons, but first, I need to find a hideout. At last, Roland began to move. He waited for the right moment. Once the wyverns above turned their attention elsewhere, he slipped forward across the uneven ground. Not far from the cave entrance lay a nest, likely used by the creatures, made of twisted branches and scorched stone. Despite appearing exposed, the entrance he had used was well protected. Anyone who stumbled upon it would find nothing but a short passage ending in solid stone. Based on his analysis, without the ability to decipher the runic enchantments embedded in the rock, the cave would seem no deeper than 5 meters. The real access point, hidden behind layered illusions and spatial wards, remained out of reach to anyone lacking the knowledge to reveal it. Still, Roland had his doubts. From the signs he had encountered deeper within the tunnel system, it was clear that someone else had likely uncovered the connection long before him. Even though his lair could not be built here, he needed to make sure to monitor this area to see if whoever used it would return later. I'm too exposed here. I need to get down into the valley. The runes on his armor began to glow with an emerald light, and a moment later he was shrouded in a swirling veil of energy. With a slight motion of his foot, he leapt forward and descended from the mountainside. His fall was slow and controlled, guided by the magic of his Zephyr armor. Around him, flying wyverns circled in wide arcs, scattered across the sky like drifting shadows. His enchantments made him nearly invisible to their senses, but the spell was not flawless. Any sudden movement could give him away, so he calmly continued his descent. There is something there. Could it be a settlement? Once I'm back, I need to get my hands on an updated map of this region. As he drifted downward, various landmarks became visible in the distance. Among them was a structure that caught his attention, a keep made from what appeared to be wood and tangled vines. He could not tell whether it was a creation of the dungeon itself or a man-made fortification. This dungeon zone was more than just a place filled with monsters. It was vast, unpredictable, and operated under no particular law. Adventurers had been coming here for years. Some had even chosen to stay. While the regions filled with lava and rot were far too hostile to inhabit, this valley was different. It was filled with vegetation, flowing streams, and breathable air. For some, it served as a rare sanctuary. With enough resources and effort, a hidden stronghold could thrive here. Still, Roland knew he had to be cautious. He was in uncharted territory, and showing himself openly to the locals was risky. Most of the people who lived here were powerful Tier 3 class holders, most above level 200. Some had cut themselves off from the world beyond and did not welcome strangers freely. From what he understood, outsiders typically had to pay or go through a process to be introduced to the permanent residents. These seasoned adventurers offered shelter and security, trading goods and information with the outside world on their own terms. If they discovered that he had bypassed those channels and entered their domain without permission, he could not predict how they would react. His visor gleamed faintly as he began recording the geographical layout of the valley from every angle. Two of his floating golems circled around him, assisting with the process by scanning and mapping the environment in real time. The distant settlement was only one of many points of interest. The valley held far more than it appeared at first glance. One of the most striking features was the vast blue sky above. At first, it seemed natural, complete with drifting clouds and warm sunlight. However, a deeper analysis revealed the truth. It was nothing more than an elaborate illusion. There was, in fact, a solid rocky ceiling far above, crafted or shaped by magic to appear open and endless. According to his calculations, the distance from the mountain peak to the valley floor was approximately 6 kilometers, with another 4 kilometers extending above that to the false sky. The entire space was immense, stretching in every direction like a hidden world beneath the surface. He was certain it had limits, but those boundaries were not obvious. It would take time and careful exploration to uncover the true extent of the dungeon's reach. As he continued his gentle descent, Roland identified several points of interest scattered throughout the valley. To the northwest, nestled against the inner slope of the valley wall, a shimmering waterfall poured from what appeared to be the open jaws of a dragon or something sculpted to resemble them. The distance was too great to see clearly, but the formation stood out as something unusual and possibly important. Further south, a wide meadow came into view. At its center stood a ring of tall stones. Their shape and spacing looked intentional, not the result of natural erosion or chance. He could see several drakes moving near and around the formation, roaming freely in the open space. These wingless lesser dragons were large and likely powerful, making them excellent targets for leveling when the time came. To the east, he spotted several lakes, but one in particular drew his focus. It was many times larger than the rest, and its water was so dark that it hinted at it being quite deep. For a moment, a massive shadow moved just below the waterline. It shifted slowly, making him question whether it was worth investigating now or leaving it for a time when he had grown stronger. These were just a few of the many sights he saw as he descended. Smaller entrances to various caves dotted the landscape, and dense forests stretched through the valley, with a long river winding through its center. If he hadn't been so tightly constrained by time, he could have imagined himself spending several weeks exploring every part of it. But under the current circumstances, he had to move quickly. That spot looks promising. No monsters, no adventurers, and the mana density is relatively low. As he neared the ground, he spotted a location that could serve as a base for his teleportation gate. The winds around his armor intensified as he activated his mana. Now that he was far from the wyverns, there was no longer any need to remain hidden. He surged forward, transforming into a streak of emerald light, and headed for his next destination. An emerald light descended into a dense patch of forest, hidden deep within a secluded part of the valley. It blended with the green of the foliage and touched down gently, without making a sound. The animals nearby didn't react at first. Only after the mana concealing its true form faded did they notice the man stepping forward. This looks peaceful enough. If there are regular animals here, there can't be many monsters around. Roland had arrived from the mountaintop. He stood in a calm and seemingly untouched part of the land. It showed no signs of adventurers or dangerous creatures. He wasn't sure why, but it seemed nothing had any interest in this area. Preliminary scan confirmed it. Few high-level monsters roamed nearby, and there were no signs of adventurers pursuing them. This isn't a good place to hunt monsters, that must be it. That could explain why adventurers stayed away. With no threats and no valuable treasures to be found, there was little reason to come here. The local wildlife was small and unremarkable, consisting of rabbits, frogs, and the occasional lizard. Most dungeon settlements were built in places where larger game, like deer, were available. Some dungeons offered that kind of wildlife, making long-term survival more feasible for human life. But the main reason no one is here, Roland exhaled slowly, drawing in the forest air through the filters in his armor. The runic enchantments detected the hidden particles in the atmosphere and blocked them before they could affect him. There was something in the air, a toxin that did not bother the local animals but would harm any ordinary person who entered this place. It would serve as a natural barrier, a deterrent for anyone who might stumble upon the hidden lair he intended to build. The source of the toxin was the strange and unassuming plants growing nearby. They appeared to be ordinary mushrooms at first glance. Nestled among the undergrowth and close to the trees, they blended perfectly with the forest floor. However, a closer look revealed their true purpose. Roland knelt beside one of the trees and picked one of the mushrooms. Its coloring was peculiar, mostly brown with a few thin blue stripes across the crown. He crushed the mushroom in his gauntlet to test it. As he did, a cloud of spores burst into the air. His armor and a thin layer of mana shielded his body, keeping him safe. A normal person, however, would not be so lucky. Inhaling or ingesting the spores would likely lead to paralysis or even death. I would have to ask Rastix to be sure, but these seem to be spores that cause sleep paralysis. Roland was familiar with several types of spores, and most operated in a similar way. Once a person was affected, the spores would use them as a host. While the victim remained asleep, the spores drained nutrients from the body to grow and eventually spread further. In some cases, the effect was only temporary and could be resisted, but even then, it would leave the victim vulnerable. Any nearby monster would likely attack the moment the spores took hold. Sometimes the hosts were turned into a mushroom-like zombie, losing their humanity. He was not entirely certain which outcome applied to the mushrooms in this area, but he had a strong suspicion. Adventurers probably avoided this part of the valley because of this natural trap, and he could use it to hide his presence. The best spot is probably there. Just as he had done with previous hidden chambers in other dungeons, he planned to conceal this one completely out of sight. In the past, that usually meant breaking through a dungeon wall to create a secret compartment. This time, however, he intended to dig underground. The runes on his armor began to glow as he activated more spatial magic. A moment later, several of his golems appeared. These were not his usual golems. Instead, they were repurposed ones he had acquired from the dungeon. They had humanoid forms and carried tools like shovels and pickaxes rather than weapons such as spears or swords. Some even pushed wheelbarrows to move the sand. He had assembled an entire construction crew equipped with ordinary tools, and their task was to dig a large enough hole to create something similar to an underground bomb shelter. Once summoned, the golems immediately began their work. They had been pre-programmed with a specific design for the underground structure. There were not many design options available, so their job was to excavate the exact layout, then assemble and weld the metal components using magic. This magical welding would prevent the dungeon from sealing itself back over the structure. After everything was prepared and he had established a noise-canceling barrier, the real work began. The shovel-wielding golems moved in first. Their enhanced strength and oversized shovels allowed them to function much like modern excavators. As dirt was unearthed, it was transferred to the side and deposited into a specialized container marked with spatial runes. In most dungeons, debris and surface flaws would eventually be erased or absorbed, but this super dungeon operated on such a massive scale that those effects were largely reduced. To avoid leaving traces of the excavation, he needed to remove all excess soil so as not to give away his safe spot. For a moment, he watched the golems move about their tasks and estimated that, at their current pace, it would take roughly an hour to complete the small underground chamber for his teleportation gate. While they worked, he sent his floating golems to different positions around the area. Through their eyes, he gained a clear aerial view of the surrounding land and could spot the tiny figures representing the monsters roaming nearby. Is it a WYRM? And is it coming this way? Most of the creatures were simply wandering, but one larger figure appeared to be heading directly toward him. Monsters within dungeons usually followed predictable movement patterns, and it was possible he had chosen a spot that intersected one of those paths. If that were the case, he would be forced into a fight before the construction was complete. Roland wanted to stay hidden for now, as he still didn't fully understand the situation within this dungeon ring. However, he had to deal with the approaching threat before it reached his golems, which were ill-suited for battle. The WIRM was slithering straight toward him, so it made more sense to intercept it and prepare some countermeasures. He soon rose into the air using wind magic instead of a propulsion unit. Although a propulsion system was faster and placed less strain on his mana reserves, it created more noise and left a visible trail. Wind magic, on the other hand, allowed him to remain far more concealed from sight. After landing in a denser part of the forest, he began preparing his trap. Before doing anything else, he brought out a circular device. With a press of a button on its side, he quickly hid it inside the trunk of a nearby tree. Once secured, it released an invisible burst of energy in all directions. To the naked eye, nothing seemed to happen, but from that moment on, sound would no longer travel beyond the affected area. To any monsters outside the zone, the forest would appear silent and undisturbed. With the sound barrier in place, he started setting traps throughout the area. Some were his old scroll-based types, while others were leftover bombs and mines, which he buried under loose dirt with the help of his mage hand spell. These precautions might have seemed excessive given his current strength, but conserving mana was essential in this environment. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. It was wiser to rely on pre-prepared tools first. For all he knew, killing the monster might attract more or worse, alert high-level adventurers. If anyone close to or beyond Tier 4 took notice of him, he would need every bit of mana and every resource he had just to escape. That should be enough. The monster was in no hurry, but once it began to move, it was easy to track. The trees along its path shifted and bent, straining under the force of its massive body. Although it slithered around the trees like a snake, every time it bumped into a trunk, the tree was nearly uprooted. Birds and other forest creatures fled in every direction, and soon, a pair of yellow eyes appeared in the distance. So this is a WYRM. It was Roland's first time seeing such a creature, and it was immediately clear that this was no ordinary serpent. What emerged from the treeline was enormous. Although its movement mimicked that of a snake, there was something more to it. The WYRM had a snake-like form, but the similarity ended with its shape. Thick, draconic scales ran down its entire length, overlapping perfectly in rows that shimmered slightly in the filtered forest light. Each scale was the size of a grown man's fist and bore deep grooves and ridges. Their dark, purple-gray color blended well with the valley's shadows, but in motion, they reflected just enough light to make the creature visible. Along its back, two wings extended outward. They were draconic in shape but clearly too small to lift such a massive body into the air. Rigid and sharp-edged, the wings had a membrane-thin structure with claws at each joint. They did not move or retract, instead clinging tightly to the serpent-like body as it slithered toward the area where Roland had prepared his traps. His head was unmistakably dragon-like. Unlike a serpent's narrow snout, the WYRM's face was broad and angular. Horns curved backward from above its eye ridges, and its jaw was thick, with rows of pointy teeth barely visible beneath a heavy lip. Venomous Forest WYRM L225. With a quick identification spell, Roland confirmed it. This was the right place for leveling. The monster's level exceeded his own, which meant it would yield a large amount of experience. He readied himself as the creature approached the outer edge of the trap field. But then, out of nowhere, the monster did something unexpected. Just as it was about to trigger the first mine, the WYRM stopped. Its nostrils flared, drawing in the air with a hiss, while its breath released thin gusts of purplish smoke. A low growl rumbled from its chest as it paused, its forked tongue flicking out, as if testing the air for any sign of danger. Can it tell? Roland knew that draconic creatures were said to be far more intelligent than ordinary beasts, but he had assumed that those created by the dungeon would be less capable. Somehow, this one had sensed the presence of traps ahead. It was possible that it could detect the faint traces of mana emitted by his runic devices, subtle as they were. The monster let out a roar, as if irritated by the blocked path ahead. It opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of dagger-like teeth. Then, without hesitation, the WYRM released its breath. A surge of violet energy gathered deep in its throat before erupting into a torrent of unnatural flame. This was no ordinary fire. Roland had read about it in obscure bestiaries, but witnessing it firsthand was something entirely different. The flames were a seething, toxic purple, thick with venomous fumes and corrosive energy. They didn't simply burn. They melted everything they touched, dissolving trees, soil, and stone in a wave of acidic destruction. For a better reading experience, visit M. Vlemper. The first of Roland's mines didn't even have a chance to detonate. As the WRM's breath swept over them, the enchanted casings began to melt and dissolve with alarming speed. Metal turned to sludge, and the runic components failed to activate as their pathways were broken and consumed in an instant. What remained was a trail of ruin, a scorched path the WRM now considered safe to travel, having cleared it of all hidden threats. Yet, for all its perception, the creature still failed to detect its true enemy. Roland remained concealed above, hidden among the branches of an undamaged treetop, silently watching and waiting. He didn't move, not yet. From his vantage point above, hidden by both the dense canopy and a layer of illusion magic, Roland carefully observed the WRM's movements. The creature slithered forward, seemingly convinced that it had neutralized any threats in its path. Despite its intelligence, it was now moving directly beneath him. Its massive body even brushed against the trunk of the tree he was hiding in. It's cautious, but it still has its limitations. His visor pulsed with a brief glow, and in the next instant, concentrated beams of light shot out from various positions around the clearing. They struck the WRM's thick scales, doing little damage but forcing it to turn away from his location. Roland's floating golems emerged from their hiding places, coordinating in a precise assault designed to draw the monster's attention. The WYRM let out a furious roar and unleashed its breath once again. A wave of violet mist surged forward, but the small, agile constructs darted to the sides with ease. The toxic breath melted through a massive boulder and tore through several trees. It left scorched earth and liquefied debris in its wake. Now fully engaged in chasing down the elusive golems, the WYRM was distracted. This finally gave Roland the perfect opportunity to strike. Gale forces erupted as he revealed himself. In his hands a large hammer with a tip covered in runes, radiating a massive amount of energy. Without hesitation, he dove from the treetop like a meteor, wind mana coiling around his body in thick, spiraling streams. The emerald glow intensified, pulsing erratically as it gathered at the head of his massive hammer. Then, just before the weapon struck the WRM's skull, a second energy flared to life, this one a deep crimson. The two forces clashed and intertwined, forming a chaotic burst of yellow light that surged around the hammer. In the next instant, the weapon crashed into the monster's cranium with more than just wind force. Crash! The hammer struck the monster's head with a thunderous crack that was concealed within the sound bubble. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the ground. The ground beneath the WRM buckled and split, and trees nearby swayed violently. The creature's massive head snapped to the side, and a scream of agony escaped from its massive jaws. Even with its thick, scaled skull, the WRM could not withstand the sheer force of the blow. The combination of aura and magic bypassed its natural defenses. Fractures spread across its cranium like spiderwebs, and in the next moment, its body slammed into the earth. The forest fell silent. One strike had been enough. The WRM lay motionless, killed by the surprised attack. That went better than expected. Roland glanced at his status screen and checked his experience bar. The monster had been 5 levels above him, and after its defeat, the bar jumped up by nearly half in an instant. This was exactly what he needed. The creatures in this dungeon were stronger and possessed rarer evolutions, making them ideal targets for accelerating his progress. With this test complete, one thing was clear. Gaining 5 more levels was no longer a distant dream. To make things even better, the monster's body held plenty of value. Roland approached the fallen creature and grabbed hold of one of the partially shattered scales. Even with his enhanced strength, it was difficult to pry loose, but after a few moments of effort, it finally snapped free. The scale felt like solid metal, denser and harder than most materials he had worked with and comparable even to mithril. He did not doubt that some lesser dragons had evolved to possess defenses tougher than the metals he used in his constructs. These scales could be repurposed for future upgrades. If he found a more advanced draconid, he might even be able to craft an entirely new suit of armor. I would need one that is over level 250. Even though he had the funds, materials like these were rare and difficult to acquire. His thoughts drifted to the large drakes he had seen while landing, as well as the hidden leviathan resting in the lake. One of the drakes was larger than the others, likely the alpha of the herd. Both were potential targets for the future and could serve as direct upgrades to his armor and weaponry. He would need those improvements soon. His future was still uncertain, and he would not rest until he had explored the entire region and claimed every valuable resource it could offer in support of his cause. This is quite a large mana stone. I should be able to make ether mithril with this, or maybe I should save it for something better. Roland used a sharp knife to sever the monster's flesh. The blade buzzed with energy, enhanced by a cutting enchantment. Although the exterior shell was covered in thick scales, once he opened a wound, it wasn't too difficult to peel away the layer of skin beneath. There, nestled inside, he found a large mana crystal about the size of a fist. Reminds me of the good old days. Back when he first started exploring the Albrook dungeon, one of his earliest methods involved implanting mana stones directly into his older sets of armor. As his knowledge grew, he learned more advanced techniques and began infusing mana stones into the metals themselves. This let him benefit from the stones without the risk of them shattering in the middle of a fight. It was much more difficult to merge stones into higher-grade metals like mithril. That process demanded superior quality stones, which couldn't be found in the Albrook dungeon. Most undead monsters lacked them entirely, relying instead on their monster cores to hold themselves together. The process was expensive and inefficient, but now things could change. He had stumbled into an area teeming with high-level draconic creatures that actually carried the stones he needed. Judging by this WRM's crystal, there were likely more just like it. HM? 3 incoming? Did I kill their leader or something? The drones hovering in the sky picked up signs of movement. His mapping device also showed several dots moving in his direction. Even though he had surrounded the area with a silencing barrier, these creatures somehow knew he was here. He would figure out how that was possible later. For now, he needed to prepare for a fight. Roland's eyes narrowed as he studied the small screen inside his helmet. One of his floating golems was feeding him a live video feed. The monsters approaching looked like the same type as the one he had just killed, though smaller and a few levels lower. From what he could tell, this species seemed to grow in size with each level gained. If that was true, then at level 250, they probably reached twice the size of the creature he had just faced. Venomous Forest WYRM L213. Venomous Forest WYRM L214. Venomous Forest WYRM L211. They were all weaker, but that did not mean he could afford to ignore them. Previously, he had combined aura with wind energy to bring down the monster more quickly. This strategy consumed a large amount of mana, but it still allowed him to retain both Overlord's might and mana overflow for when the fight became more intense. Fortunately, his mana was already recovering at a fast pace, and even if it had not been, he still had a supply of recovery items to rely on. His analysis of the species was ongoing. So far, he had learned that they seemed to possess some kind of sixth sense that allowed them to detect traps and lurking threats. However, they had one big weakness: their inability to fly. He, on the other hand, could. Roland's wind-focused armor began to glow as he gently lifted into the air. The suit had been designed for speed and aerial agility. Even without the additional flight unit he sometimes used as a jetpack or the large glider platform, the armor alone allowed him to maneuver through the skies with ease. As he rose higher, the armor began to shift. Small openings appeared across its surface, releasing pulses of concentrated wind magic. The largest vents were located on the soles of his boots and along his back. These channels expelled directed gusts of air, functioning much like a refined form of jet propulsion. Guided by wind magic, Roland could ride and redirect air currents just like certain massive creatures that seemed far too heavy for flight, yet still soared through the sky with grace. The wind whispered around Roland as he gained altitude, but he was careful not to stray too far. The wyverns he had avoided gathered near the mountaintops, but that did not mean none were lingering near this area. He needed to maintain a careful balance to avoid attracting the attention of any new monsters that might spot him hovering above the forest. Below, the forest trembled before the advance of the three lesser WYRMs. Though only slightly more than half the size of the one he had already slain, they were still Tier 3 creatures. Their purple-gray scales shimmered under the illusion of afternoon light, and their slit-pupiled eyes glowed faintly with malice. "They're going for the carcass of the larger one." He noticed that the monsters were not acting in coordination. Instead, they seemed drawn to the remains of the dead WRM he had carved apart. Roland could not tell whether they were attracted to the blood or to the large mana stone he had retrieved. Somehow, they perceived something was still there despite his protective measures. Was this a special ability unique to WYRMs, or was it shared by all lesser dragons? If the latter was true, then hunting them would become far more difficult. At first, he planned to attack but chose instead to wait and prepare his weapon. The hammer he had used before unfolded and shifted into a runic staff. Wind energy gathered around him once more, cloaking him from sight as he studied the strange behavior of the monsters below. He had read something about this dungeon and others like it, and before making a move he wanted to confirm a theory. Roland remained still, floating high above the treetops like a silent specter. The runes on his armor subtly adjusted, channeling the wind to keep him aloft. Below him, three WRMs slithered towards the corpse of their fallen kin. They moved quickly toward the clearing where he had placed the body, entirely fixated on it for reasons that were not immediately clear. The creatures seemed to be fighting over something. Two of them bumped into each other, hissing and snapping their jaws. This distraction gave the third WIRM a chance to reach the corpse first. It became clear to Roland what they were after: the large mana stone he had extracted. The creature sniffed the spot where the stone had been and appeared to grow increasingly frenzied at the realization that it was missing. These monsters were not acting like the usual dungeon inhabitants. They behaved more like independent beings. Unlike the mindless creatures he had faced in other dungeons, which resembled golems in their mechanical behavior, these showed signs of thought and instinct. Natural-born monsters consumed mana stones and monster cores to evolve more effectively and gain experience. These three were doing just that. They were not bound by the will of the dungeon, and they even seemed capable of fighting each other. Something that perhaps he could use to his advantage. The mana stone he had taken was safely hidden in one of his spatial runes, but he retrieved it again. As soon as it appeared, the monsters reacted. They began scanning their surroundings, clearly sensing the stone's mana signature. Fortunately, his concealment spells were working well enough. The creatures knew the item was nearby, but they could not locate it precisely. Love this story? Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. While they searched, Roland devised a plan. He summoned one of his floating golems. He attached the mana stone to the golem, using the same adhesive he had previously employed for placing sensors in the tunnels. Once it was on tightly, the golem was commanded to fly around the clearing. As soon as the golem moved beyond the reach of his concealment magic, the monsters snapped their heads upward. Their nostrils flared, releasing acidic breath, and drool began to drip from their mouths. All three immediately gave chase, focused entirely on the golem and not on whoever had sent it. This gave Roland a perfect opportunity to move closer and wait for the right moment to strike. He was not here to engage in prolonged combat just yet. His priority was to buy time until his golems finished preparing his temporary hiding place, and to make sure that it was safe to place his teleportation gate there. Just as he had expected, the three monsters chased after his golem like cats chasing a wiggling toy. It darted through the air in unpredictable patterns, neatly avoiding their attacks. Though the monsters were powerful, they lacked range beyond their acidic breath. The deadly attack used by the earlier creature was dangerous, but it clearly couldn't be unleashed as frequently as standard dragon fire. Meanwhile, the golem was doing an excellent job of provoking the trio into wasting their limited stamina and abilities. That should be enough. The barrier is set up, all preparations have been made. Nothing should get through this time around. Once he was confident that they had exhausted a good portion of their energy, he began his assault. Activating his mana overflow skill, the green aura surrounding him shifted to a bright cyan. With a sharp release of concentrated wind energy, a cyclone surged toward the three monsters, who had now surrounded the golem. To them, it appeared trapped, but Roland had placed it there on purpose. It was never more than bait. From high above, Roland extended his arm and raised his staff, unleashing a powerful spell. A colossal twister of green energy roared to life, spiraling downward like a divine spear. It struck the clearing where the three WYRMS had gathered, expanding with violent force as it touched the ground. The cyclone grew rapidly, wide enough to engulf all three monsters as well as his golem. The octagonal construct had fulfilled its purpose and was consumed by the swirling magic, torn apart into thin pieces. Even the mana stone it had carried was shredded by the raging energy along with the golem itself. The WYRMS had no idea what had struck them. While they were not particularly susceptible to wind magic, the sheer force of Roland's spell overwhelmed even their thick, scaly hides. The magic began to tear into them, and although they resisted and tried to escape the growing storm, the effort was in vain. As they pushed outward in desperation, the winds dragged them back toward the center with relentless force. Above the storm, the air rippled as the winds collided with the barrier he had created. His floating golems hovered in specific positions, forming a protective magical field. Not only was the barrier completely invisible to the naked eye, it also cast an illusion to conceal the battle below. After analyzing the behavior of the monsters, he ensured that not even a trace of mana leaked from within. It appeared to be working. No other creatures had taken notice of the location, and the WYRMS trapped inside the Emerald Cyclone were being sliced apart. I can use their behavioral patterns to my advantage. Once the task was complete, Roland descended into the heart of the cyclone. All that remained were the shredded remains of the serpentine monsters. Not even their draconic heads had been spared, and with enough magic, even their scales had been cut clean through. Now that he understood how these enemies responded, He could envision isolating one of the stronger beasts and drawing the smaller ones into an area of effect spell. The only drawback was the lack of experience points. To earn the highest amount, it was best to avoid fighting enemies more than 10 levels below his own and to target those above his current level instead. These creatures still gave him a decent amount of experience and were worth farming, as long as he could lure them into a trap to make the fight easier. His testing wasn't finished yet. Normally, he would dispose of the monster remains, since he had learned that the local creatures were attracted to them. However, if he removed the important parts such as mana stones, and perhaps the lesser dragon hearts, eyes, and fangs, then neither creatures nor adventurers would bother with what was left. After taking what he needed, he waited to see how the dungeon would react to a defeated monster's body. At first, he wondered if it would surprise him again by leaving the remains to decay naturally. But not everything had changed. After about 30 minutes, the remains began to sink slowly into the ground. The process was gradual but familiar. The dungeon was absorbing the corpse, likely recycling its materials for future use. This was still a dungeon, and this was proof of it. It would be enough for the first scouting mission and initial battle. As he waited, a beep echoed inside his helmet, signaling that his golems had finished assembling the temporary lair. The floating golems were recalled, and soon he flew back to the area where he had first arrived. The spores were still drifting through the air, but to him and the golems, they posed no real threat. Instead, they were quite a good deterrent for monsters and adventurers. Once he landed, he saw his golems crawling out of a hole and placing a thick cover over it. The design he had in mind resembled an old bomb shelter with a direct descent underground. As with other dungeons, he expected the soil to eventually conceal the entrance, though he had other methods of hiding it as well. After activating his spatial storage, a hammer appeared in his hand. He hadn't been certain how to enchant the entrance before, but now he knew exactly what to do. The golems positioned themselves around the area to muffle the noise and block the sparks that started flying. He began striking the lid and the surrounding metal that the golems had already installed. His runes appeared quickly as he filled in empty spaces and connected them to the existing rune-crafted traces. It didn't take him long to move into the shelter, which was little more than a rectangular space with a square floor about 10 meters wide. The ceiling rose roughly 3 meters above, and in the center was the circular entrance he had used to come in. There was no need for a ladder since he could float, and he had no intention of bringing anyone else here anytime soon. The surrounding areas were dangerous, and he planned to explore all of them, including the nearby settlement where people were living. He feared those people more than the monsters, as they were far harder to predict. Now then, let's get it all set up. Once the rune crafting process was complete, he allowed a single orb of light to illuminate the room. The lid was closed, and all the humanoid golem workers were retrieved. He, however, moved toward one of the thicker walls that was already imbued with functioning runes and specifically spatial runes. To the average observer, it would have looked like witchcraft. He simply held out his hand, and from within a thin layer of space, items began to appear. Despite the illusion, there was a system behind it. Every item he placed in the spatial storage carried its own unique mana pattern. When he activated the runes that opened the storage, he could sense the location of each item inside. With a simple mage hand spell, he could draw out whatever he needed. The gravity within the magical storage was also weaker, so everything inside felt significantly lighter. Soon, he gathered all the necessary components for the minimalist teleportation gate. It stood 2 meters tall, 1 meter wide, and was shaped like an oval. While teleportation gates were typically circular, it was possible to limit their size. For now, this was the smallest configuration he could manage without causing issues. Further reducing the runes would lead to instability. Time passed, and the setup was finally complete. On the left side of the gate stood a large canister filled with mana fluid. On the right was a rectangular storage unit with several openings designed to hold smaller rune batteries. He had deliberately prepared 2 separate energy sources. Once he left the dungeon, he needed to ensure that it would not draw power from the gate, which remained a real possibility. To prevent any potential issues, he also brought a smaller version of the console that he kept in his workshop. While it couldn't be linked to the main unit or operated by Sebastian, it still offered several useful features. One of them allowed him to monitor the area outside the dungeon. If a monster attacked or another problem occurred, the device would send out a distress signal that could be picked up by one of the sensors he had left near the secret entrance he used to reach this location. That should do it. Should I head home now? Roland felt satisfied. He had accomplished everything he set out to do. If he left now, he would be back in time for dinner. However, just as he was about to activate the teleportation gate, the console lit up red. Something was approaching, and it did not appear to be a lesser dragon or any other monster. Get a move on. A loud man kicked another, sending him stumbling forward. He crashed into a nearby tree, then was yanked back and shoved ahead again. No, please, you don't have to do this. Just let me go. The man staggered forward, his face covered in bruises and his clothes torn apart. The one who had kicked him scowled at the plea and pointed ahead as he spoke. Shut it. Do you think we're stupid? You think we'd risk you running off to report this to the guild? As soon as he finished shouting, another man with them began to laugh. This one was much larger, his face bearing a faint resemblance to an orc, though he spoke clearly. Yeah, just keep walking. Don't worry, you won't feel much once the spores paralyze you. Or at least, that's what I've heard. Oh, and don't worry. We'll take good care of your wife and daughter. The second man spoke as he continued pushing the injured prisoner forward. The bruised man stumbled again, barely able to stay upright as he approached the mushroom-infested section of the valley forest. The air became thicker, laced with glistening spore particles that became visible only when the light caught them just right. Once the group reached the edge, the two men halted. Without hesitation, they hurled the injured man forward and quickly stepped back, and then wrapped thick cloth around their mouths. And no! The man rolled across the ground from the force of the throw. Although he was not small by any means, they had tossed him as if he weighed nothing. Their strength clearly surpassed his, which did not surprise the person watching them from within his newly created lair. If they want to kill someone, why go to so much trouble? He doesn't even have a battle class. Nestled in the branches of a nearby tree was a strange object shaped like an octagon, with an orb embedded at its center. It was one of Roland's floating drones, hidden among the foliage, invisible to all but the most perceptive eyes. These drones acted as a silent surveillance network and quietly monitored the area. Roland had planned to return home, but now he found himself observing an unusual scene. A defenseless man was being paralyzed by the spores Roland had previously observed. The two Tier 3 warriors who had brought him here were now watching from a safe distance, uninterested in what came next. Was he just a temporary worker they brought along? Did he break some rules or insult someone important? Roland had not intended to investigate the human settlement he had seen in the distance, at least not yet. The region was crawling with dangerous creatures and even deadlier adventurers, any of whom could prove a threat even to someone like him. His level was respectable, but not high enough to take unnecessary risks. While he was confident that his armor and tactics could allow him to defeat opponents with higher levels, he knew he wasn't invincible. He planned to gain strength quietly and only reveal himself when he was certain that no one in the area could pose a real threat. He didn't fully understand the power structure in this region, but he had studied many reports before arriving. The area was ruled by adventurers, functioning almost like a small independent nation. Even nobility hesitated to venture too deep into the dungeon without the backing of an army and several high-level adventurers. Down here, strength dictated authority. Even if a high-ranking noble were to disappear, it was unlikely anyone would report it. These adventurers create their own factions down here. It seems this guy angered the wrong person, but what should I do about it? He analyzed the man's class and quickly saw that he was nothing more than a blacksmith. While a place like this dungeon would normally be deadly for people without combat classes, some still chose to live here because the pay was good. They stayed in forts and settlements, working directly under the adventurers. Earlier, the conversation had involved the guild, so Roland assumed this blacksmith had been assigned by the Adventurers Guild to work here. Supposedly, he had even brought his whole family with him, which made things more complicated. As Roland considered the situation, the man suddenly collapsed in the middle of the area where Roland had set up his hidden hideout. The two adventurers who had brought him here started to leave the moment they saw him inhale the spores and begin to show signs of paralysis. Then things became even more interesting as something awoke within the forest. A creature that had previously hidden its presence was starting to reveal itself. So it only reacts when someone gets paralyzed? Greenish tentacles began to slither toward the man who had collapsed. Roland had previously identified something that looked like a flesh-eating plant in the area, but had decided to leave it alone. He thought it was better to let it remain as a deterrent to others. However, it now seemed the adventurers living here had been using it to get rid of people they had conflicts with, which made the location of his lair more problematic than he had anticipated. Do they do these things often? He asked himself as his wind-attuned armor began to lift away from his body, replaced by a red suit. Rune Salamander encased him, transforming his appearance into something more suited to the Valley of Draconids, creatures often referred to as lesser dragons. While many of them had strong resistance to flames, plant-based monsters like the one trying to eat the blacksmith were a different matter. There was nothing better than a good flamethrower in a situation like this, and Roland had no intention of letting a man die in front of him, even if it complicated his plans. In a way, this might have even turned out to be a useful opportunity. The man likely had valuable information about the valley, especially if he had been living here for some time and understood the local power structure. Roland rose through the circular opening after confirming the perimeter was secure. With a precise arrangement of his golems, he activated the concealment field to shield himself from the two outsiders. The last thing he needed was for those men to come back snooping. They weren't a threat to him, but if they went missing as well, the situation would become even more complicated than it already was. As he stepped outside, the lingering spores burned away under the heat of his armor's flame aura. There, he spotted the blacksmith, now entangled in fibrous vines that oozed a strange green mucus. The monstrous plant had begun to reveal its full form. It vaguely resembled a flytrap, its gaping maw filled with some kind of liquid. Does it dissolve its prey with that? Roland moved quickly to help the man. Inside the liquid, he could see the bones of other humans floating alongside the remains of smaller animals. It was clear the creature used the spores to lure victims in, then dissolve them slowly, a death that was likely excruciating. The man was paralyzed, but his senses were still active, and he would feel every moment of it until the very end. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. His hand pointed toward the monster, and a surge of flames erupted. The moment the fire collided with the creature, it ignited instantly. Whatever mucus or liquid it had been using was highly flammable, and the resulting explosion lit up the entire area. The blacksmith's eyes widened at the sight, but before the flames could reach him, an invisible force pulled him back. A shimmering blue shield appeared around him, protecting him from harm. The monstrous plant didn't scream, but it thrashed violently, its tentacle-like appendages flailing in every direction. They struck only the magical barrier, which began to glow crimson from the heat. The surrounding flames intensified, and within half a minute, the creature was dead. That about does it. Roland used his magic to contain the flames and smoke, keeping the destruction from spreading. Only then did the golems deactivate the protective shield. He glanced down at the man, who was still paralyzed but conscious. His eyes moved, showing awareness and fear. Roland raised a finger, and his glove emitted a soft glow as he cast a spell. The man's eyes began to flutter, then slowly closed. "Sleep for now," Roland said quietly, then summoned his mage hand spell and gently lifted the man from the ground. After burning away any lingering spores and checking for hazardous substances, he opened the hatch to his shelter. The man floated down into the opening, and Roland followed close behind. Once they were inside, the hatch sealed shut behind them. Moments later, the earth shifted, covering the entrance even more thoroughly to ensure it remained hidden from view. After glancing at the console and confirming there were no further interruptions, he activated the miniature teleportation gate. The runes on the oval surface lit up, pulsing in sequence as the gate powered on. The air inside began to shimmer, gradually forming a silvery blue portal that looked like thick, flowing liquid. Destination confirmed. Calibration complete. He murmured to himself and cast one final glance around the hastily assembled shelter. For now, it was holding steady. He saw no signs that the dungeon was pressing in too tightly. With a subtle wave of his hand, he sent the blacksmith through the gate first. The man's limp body disappeared into the light with a soft ripple. A moment later, he stepped in after him. There was no sound, no change in pressure, only an instant shift in surroundings. He emerged in the center of his workshop. The teleportation chamber and the larger gate within stood in stark contrast to the damp valley he had just left. The unconscious blacksmith now rested gently in Sebastian's arms. His new humanoid body was pale and marble-like, giving it an uncanny appearance. His clothes resembled a professional butler's uniform, something Lucille had arranged. "Welcome back, Master." Sebastian's voice sounded more natural now, not as robotic as Lucille wished to make him as human as possible, but to him it didn't matter much. His eyes moved around to keep eye contact for a moment, and then lowered themselves to the man he was holding in his hand. "What shall I do with this gentleman, Master?" "Call Mary and have one of her maids transport him to a holding cell. Tell her that he can't find out where he is and who we are. He will be asleep for an hour at most, so hurry." "As you wish, Master." Roland gave the order and stepped out of the teleportation chamber, shaking his head. He had planned to enjoy a quiet dinner with his wife before returning to the dungeon, but now he would have to deal with this man instead. Even though he had rescued him, he couldn't reveal where they were or why the man had been in the dungeon. The stranger couldn't be trusted with their secrets, so it was safer to let him believe he was just an unknown adventurer who had somehow teleported out on his own. Once they finished gathering information from him, Roland intended to discreetly bring him back to Isgard, where the main entrance to the dungeon was located. There, the man could report what had happened to the guild and let them take over from there. Roland had no desire to involve himself any further, though he would wait to hear the full story before making a final decision. Sebastian went to work quickly and informed Mary about everything through the workshop's communication system. He had a direct line set up with Arthur's estate, and within minutes, 2 masked maids were already rushing through the underground tunnels to retrieve the man from his workshop. Everyone seemed occupied. Arthur was making his final attempt at the Ascension trial before their planned departure, while he was focused on gaining a few more levels and acquiring a new skill. The only thing keeping him grounded was his wife, and he decided to spend some time with her. He removed his armor, the parts separating and settling onto special racks where they would remain until his return. "Oh, you actually made it back in time for once?" Her voice greeted him with a touch of sarcasm, but he just smiled. He walked up behind her and gave her a gentle hug. She tried to squirm away as she was still busy cooking. "Hey, stop. Go play with Agni. I need to finish this first." She waved her ladle at him in mock warning, and he backed off with a grin. Outside, not much had changed. Agni came running up and immediately tried to lick his face. Bernier was still at work, skillfully handling his tools with his prosthetic arm. In the distance, smoke rose from Rastix's laboratory, and golems were already racing toward it to put out the fire. In the distance, he heard young voices. The children were playing in their playground near the dormitory that had been built for them. It was a peaceful sight, a welcome relief for his tired eyes, and a reminder of what he had worked so hard to create. Still, some things were in the process of changing. Further out, on a once-unused section of his land, a new building was beginning to take shape. It didn't look like much yet, but he hoped it would one day become the foundation of industrialization. He knew it would be difficult to convince people of its value, especially with their heavy reliance on skills, but that was a challenge for another time. For now, he needed to focus on surviving the assembly and making it back in one piece. My virtual library empire, MVLEMPYR, appreciates your readership at the source. I should at least enjoy the time I have. His fingers brushed over Agni's fur as the large wolf curled up at his side. Its eyes, usually alert, softened in his presence. Roland let himself breathe. Just for a moment. The smell of roasted vegetables and spiced meat drifted from the kitchen behind him, and he could hear Elodia humming softly, a familiar melody, one that always reminded him of simpler days. Days that he wished could last forever, but in this world ruled by power, such things were usually an illusion. Dinner is ready. Coming. Moments like these were becoming rare in his increasingly hectic life, but he held on to the belief that something better waited for him after the struggle. If reaching it meant achieving Tier 4 or even Tier 5, then he would make it happen. In the beginning, he had lived only for himself, driven by the need to survive. But things had changed. He had changed. Now, he was a different kind of man, one guided by something greater than survival alone. Soon, Roland sat at the table, surrounded by the simple warmth of his home. Elodia brought over plates filled with her cooking, and they chatted quietly about her new work at the school. The shop she used to manage was now run by a new worker, who was assisted by a few humanoid golems. And you know what he tried to do? No, what did he do? He tried eating the box of crayons. We were lucky that he spit it out. I think we need to get some better lockboxes for the school equipment. Ha. Roland laughed as Elodia continued recounting some of the events that had taken place at her workplace during the week. She was now the headmistress of their school, responsible for teaching young children the fundamentals, such as reading, writing, and basic mathematics. While it might not have seemed impressive to someone like him who had gone through modern education, what they were doing in this world was entirely new. Were there any problems? Well, some of the merchants have been complaining. Elodia admitted while grumbling slightly. They have. She nodded. Not everyone was pleased about commoners receiving free education. Nobles and merchants often paid large sums to hire private tutors for their children. Yet now the same knowledge was being offered freely to anyone who wanted it. Yes, they said it would disrupt the social order. As if that's such a great thing. He could see that his wife wasn't happy about it, but he also understood that change would come with some resistance. They'll accept it eventually, he replied while chewing on some vegetables. I hope you're right. She smiled and they returned to their meal. For a brief moment, he considered whether he should increase the protection around the school. But before the thought could fully form, he felt a signal from Sebastian coming from within the workshop. It was magical, something only he could sense. It seemed that the man he rescued was finally awake and ready for questioning. Where am I? Hello, is anyone here? A man's voice echoed faintly in a sterile stone-walled room. He sat on a plain steel chair bolted to the floor, his posture stiff from lingering pain. His breathing was uneven. Although his wounds had been treated, he still felt the effects of the spores that had left him paralyzed. He appeared to be in his late 30s or early 40s, though hardship and sun exposure might have aged him beyond his years. Thick calluses covered his palms, and scars ran across his fingers. These were the hands of someone accustomed to swinging a hammer and working with metal. His short beard was tangled, and the dark rings under his eyes hinted at long nights without sleep. Despite having well-defined muscles, he looked leaner than he should have. It was clear that food had become a rare commodity in his life. The only source of light in the room came from a strange orb embedded in the ceiling above and produced a steady, non-flickering light. The man blinked slowly, his vision adjusting to the unnatural glow. Shadows stretched and warped along the featureless walls, twisting in rhythm with the spinning of the room, an aftereffect of the spores. Without warning, the door to the room creaked open, and a lone figure stepped inside. It was a woman dressed in a maid uniform, but something was off. Large black cat ears rose from her head, and though her face was hidden behind a mask, it was clear she belonged to a feline beastman tribe. Her attire matched that of a traditional maid, yet her movements were silent, the kind only honed by years of deadly experience. Something the man could recognize thanks to having experience from watching adventurers. Who are you? The woman gave no reply. She simply approached the table at the center of the room. Her boots made no sound on the cold floor, and her masked face offered no hint of emotion or intent. In her hand, She held a small box covered in glowing runes. She placed it on the table in front of him. Without warning, the runes pulsed with a strange energy. The man's eyes widened. He had no idea where he was or whether he was in danger. The last thing he remembered was being dragged off by some kind of plant creature before everything went black. Now he was here wherever here was. It felt like a dream, and for a moment he wondered if he was dead. But this didn't feel like any afterlife he had heard of. He could still feel the lingering effects of the spores, and that was all too real. "Please, place your hand on the device." The woman finally spoke. Her voice was strange and mechanical, lacking any trace of humanity. She pointed at the object on the table and said nothing else. "What is that?" he asked. His voice trembled, and his eye twitched as he stared at the pulsating runes. "What do you want from me?" Instinctively, he tried to push his chair back, but it didn't move. Only then did he realize that his left hand was locked to the chair, and both his ankles were restrained. Only his right hand remained free, clearly left that way so he could touch the box. "No, I'm not touching that thing." The woman didn't respond. She stepped forward and reached for him. He tried to move away, but his restraints held him tight. Her small hand gripped his wrist, and the pressure felt like a vice was holding him. "Wait! Stop!" he shouted, struggling in vain, but her grip didn't loosen. Despite her size, the strength in her hand overwhelmed his larger muscles. Soon, she forced his palm down onto the box. The moment contact was made, the runes flared with light. A surge of energy shot through his arm and into his head. He gasped as his eyes rolled back and a wave of unnatural comfort washed over him. "Good. Now, please tell me your name and your profession." She let go and stepped back. His mind felt strange, detached yet calm. He didn't try to pull his hand away. He no longer felt afraid. Now, answering her seemed like the most natural thing in the world. My name is Erms. I'm a blacksmith." "Good. That matches the identification scan. The device is working." The woman nodded, then tilted her head toward the light above them. "Make sure you record all of this." The light flickered once, as if in response. Unbeknownst to the man, in a separate room far from the interrogation cell, 2 other women sat watching a large screen. They wore the same maid uniforms, their eyes fixed on the live feed streaming from the room. A golemic eye, hidden behind the ceiling light, captured every moment. "Do you think we should tell her about the gray hair? It's hard to miss from this angle." One of the women shifted in her seat, fidgeting with her hands. The other rolled her eyes and pinched the soft skin of her arm. "Take this seriously. If the head maid catches us slacking, we'll get reprimanded. Worse, our salary might be cut." "Ow!" The pinched maid yelped and rubbed her arm, shooting a quick glare at her partner. Her gaze drifted back to the screen, where the masked woman continued to question the man. Then, after a moment, she spoke again. "So, who do you prefer? The Lord or maybe the High Commander? I bet there's a real hunk under all that armor." "Ow! Hey, stop that!" Another quick pinch made her flinch again. "Only if you stop daydreaming and focus." A small tear appeared in the maid's eye, but this time she didn't argue. She let out a quiet sigh, reached for her notepad, and joined the other woman in silently recording the information their superiors demanded. They had been instructed to complete this task as quickly as possible and then move the man to a room with better furnishings. He was apparently not an enemy, but they were ordered to keep him confined without revealing their true identity or the fact that they were in Albrook. None of them knew where he had come from, and they understood it was wiser not to ask their superiors. Soon, the room filled with the sound of clicking and clacking as both maids began typing on devices that resembled modern keyboards. These were larger than their other-world counterparts and constructed almost entirely from metal. Thick cords connected them to small screens where a rudimentary word processor allowed them to record every detail. Why are the letters arranged in this strange order and not alphabetically? This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. Don't ask questions. Just keep working. Fine. The louder maid frowned, clearly annoyed that her question had been ignored, but she returned to her task without further complaint. The keyboard was one of the many inventions developed by the High Commander, a brilliant figure respected by all in Albrook. Being among the first to use it was, in its own way, a reward. "Master, the report has arrived. Put it up on the big screen." Roland had eaten and endured a stern talk with his wife, who was not pleased that he would not be staying for the night. At the moment, he was inside his workshop, reviewing the information related to the blacksmith named Erms. He had assigned the task to Mary, and she had sent out her maids to complete it. "They seem to have gotten used to the interrogation tools I've provided," Roland mumbled to himself as he watched through part of the recorded questioning. The box they used functioned similarly to a truth serum. It compelled anyone affected by it to speak only the truth. There were limitations, since individuals with high-tier classes and strong willpower could resist its effects. However, someone like this Tier 2 blacksmith would not be able to. There are some typos within the report. Those maids might need some more training and reading classes. He did not have time to watch the entire hour-long interrogation. The magic device he had created caused the affected person to speak very slowly, which made the process even more time-consuming. Instead, he had assigned maids to listen in, type out anything important, and send him a written report. The tool he provided was just a simple text editor with no features for correcting or detecting spelling mistakes, something he planned to improve if time ever allowed. There were scribing classes in the world that made recording information much easier, but their skills did not seem to carry over to typing on a runic screen with a text editor. Roland was not sure if the maids would eventually develop some new skill to ease this limitation, but it might be wiser in the future to have a proper scribe use their top-secret runic keyboard system instead. Now then, Roland scanned the report with his eyes, and a story quickly began to take shape. Through a series of questions, Roland had learned who the man was and why he had been left to die. He had been one of the apprentices of a Tier 3 blacksmith in the settlement, someone who was on the verge of advancing to an even higher tier. Apparently, a disagreement had arisen between the master and certain members of the ruling adventurer group. To make a point, they had tried to kill one of his apprentices. There were not many skilled craftsmen within the confines of that dungeon, and returning to the surface to recruit more was both expensive and dangerous. Because of this, those with influence often resorted to monopolizing the few craftsmen who were willing to live there. If no one volunteered, the guild would usually hire a Tier 3 craftsman to reside in the settlement, but once they arrived, the local laws took over. Controlling the craftsmen was a profitable strategy, since a great deal of money could be made through their services. Whoever is in charge there is probably trying to control the other adventurers by limiting their access to repairs. If someone cannot maintain their high-grade equipment, they risk missing out on valuable rewards. This was likely the core of the situation, but it complicated matters for Roland, who now had to decide what to do with the man. The questioning had also revealed that the blacksmith had a wife and a daughter still living in the settlement. His wife worked as a cook in one of the inns, alongside their teenage daughter. For now, it seemed they were safe and possibly being looked after by the master blacksmith, but Roland could not be certain of their fate. The men who had brought the blacksmith to the plant appeared to have their own hidden agenda. The most reasonable course of action was to report the case to the guild in Isgard and let them handle it. However, he couldn't be sure how far the corruption had spread within the guild ranks. If those in charge were either complicit or indifferent, then the blacksmith and his family might be in even greater danger than before. "Sebastian." "Yes, master. I need you to contact the guild master. I'm sure he has more information about the Isgard guild than we do." Although Roland knew the names of the guild leaders, he had not gathered any detailed information about them. It was probably best to make sure he was not walking into a wasp nest, or if he was, that he had enough firepower to handle it. "As you wish, master." After giving Sebastian a few more orders related to gathering intelligence, Roland made his way back to the teleportation gate chamber. Time was critical, and he still needed to grow stronger before reaching the Valerian Duke's estate. He understood how extravagant nobles could be, and even duels might break out during their visit. Each of the brothers was allowed to bring only a limited number of guards, and only one personal guard would be permitted inside the Duke's castle. This would be his main role, and he had not yet decided how to approach it. Most of his strength came from his armor and runic enhancements, but bringing in magical equipment above a certain power level was forbidden. As things stood, he would need to leave his main armor with the rest of the troops stationed outside or hide it somewhere closer to the castle. Doing so, however, could be seen as an act of treason or an attempted attack on a noble's life. Well, at this point, it would be strange if it were easy. Over the years, he had come to find the events unfolding around him more irritating than anything else, but he was beginning to make peace with the chaos of his extraordinary life. He understood that more obstacles would inevitably appear, and making the right moves to protect himself and those he cared about had become a routine part of his existence. He was not sure if it was healthy to think this way, always looking over his shoulder, but for now he had accepted it. His armored form moved through the teleportation gate, and he reappeared inside his small secret lair hidden within the dungeon. He glanced toward the console, which activated at once. A viewer display was ready, showing logs similar to an event tracker. The golems he had left behind were programmed to record any abnormalities and mark timestamps for later analysis. For now, however, nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Just a few monsters wandering around. I made the right choice building this safe house here. Now that everything was in place, it was time to expand his influence throughout the dungeon. He had restocked all of his sensors and had enough to deploy across the entire area. Once the network was fully set up, not a single creature, adventurer, or even a drifting spore would escape his notice. Time to get to work. Maybe once I'm done, I'll be able to bring Agni in here too. But for now, it's too dangerous. As he floated up through the lone opening, he thought about his fiery companion. The wolf had not been pleased about being left behind during the dungeon exploration. Both of Agni's forms were rare, and his level was only just high enough to handle the lesser dragon-type monsters that roamed these depths. Before Roland could allow him into the dungeon, he needed to make sure neither the monsters nor the adventurers could pose a threat. For now, this mission required stealth, and he could not trust his wolf to stay quiet. Once outside, his crimson-scaled armor shimmered with something resembling starlight. Just like the surface, this place followed a day and night cycle. It was synchronized with the real world above, which made it easier to move unnoticed during the darker hours. The area was dim, but nothing his enhanced vision could not handle. He immediately noticed that the plant monster he had defeated earlier had returned to its original spot. This time, however, it was already agitated. It seemed that some monsters grew more aggressive during the night, which in a way made hunting them easier. With a hand gesture, a torrent of fire surged forward and engulfed the flesh-eating plant once more. As before, the creature stood no chance and was destroyed within seconds. But to Roland's surprise, the blaze did not scare the surrounding monsters away. Instead, it drew them in. Multiple creatures of the same type began crawling toward him, as if they had sensed that he was in urgent need of experience points. Soon, a controlled inferno erupted as he spun in place, setting every nearby plant monster ablaze. His armor, designed to amplify the power of his fire spells, was perfectly suited for extermination, and tonight, the dungeon would become a sea of flames. Ash fell around him like snow while he burned through the advancing creatures. When some of them caught fire, they let out high-pitched screeches that were quickly silenced by the sound barrier his golems had set up around the area. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Not bad, that's one level down. At first, he had wondered where the best place to level up would be. After surveying the area more carefully, he realized this location was far more efficient than he had expected. In addition to the plant-based monsters that yielded a decent amount of experience, there were also plant-type draconids nearby that he could target next. He stepped forward into the darkness. The lingering embers drifted toward him, drawn into the red scales of his armor, which pulsed faintly with heat. Time was running short, but he was confident that within the few days he had left, he could reach level 50. All he could do now was hope that the effort would be worth it, and that the gods who granted skills would show him mercy. Fungalfong Lindworm L231. No wonder people avoid this area with monsters like these. Roland muttered, hiding behind a tree as he watched the strange creature. It was a lindworm variant, which was a type of lesser dragon. Lindworms resembled large, snake-like creatures with scaly reptilian bodies. They had two powerful forelimbs, often clawed, but no hind legs, which made them appear to slither or crawl. Their heads were dragon-like, lined with sharp teeth and sometimes marked by glowing eyes. But this one was different. Its body was slick with patches of bioluminescent fungus that pulsed in slow, eerie rhythms. Mushrooms the size of dinner plates sprawled across the monster's back. Along the side of its long neck were strange, spore-filled growths. With each breath, these growths released a peculiar mist into the surrounding environment. It was clear this creature posed a serious health hazard, and without proper gear to prevent inhalation, hunting it would be extremely difficult. I wonder what those spores do. Could it just be a paralysis effect or something more? For a moment, he considered whether it might be possible to weaponize the monster's natural defenses. This creature was relatively high level, and even Tier 3 class holders were hesitant to wander into the area. The spores clearly affected them as well and might be transformed into a usable weapon. Still, he hesitated. Developing a biological weapon in this world might not be a good idea. The people here lacked deep knowledge of monster biology, and most alchemical research focused on creating new potions and elixirs. At best, someone could collect these spores and store them in a container similar to a bomb to spread them in battle. However, such a tactic would also affect allied troops and could be blown away with magical winds, which made it hard to use. Roland didn't move right away. The fungal fong lindworm lingered at the edge of his vision, slowly slithering through the glade. With help from his visor and internal runic sensors, he could tell the air was saturated with dangerous spores. If they entered his airways, they would likely infect him with some kind of ailment. In some cases, these tiny particles could zombify humans like him, turning them into fungal zombies. To the unprepared or those without proper equipment, this was a deadly environment. However, Roland knew the monster's major weakness: fire. The spores floating in the air were highly flammable, and he had already confirmed this through testing. This lindworm variant was composed of fungal and plant matter. Although its scales resembled those of green dragons, they were not made of true flesh. Its breath attack did not produce heat but instead released poison or other forms of disease. The time to hunt had come, and Roland had donned his rune salamander armor for exactly this purpose. Of all the monsters in the dungeon, this mushroom-covered creature was probably the easiest for him to face. In many ways, it was the ideal opponent. Other adventurers avoided this part of the dungeon, which made it the perfect place for him to gain a few more levels without interference. The only concern was containing the flames to avoid drawing attention to his presence. A squadron of floating golems had already taken to the air, spreading out to cover the entire area. Some positioned themselves on the ground, others perched in the trees, each stationed precisely to enclose the section of the glade where the hunt would take place. Gradually, a containment dome began to form around him, sealing off the area and ensuring he remained hidden from any prying eyes. Good, with this, I can run wild a bit. Even if someone appears afterwards, they shouldn't be able to find my hideout. With a final check of the containment dome, Roland advanced. He stepped out from behind the tree, and the runes across his armor flared to life, cloaking him in a thick layer of flame. The spores in the air around him ignited instantly. The reaction was immediate, revealing just how dense the flammable particles had become. The air shimmered with heat as fire surged outward, triggering a volatile chain reaction that raced toward the lesser dragon. The fungal fong lindworm reared back and unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the surrounding trees. The flames clearly agitated it, but its body remained mostly unharmed. Instead of retreating, it grew enraged. Its eyes narrowed as it scanned the glade, searching for the source of the fire, and soon locked onto Roland. What the monster saw was a man in blazing armor, standing still as the center of his chestplate opened to reveal a rune-powered beam emitter. A radiant crimson orb pulsed at its core, flames swirling around it as it charged. The lindworm roared again and lunged, aiming to crush him with its massive form. Before it could reach him, the beam fired, releasing a focused torrent of flame that met the charge head-on. The monster froze as it saw the strange energy surge toward it. In a desperate attempt to defend itself, it opened its massive jaws and released a brownish cloud of noxious gas, a breath ability known for inflicting a wide range of status effects. This attack was commonly referred to as disease breath. However, the beam struck with the force of a miniature sun. It tore through the toxic cloud, igniting it in an instant. With no more opposition, the beam then crashed directly into the lindworm's open mouth. Roland had expected the monster to be thrown back, but his attack proved far more powerful than he had anticipated. A strange chain reaction unfolded as not only the disease breath ignited, but the monster's insides did as well. The beam pierced its body completely, and in a sudden burst of energy, the lindworm erupted into flames. The explosion rocked the glade. Roland flinched, not from fear but from sheer surprise. Bits of charred mushroom flesh and burning scale rained from the sky, some pieces striking the containment dome before fizzling out. The thick, spore-filled air had ignited like paper soaked in oil. Where the lindworm once slithered, only a blackened crater remained. I didn't expect that to happen. He couldn't tell whether it was a stroke of luck or if his equipment was simply far more powerful than he had realized. In the Albrook dungeon, he had used divine energy to deal with skeletons and assumed the monsters were just unusually weak. This lesser dragon, however, had been several levels above him and quite large. Yet now it was reduced to ash before his eyes. All that remained was its mana stone and a few scorched internal organs, which he wasn't sure he even wanted to take with him. I suppose this is the drawback of burning plant monsters. Not much is left to collect. At least when he had defeated the worms, he was able to retrieve their claws, eyes, and even hearts. This fungal creature had been incinerated so thoroughly that anything valuable was either destroyed or still burning. Though he hadn't gained much beyond the mana stone, Roland felt no frustration. His main goal was still to train and increase his level. If he could take down monstrosities like this with a single well-placed beam, then this was a rare opportunity. Even better, more monsters were already approaching his position, and he had enough time to set himself up for another strike. Ha! Maybe this will be a lot easier than I expected. Roland didn't have long to enjoy his unexpected success. The burning remains of the lindworm acted like a signal flare in the night. While the smoke and flames couldn't escape the barrier his golems maintained, the creatures inside it could still see them. Soon, movement appeared on his display, accompanied by a chorus of similar roars from the distance. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. I guess I won't have to go find them myself after all. With a quiet chuckle, he got ready. Most people would have been terrified by the unknown nature of the dungeon, but Roland wasn't like most people. Surrounded by sensors and supported by flying golems feeding him live footage, he felt in control. He immediately turned to the east, preparing for the next encounter. Moments later, the trees began to shift as another lesser dragon appeared. Fungalfong Lindworm L232. The pattern repeated itself. The monster charged at him just like the last one. Roland waited for the right moment, and when the creature unleashed its breath attack, he countered with a focused beam of flame energy. The result was immediate and explosive. A second blast tore through the glade, leaving another scorched lindworm corpse behind. Despite having defeated two monsters at higher levels than his own, he still didn't gain a full level. This was the harsh reality of high-level advancement and the reason so few ever reached Tier 4. Real progress only came from regularly defeating foes far stronger than oneself, something most people who valued their lives refused to do. For Roland, however, who always acted with a plan and sought power to protect himself and those he cared about, this was more than acceptable. The next few hours passed in a blur of roaring fire, toxic spores, and shattered fungi-scaled bodies. They kept coming, and he continued to blast them to pieces. The slaughter went on through the entire night, and only when his rune beam emitter began to falter did Roland finally bring his nightly conquest to an end. Probably best not to leave it like this. When he was finished, he switched to his water-based runic armor. With it equipped, he summoned water to extinguish the lingering flames, then absorbed the resulting steam. Only after confirming that nothing could escape outside did he command his golems to retreat and return to hiding. With the hunt complete, Roland made his way back to his concealed shelter to perform some repairs and take a moment to rest. The mini spiders are doing well. While inside his hiding place, he looked at his console. There, he saw the ever-expanding range of his scanners. The floating golems were not the only ones he had deployed this time. As his rune condensing skills improved each day, creating smaller golems had become increasingly feasible. The spider golems he had sent out featured egg-shaped bodies with 6 nimble legs. Their purpose was to move through the area and hide themselves in various locations, and to act as signal magnifiers and sensors. He was now beginning to slowly encroach on the human settlement located some distance away. One of his small spider units had just burrowed into the soil near the outskirts of the town. The blacksmith he had rescued had also provided him with the settlement's name, Dragon Valley Settlement. It wasn't a proper name for a true town, but this wasn't a proper town either. There were no farms nearby, and most of the inhabitants were adventurers or people who supported them. I should take it slow. I can't risk being found out now. The current leader of the settlement was a powerful adventurer and a member of a mithril-ranked team. Roland had gathered some of their names already, but the blacksmith had not been a reliable source when it came to their actual strengths. Instead, Roland had tasked his agents with collecting records and information on them. Now then, back to work. After completing some repairs, he was ready to head out again. The flame beam had proven highly effective against the monsters, but it consumed his mana reserves at an alarming rate. It had been designed as a finishing move to end battles quickly, not as a weapon to be fired continuously. Even so, it remained his most effective tool against the spore-filled lesser dragons. Once he was certain that no adventurers were approaching, he resumed the grind. As the next day began beneath the dungeon's artificial sky, Roland stood once more in the scorched glade. The monster corpses had vanished, but the vegetation had yet to fully recover. The dungeon's healing process appeared much slower when it came to the environment, but he assumed that within 2 or 3 days, all traces of the battle would be gone. Another roar echoed in the distance, and he returned to his task. The flaming inferno of his armor blazed against the monsters that remained, and with each victory, his level steadily increased. Every defeated foe brought him closer to the milestone he had been working toward, and now he was just 1 level away from reaching the midpoint he so eagerly anticipated. Is this something like an area boss? High Fungal Fang Lindworm L240. One last creature stood in his way. This dragon was a head taller than any of the lindworms he had encountered so far. A strange purplish miasma drifted from its body, and the air around it was thick with spores. To make matters worse, the mist appeared to have a resistance to flame. Even when surrounded by his burning aura, the spores in the area did not fully burn. Lesser effectiveness, but it should still be enough. It was clear that this rarer variant would not be defeated as easily. Even though his level had now reached 224, the monster still outleveled him by more than 10. Its stat multiplier was likely higher than that of the draconids he had fought earlier. Even so, tougher opponents brought greater rewards, and Roland was certain that this creature would grant him the final experience points he needed to reach his goal. Thus, just like with the previous monsters, he aimed to strike once the creature used its breath attack. The lindworm opened its maw and released a stream of purplish miasma. When the moment was right, Roland fired his beam of condensed flame. This time, however, the result was different. Although the attack connected just as it had with the other lesser dragons, there was no explosion afterward. It's not generating the same reaction. He had somewhat expected this outcome the moment he noticed that some of the spores were not burning completely. The monster's internal structure wasn't as flammable as he had hoped. It was now clear that he would have to defeat it in a more traditional way. Roland quickly shifted to the side as the monster charged, narrowly avoiding a swipe from one of its massive clawed hands. Moments later, he launched his counterattack. His flame armor had been designed to support close-quarters combat through the use of his fists. As soon as the monster's flank was exposed, he stepped in and delivered a swift right hook, his fist engulfed in searing flame energy. A booming sound echoed as his fist struck the monster's scaly hide. The tough scales cracked under the force, and fire surged through the gaps, causing the lindworm to howl in fury. Some of the purplish spores and mushrooms covering its body were engulfed in flames and burned away, but the battle was far from over. The monster lunged again, using its front limbs as its primary weapons. Roland moved like a seasoned boxer, bobbing and weaving around each massive swipe. He countered every time an opening revealed itself. Charred holes began to spread across the creature's body as his attacks landed with increasing precision. Finally, one last flame-covered fist struck the lindworm's jaw with crushing force, ending its life and sending it into the afterlife. The beast collapsed with a resonating thud, smoke trailing from its cracked scales and scorched fungus flesh. Roland stood over it, panting lightly, the flames cloaking his armor beginning to flicker. The high-tier lindworm twitched once, then fell still. The purplish miasma that had stubbornly resisted his flames began to dissipate at last, no longer sustained by the monster's life force. Congratulations! You have leveled up. What he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He had reached level 225. Most people would have been able to reach level 50 with their first Tier 3 class by the time they hit level 200. This was one of the downsides of the path he had chosen, and it had become apparent. Even so, with the dungeon offering such high-level monsters, he was confident he had made the right decision. Now then, this better be good. You have gained the Overlord's Indomitable Will, passive skill. You have gained the Rune Concealment, active skill. Oh, 2 skills. To Roland's surprise and delight, he had not gained just 1 skill but 2. He quickly scanned their descriptions and couldn't help grinning beneath his helmet. If the information was accurate, then one of his major concerns for the upcoming mission had just been resolved. Small mechanical legs clicked softly as an egg-shaped spider climbed a steep wooden wall. Rather than digging its legs in, it clung to the surface by magnetizing itself to the high metallic content within the wood. Slowly, it reached the top and used its single large eye to scan the surroundings. Nearby, it spotted a lone guard leaning against the wall of his lookout tower, completely inattentive and struggling to stay awake. I shouldn't have drunk that ale. The boss will kill me if I fall asleep. I need to hang in there. The man mumbled to himself while the small arachnid scanned the surrounding environment. It fed the visual data into the main console hidden within Roland's shelter, and also transmitted valuable information to dozens of other spider units that were slowly approaching the area. One group was already closing in on the circular wall, preparing to infiltrate the interior. The spider adjusted its posture, flattening its body to blend into the support beam. Its matte black shell shimmered faintly as it merged with the unlit shadows of the night. Although the dungeon had shifted into its night cycle, the adventure-run town remained active. A transparent barrier shaped like a dome blocked sounds from escaping, but now that the small golemic arachnid had reached its vantage point, its sensors picked up a large amount of noise and movement inside. People were walking around and shouting. This was clearly a place meant for adventurers, as almost everyone was carrying a pitcher of alcohol and appeared to be drunk. The noise provided excellent cover, allowing the small golem to blend in easily and proceed with infiltration. It descended along the wall and, upon reaching a building, began burrowing into the ground deep enough to remain hidden, yet shallow enough to eavesdrop on every nearby conversation. In time, many more of the egg-sized arachnids began scaling the walls of the Dragon Valley settlement. They slipped inside and continued burrowing underground, spreading throughout the area. The man behind the infiltration watched a screen as the once-empty map gradually filled with detailed renditions of the exteriors. Thanks to the scanners, he could now see every building rendered in three-dimensional space. Although the golems did not actively stream visual feeds, the scanners still detected the presence of adventurers, displaying them as moving dots similar to those on his original mapping device. This time, however, there was also sound. The DRA KSH have been rowdy lat. Karasti, I heard a rampage could occur at any moment. A man's voice came through the feed. At first, there was some static, but after a few adjustments, it began to come through clearly. KZZZ, why are you talking about this now? Just shut up and drink. Ha, you're right. No use worrying now. We'll get through it like we always do. The conversation came from inside a rowdy tavern not far from what appeared to be the central square. With all the overlapping audio inputs from outside, it was difficult to make out exactly what people were saying. Still, given enough time, Roland hoped to gather enough information to prepare for whoever was in charge of the settlement. From how the blacksmith had been treated, the place didn't seem to follow any clear laws. But he couldn't be sure of who to blame yet. It was possible that multiple factions were working against one another and that the leader held no real control over them. Everything is progressing smoothly. That should be enough for now. In his small underground lair, Roland stood before the console. He watched as the map took shape in real time and had already made the decision to keep all his golems underground, avoiding any placements in higher vantage points. The dungeon floor was saturated with mana, which would help conceal the spider golems from mages and other detection skills. The underground net is now set up. His golems were designed to exchange information with each other through an underground network. They kept sending signals horizontally to avoid detection, and for now it seemed to be working effectively. The adventurers living here probably never expected anyone from outside to be monitoring their entire settlement from every direction. As long as none of his golems were uncovered, he expected to remain hidden. Even if one of them was discovered, it was built to self-destruct and leave no trace behind. Without both a runesmith and a runemage working together, no one would be able to trace the signal back to his current location. Then, if they managed to do so, he could still escape through the teleportation gate and destroy his hidden lair to eliminate all evidence. Now then, the blacksmith's home should be somewhere around here. While his main reason for placing sensors around the settlement was to gather information on the residents, he also had a secondary objective. The two men who had nearly killed the blacksmith he questioned had mentioned something about the man's family. As someone who had his own loved ones, this didn't sit well with him. If he ignored it now, his conscience would likely keep him awake at night. This might take a while. Let's give the order to filter for any mentions of the name Erms. After giving the order, he leaned back and turned toward his status screen. He was now a level 50 runesmith overlord, and for one reason or another, this advancement had granted him not just one new skill but two. Rune Concealment. Active skill. Allows the runesmith to hide previously created runes from sight and detection by other spells and abilities. He first examined the active skill Rune Concealment. At a glance, it didn't seem particularly impressive as it simply allowed him to hide runes from view. However, after testing it, the results were unexpectedly remarkable. Quite fascinating. It's as if there was nothing there from the start. He said as he reached out with his hand, which was encased in armor. The runes were engraved on various parts and also on the underside of the armor's plating, and whenever he cast spells, they would usually flash and emit mana. While there were already methods for masking such traces, none were perfect. Yet once he activated the skill, the vibrant glow began to fade until his gauntlet appeared entirely devoid of magic. If I didn't know something was there, it was a remarkable ability that concealed all traces of runic magic. Once activated, it consumed a steady amount of mana to keep the runes hidden on any target he chose. As long as the runes remained inactive, they would stay undetectable. The only limitation was its continuous mana cost, similar to a buff spell. When used on objects, the concealment lasted for a limited time, no more than 10 minutes. With this skill, they shouldn't be able to detect anything. Only one day remained before his departure to Isgard. There was a major problem with the assembly as he couldn't bring his full arsenal with him. Although he had created several methods to summon his gear within seconds, they were problematic solutions. In a world where Tier 3 and Tier 4 class holders fought, even a fraction of a second could mean death. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. He had built a special launch platform that could fire his armor into the air, allowing him to leap up and equip it midair. It felt like a ridiculous transformation sequence, and he was glad he likely wouldn't have to use it. If he could conceal the runic equipment he wore, he could simply store everything inside a spatial container. But if he could smuggle gear in, it meant others might be able to do the same. I might be overthinking things, but there were aspects of this assembly that unsettled him because they broke from tradition. He understood how nobles clung to their customs and only abandoned them in the face of extreme circumstances. He didn't want to expect trouble, but the second skill he had acquired was designed for situations where attacks came without warning. Overlord's Indomitable Will. Passive skill. This skill activates automatically when the Overlord's health drops below 20%. Upon activation, it fully restores health and mana, resets the cooldowns of all Overlord-class skills, and extends their active durations. Additionally, it grants a temporary boost to durability and resilience. Can only trigger once per day. This one sounds like it's giving me a second phase. While the first skill had helped him resolve a recent dilemma, the second possessed far more dramatic potential. It was a passive ability that only activated when he was critically injured, but once triggered, the effects were astonishing. Not only would it restore him to full health and replenish all his mana, it would also allow him to unleash his Overlord's might again, this time for an extended duration. It was a skill meant for desperate situations, and though he wanted to test it, intentionally lowering his health below 20% was a dangerous gamble. Although he was no stranger to pain, he decided for now not to resort to self-harm. The skill was useful, but he had no intention of ever needing it in the future. With careful planning and thorough research, he would ensure that such a situation never arose. Still, it was reassuring to have this ability when faced with overwhelming danger. His enemies would likely never anticipate him gaining a second wind ability similar to those found in certain creatures. Perhaps the Overlord class truly was connected to monsters, and he could only wonder what kind of skill he would unlock upon reaching level 100. Before he had time to think further, his monitor flashed. It seemed that someone had mentioned the name of the blacksmith he had rescued. He quickly ordered the nearest underground spider drone to focus on the conversation. "Where is he? It's been several days. Those bastards did something. It must be that man. It's because Father's master refused to repair his weapon. Millie, keep your voice down. What if someone hears you?" "But, Mother." "I know. But still, this is not what your father would want. If you bring this up with those people, there is no telling what they could do." Roland listened closely. The girl named Millie appeared to be the blacksmith's daughter. During the interrogation, the man had given them this very name, so he assumed this was the person he had been referring to. Knowing that the two were alive and safe brought him some relief. Millie's tone and words made her anger clear. Her mother was trying to calm her down, likely out of fear that speaking too openly could attract attention from dangerous people. They seemed to be ordinary commoners with no combat abilities, likely relying on others for protection. Roland wished he could help them more, but doing so would risk exposing himself to adventurers. There was no guaranteed way to get in and extract the two women. Even if he managed to infiltrate the area as he had during Lucille's rescue, they would likely refuse to cooperate. The capabilities of the adventurers remained uncertain, and there was also the growing issue with the lesser draconic monsters in the dungeon. These creatures had become more agitated and violent, causing most of the adventurers to remain inside their settlement. This made any attempt at infiltration much more difficult. Half of the residents there were Tier 3 class holders, and some were even mithril-ranked adventurers who were only one step away from reaching Tier 4. "I'll see to it once I'm back, but for now you'll have to hold on." Roland leaned back from the console. The infiltration mission had ended, and none of the adventurers had detected his small golems hidden around their headquarters. Due to the increased agitation among monsters, the surrounding mana concentration had also risen, which made it easier to conceal the golem's presence even with more adventurers nearby. "I should head back. Arthur will be going through his final attempt soon." It was time to leave. He had done all he could in this short window within the dungeon. While he wished he could spend a few months here grinding levels, retreat was necessary. His base of operations was assembled, and the monitoring system was partially complete. With everything in place, he could continue gathering data on both the adventurers and the monsters they fought. By the time he returned after the assembly, he would have a detailed list of their strengths, weaknesses, class types, and even party names. All of this would give him an edge if he chose to act. When he returned, he planned to infiltrate their base properly and determine whether he could use it to his advantage. Soon, the gate activated, and he stepped through, arriving in his workshop. Only one day remained until their departure. Arthur had one final chance to reach Tier 3 on his third attempt. If he failed, he would be forced to leave as he was a Tier 2. This might be his only opportunity to prove his progress to his father, an opportunity that could open the path for him to be considered a legitimate heir candidate. As things stood, Roland was uncertain whether Arthur, as an illegitimate son, could ever claim that title. Fortunately, some nobles valued ability more than bloodline purity. Perhaps Arthur could become one of the rare few born out of wedlock who went on to lead their family. It's a hard road he chose for himself. Roland watched the teleportation gate fizzle out while his thoughts turned to the future. Arthur was not hiding. He was doing the opposite, making himself known to the other nobles and especially to his father. This approach contrasted sharply with how Roland had lived for most of his life, always trying to stay out of sight, avoiding his family and the world around him. But time had taught him that hiding would never be enough. Only by gaining power and forging strong alliances could he hope to secure the freedom he longed for. While thinking about the future, he stepped forward and walked into his armory. His armor detached from his body and was placed on a rack beside his 4 main elemental sets. Some of the slots were empty because he had not yet completed all of the sets, though several pieces were partially finished. He reached for one of these, a single armored glove polished in white. The piece looked pale, as if it had been coated in snow-colored paint. When he held it and channeled mana into the runic components, a warm glow filled the entire room. After nodding, he picked up a different gauntlet, this one pitch black. When activated, it emitted a dim, shadowy glow that immediately began to drain his vitality. He quickly deactivated the effect, realizing it was more potent than intended. This should be enough for now. When the test was completed, he set both gauntlets aside. After inspecting all of his gear and confirming that everything was in order, he received a message from the city lord. It was time for the final attempt, and this time he would take part in the trial instead of Sebastian. Just as they had done during the 2 previous attempts, they gathered in the memory chamber and prepared to begin. "Are you ready?" Arthur stood there, more determined than ever. He responded with a strong nod and quickly got onto the chair. "I will not fail again. I can't." "I see," Roland replied while fiddling with the panel controls. Arthur looked past him, not quite focused on the question. It was as if his eyes were lingering on the image of his father standing behind Roland. There was exhaustion in his gaze, and it was clear that he had gone several days without sleep. Once the trial begins, your body will feel refreshed, but it's still better to get some rest beforehand. Roland gave him some advice, but this only made Arthur chuckle drily. "Sleep? At a time like this? That's not happening, my friend." "I suppose you're right. Let's begin then. Good luck." Soon, Arthur grasped the crystal and was transported back into the Ascension trial space. Roland remained behind, gathering data and waiting for his return. He could only begin recording once the trial ended completely and the brain was fully flooded with the returning memories. It's taking longer than before. Even though it was only half a second longer than the previous attempt, it was a promising sign. At last, the monitors flickered to life, and Roland began watching the stream of memories playing out from within the trial. For a moment, he stopped before one picture, his mouth becoming wider. "Wait, what is this? No, did he?" For a moment, he was speechless, his eyes twitching in disbelief, but he could not deny what he was seeing. "Today we celebrate the union of Arthur Valerian and High Priestess Meline of the Velvet Grove." Arthur's mouth twitched as he stepped slowly toward a lone figure cloaked in white. He walked barefoot through a grassy meadow, a ceremonial tradition of the forest folk. The sky glowed with the light of 2 large moons, and the wind carried the rich scent of tree sap. When he looked down, he saw he was dressed in a ceremonial robe of white and violet, the colors that marked nobility. Behind him stood a small crowd of humanoid figures who clapped softly. On one side were his people, those he had spent months guiding through the strange ascension trial. On the other stood the forest folk, his soon-to-be allies, whose support would help him prevail in his final confrontation and claim his place as a high noble. Music began to play. A soft melody filled the air as people cheered, and Arthur looked toward the lone figure waiting at the altar. She stood still, draped in a white dress and a long veil. Arthur couldn't help but notice the strange way the fabric clung to her body, making it difficult to tell what lay beneath. "I can do this. This is just a trial. None of this is real." He swallowed hard and stepped forward toward the person who was meant to become his wife. It was nothing more than a political marriage, much like the ones he had read about in real life. He had avoided this path during his first 2 attempts, but now he knew that without it, he would only fail again. Soon, he reached the forest altar and stood beside his bride-to-be, Meline. This was a purely political marriage, one in which he did not even know the true face of his future wife. The trial space had fast-forwarded through many events, making it difficult to follow everything that had transpired. In the past, he had spoken with the woman's father and worked to convince him that he would make a good husband. It had been a challenging task that required several conversations, the use of resources, and the elimination of rival suitors. Some were defeated in duels, while others were discredited through carefully spread rumors. He had stopped short of resorting to assassination, but only barely. Now he had finally arrived at this moment. Despite his nervousness, he kept reminding himself that this space was nothing more than an illusion. Once it was over, he would receive the ultimate reward, a prestigious lordly class that he could present with pride to his father. The ceremony continued. Arthur stood before the altar, heart beating slower now, but still the tension wasn't leaving his body. As the spirits of the grove bear witness, forged through will and sacrifice, sealed beneath the 2 moons we will bring. The priest continued with a rather long speech. Arthur could hear some of the guests weeping tears of joy while all he wanted was to go home. Eventually, silence settled over the crowd and the priest stepped back. It was finally time for the ceremony to end. "Now, Arthur Valerian, you may unveil your bride and become one with the Velvet Grove." It seemed the ceremony was over. All that remained was to remove the veil, and then he would be recognized as the lawful husband of this woman. His hands moved slowly and trembled slightly. He brushed the silken veil aside and saw her face. The guests behind him began to cheer as the bride was revealed, but everything inside him went still. Her face was more or less what he had expected, but seeing it up close made it nearly impossible not to turn away and run. 2 large amber eyes blinked at him, framed by curled lashes. Her entire face was covered in white wool, soft and pristine, with an oddly puffy texture. Where a nose should have been, there was a small black snout that barely peeked out from beneath the thick fleece. She was not human. She was mostly sheep. Arthur had seen beastmen before, but most of them had only minor animal traits, like his maid Mary, who had different ears and a tail. That was manageable. But this woman standing before him was far more animal than human. She could walk upright and speak, but she was undeniably more sheep than person. The same seemed to be true for the rest of the Velvet Grove. The priest who had officiated the ceremony was a large stag, with antlers rising high from his head. As the crowd applauded the ceremony's conclusion, Arthur only had one thought. This should be enough, right? The trial will jump to the next event now, right? The Ascension trial usually skipped past events like this, returning him to his domain or placing him inside his carriage. But this time it did not work the way he had hoped. Instead of passing over the celebration, he found himself dancing with his new bride. Her hands were not human. Instead, she had fluffy cloven hooves that felt strange to hold. The 2 moons cast a silver glow over the grove as Arthur led her through the opening steps of the traditional dance. The music was sweet, slow, and surreal. Around them, animal denizens swayed and clapped in rhythm. This was not the first time the trial had caught him off guard. It had already taught him that becoming a lord required more than military strength. Politics, diplomacy, and charisma mattered just as much. Without gaining allies from every corner of this strange realm to impress the king, he had no chance of progressing. Drinking and partying followed. For some reason, the trial forced him to endure all of it as if mocking him. For several hours, he greeted guests and accepted their gifts with awkward formality. Some of them held real influence, and he was expected to give each one his full attention. But even when the festivities seemed finished, the ceremony continued. Now he stood frozen before a large, ornate door. Why hasn't it ended yet? Do they really expect me to go through with this? Lord Valerian, please accept the ceremonial shears. Shears? A butler who resembled a goat handed him a cutting tool. It looked like a large pair of scissors. The goat-like servant gave him a wink and stepped away. Arthur stared at the door. His wife waited behind it. From what he had gathered, this tool was necessary for completing the marriage ceremony. Without finishing it, he would not receive the armies he needed to succeed. "Dear husband, I'm ready. You can come in." Her voice was gentle yet hesitant. Arthur pushed open the door and saw her waiting on a massive bed. She was a round ball of fluff, so dense he could barely see her body. The shears made sense now. Without them, he could not proceed with the ritual. He stood at a crossroads. He was not sure he had the strength to go through with it. He took a few hesitant steps, reminding himself that this was only an illusion. His heart pounded loudly as he slowly moved forward. He slowly raised his head, but just as he did, something burst into view, startling him so badly that he nearly lost his balance. "Would you like to skip this part of the event?" "Oh, thank the gods!" he cried out in relief. A system window appeared before him, offering an alternative. The suddenness of it startled his bride, who nearly rolled off the bed. His hand trembled as he carefully selected the correct option, terrified of clicking the wrong one. The world around him began to blur. The familiar sensation of transition overtook him. It was finally over. He would not have to see this through. Perhaps now he could finish the trial without failing again. No one can ever know about this. When the event ended, he was transported back to his castle. He was now a proper noble lord, commanding vast armies. His once solitary throne now had a smaller one beside it. His wife sat there, though much of her wool was now gone. He could only imagine what had taken place that night, and he vowed to carry that secret to his grave. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. Was that a sheep? And are those? Roland stood within the memory chamber, staring at the rapidly shifting flashes being uploaded into his console. His sharp eyes and heightened perception allowed him to catch more details than most. He had seen the strange wedding and caught a full view of Arthur's wife. It appeared they even had sheep children. The sight reminded him of his own trial involving a wooden puppet wife, a memory he had tried hard to forget. Are all these Lord trials like this? What kind of twisted god comes up with these scenarios? Although he knew Arthur's trial was similar to his own, he had not expected it to force him into marriage. He could not decide what was worse: a wife made of wood who was also a puppet or a walking sheep. Mary, who had been standing nearby, heard him mumbling, and her large cat ears twitched. "A sheep?" she asked while narrowing her eyes. "Oh, it's nothing. Forget about it." More importantly, Roland realized Arthur would likely prefer to keep that part of the trial secret. A few images showed them together, but he could not tell how far the marriage had progressed. He quickly turned his attention elsewhere. The memories were flooding back, but something about the process felt different this time. The memories aren't getting erased. Mary caught the importance of his words immediately. They aren't? Does that mean? Yes. He must have succeeded in his trial. If the memories remained intact after the Ascension trial, then there was only one possible conclusion. He had reached the third tier of class advancement. After a few seconds, Arthur's fingers began to twitch. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. He jumped forward, nearly falling from the foldable chair, but Mary caught him just in time. "Lord Arthur, you're back. Everything is fine now. Please be at ease." "Why you?" Roland moved around the console and approached Arthur. He knew that spending so long within the Ascension trial would leave him disoriented. By Roland's calculations, Arthur had spent more than a year there before being forced back into the real world. It would take him a few moments to regain his bearings. "Take your time. You're back and you were successful. Congratulations." Arthur sat in silence, his head shifting and his eyes scanning the white room and the surrounding runic equipment. Slowly, his memories returned. Just like Roland before him, he realized that he had made it back. I did. Arg." His joy was brief. The pain hit him as his internal transformation began. His organs, bones, and muscles were torn apart and rapidly reassembled into a stronger form. It was a brutal process. Fortunately, Roland had prepared several pain-dampening spells, and within moments, Arthur no longer felt anything. "Just lie down for now. Let the transformation happen. Don't fight it." Roland activated his identification skill and observed the changes taking place within Arthur's body. The transformation was immense, even more dramatic than what Robert, his older brother, had experienced. Meister instead of a master? Name: Arthur Valerian L151. Classes: T3 Duelmeister High Lord L1. T2 Aura Duelist L50. T2 Spirit Fencer L50. T1 Sword Warrior L25. T1 Warrior L25. Without hesitation, Roland took a quick glance at Arthur's status screen. The class Arthur had received followed a naming pattern similar to the Runesmith High Lord variant Roland himself could have chosen in the past. Due to Arthur's current state and lack of defensive barriers, Roland was also able to view his most personal skills and, more importantly, the stat multiplier. Duelmeister High Lord. Class. This class grants an 80% bonus to HP, MP, and SP. The stamina cost of using aura and aura-related skills is reduced by 40%. Tier 3, High Lord. Trait. Adds a multiplier of 4 to all of the basic stats, with the exception of luck and charisma. That sounds quite similar to my Overlord class. The benefits just focus on stamina and aura instead. The similarities were obvious. If Roland had chosen the High Lord path, he would have received the same multiplier of 4 instead of the 4.5 that came with his current class. High Lord's Aura. Active skill. When High Lord's Aura is activated, all aura-based attacks become more powerful for 5 minutes. During this time, their cost is reduced by 50%. He even gained a skill similar to Overlord's Might. As Arthur struggled to collect his thoughts, Roland continued reviewing the skills he had received. Some appeared to be slightly weaker versions of his own abilities, while others were more distinct and unique. High Lord's Charisma. Passive skill. Increases the High Lord's charisma, making it easier to persuade and charm others. Duelmeister Swords/Blades. Passive skill. Improves proficiency with swords and other bladed weapons. This proficiency increases further during one-on-one duels. Aura Master. Passive skill. Enhances the user's aura flow and increases aura-based damage. Stamina Surge. Active skill. Boosts stamina recovery speed by 50% and increases total stamina by the same amount. That covered the main skills Arthur had gained. Most of them enhanced his combat effectiveness and aura control. With this many improvements, Arthur could likely use his strongest techniques for longer periods, delivering devastating strikes without suffering the usual drawbacks that aura users faced. Aura was a powerful force, but it was also known to deplete quickly. You really did it, Arthur. Congratulations again. Roland nodded slightly as he reviewed the assortment of skills. Arthur had managed to receive a powerful Tier 3 class, one that would make many nobles envious. While Roland wasn't sure what the other Valerian brothers had received, it was hard to imagine anything surpassing the High Lord class granted to Arthur. Ha! It's finally over, right? While Roland admired his noble friend's achievement, Arthur seemed more relieved than proud. Roland understood that feeling well. After leaving the world filled with wooden puppets, he too had needed time to come to terms with everything. Unfortunately, Arthur had little time to reflect as they would need to depart soon. Their visit to Isgard was less than a day away, and there was little left to do besides rest. Yes, it is Lord Arthur. Please allow me to help you up. No, thank you, Mary. I can stand on my own. Thanks to the recovery runes Roland had implemented, Arthur's body had healed much faster than expected. He no longer needed assistance, and his mind had finally begun to recover. However, as he stretched, Mary said something that nearly shattered his composure. As you wish, Lord Arthur. But Sir Roland, what was that about sheep? Roland froze. Arthur froze as well, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. Mary raised an eyebrow, uncertain what was happening. She glanced toward one of the screens still displaying fragments of memories from the Ascension trial. She took a step towards one of them, but Roland quickly blocked the path forward. It was nothing. I just thought we might get some wool for the bedding. Roland quickly waved his hand and shut off the power to all the screens in the chamber. He watched Arthur's face go pale as the realization sank in. Someone else had seen the memory. Why don't you take Lord Arthur back to his mansion? I'm sure he's hungry and needs some rest. He started coughing loudly and acting strangely. Mary narrowed her eyes, but after seeing her weary lord nod repeatedly, she gave in. Yes, of course. Arthur let out a sigh of relief as he rose from the chair. Roland stepped behind him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and whispered quietly, Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. I've already destroyed all of the evidence. Thank you. You are truly a friend. A small tear formed in Arthur's eye as he nodded and moved ahead. With everything settled and his advancement to Tier 3 complete, it was finally time to depart for the main city of Isgard. He wasn't sure what awaited them there, but if all went smoothly, it would be nothing more than a dull ceremony. After a few uneventful days, he hoped to return and focus on the dungeon once again. He still wanted to achieve more levels, something he still desperately needed. The sound of metal striking metal echoed through the stone walls of Roland's workshop. Sparks burst from the glowing piece of metal as he brought his hammer down again, driving the precise curvature into the steel with the same kind of obsession he reserved only for his finest works. His eyes, shielded behind thick work goggles, remained wide open, focused on an enhanced view. With each strike, a display lit up, revealing a series of numbers and small diagrams that only he could interpret. Sweat dripped down his brow toward the glowing anvil, but the drop vanished in a hiss of steam before it could land. He kept hammering, faster and faster, as if racing against time. The weapon he was shaping began to take form, becoming something long, thin, and sharp. His hand moved in a blur as magic crackled with every blow, charging the metal not only with heat, but also with raw magical energy. The blade's final shape emerged, revealing the profile of a weapon typically used for heavy rapiers. Nearby, an ornate hilt sat ready, assembled and waiting for the completion of the most vital piece. Roland did not pause until he was certain the metal was ready for the final stage. Only then did he stop and turn his head toward his assistant, Bernier, who was waiting nearby. He gave a silent nod, and the ornate hilt was lifted and brought over. This was the most critical part of the process, the fusion of the blade and hilt. The metals used in this project were notoriously difficult to work with. Once they cooled, they could not be reshaped without being destroyed, as the heat required to do so would have to be many times greater than what was currently being applied. Roland exhaled slowly, steadying his nerves as he placed the newly forged blade onto a specialized setting table. At first glance, the table seemed unremarkable, lacking any visible components to support a blade or a hilt. But as soon as he brought the blade closer, a series of runes began to glow. Tiny threads of mana danced along the surface and soon connected with the blade, vanishing from sight to anyone without magical perception. The blade began to float in midair, held in place by a magical spell that continued to generate heat and keep the metal malleable. Bernier stepped forward and pressed the hilt into position from one end. His entire body was wrapped in layers of protective material that concealed his form completely. While Roland could endure the heat and magical forces with nothing but his own body, a more common craftsman like Bernier needed protection from the hazardous energy. Soon, the hilt slid into place with a sharp hiss that echoed through the chamber. The fusion was not only physical but also magical. As the pieces joined, the metals merged seamlessly, and the pre-crafted rune traces aligned and bonded with perfect precision. Roland remained focused on the task, his hand resting on the charring blade without harm. He guided the mana in the correct direction, ensuring the hilt settled into place exactly as intended. Once satisfied, he gave a nod to Bernier, signaling him to step back. It stabilized. The hilt application sequence was successful. While the two craftsmen focused intently on their work, a voice echoed through the chamber, seemingly coming from every direction. It was Sebastian, observing the entire process and recording it for future reference and analysis. Roland understood that there were always aspects that could be improved. He also hoped to eventually automate these procedures, so collecting detailed data on his custom creations was essential. "We did it, boss." "Not quite yet. It still needs some work." "You mean the decorative gems?" "Don't worry, I'll handle that in no time. Just leave it to me." Roland nodded as he watched the hilt and blade enter a specialized cooling phase. Unlike other metals that could be quenched in water or oil, this mithril blend was far too volatile for conventional methods. Instead, structures resembling tuning forks emerged from all sides of the bench where the blade had been assembled. While Bernier could not see much with the naked eye, waves of mana began to strike the sizzling blade from every direction, rapidly cooling it in a controlled and even manner. Once it was finally safe to handle, his assistant grabbed a pair of tongs and carefully moved it to another workstation. Although the blade was now fully forged, it still required ornamental details worthy of the noble who would one day wield it. As the newly forged blade was set gently onto a padded resting block, its pale silver surface shimmered under the soft glow of the workshop's runic lamps. To the side, another sword, identical in every measurable aspect, lay on a red velvet cloth. Roland walked over and stood above this other rapier, and picked it up. Name: Aura Lord's Right Rapier. Classification: Rare, plus. Durability: 70/70ths. Attack rating: B+. Set bonus: 2. Plus 20 agility/dexterity. Roland raised an eyebrow as he examined the weapon. Originally, it had no set bonus, but now that he had nearly completed the twin blade known as Aura Lord's Left Rapier, this one had gained a set effect. Set bonuses were rare, as most weapons functioned as standalone items. However, exceptions occurred when the weapons were designed for classes that specialized in dual wielding. What he held was a heavy rapier, though to him it felt as light as a feather. Compared to some weapons that resembled tree trunks in size, this one was sleek and elegant. As he examined it, he had to admit he had come a long way since his last Ascension trial. If his creations were now judged purely on style, he was confident his score would be much higher. A weapon fit for a lord. Although Roland wasn't an aura user himself, he could mimic the energy to some extent. This particular weapon had been crafted precisely to enhance Arthur's aura-wielding abilities. With it in hand, Arthur would be able to fully unleash his power without risking overload from his class's rarity. While rare classes often granted immense strength, that strength could backfire and overwhelm lesser equipment. Roland understood this better than most. Even his own armor and runes constantly required maintenance and careful monitoring to prevent deterioration. He had the skills to repair and reinforce his gear when needed, but Arthur did not. That meant the weapon could not fail him, no matter the circumstance, as his life depended on it. Roland carefully set down the rapier in his right hand, then turned to the newly forged blade that was nearly finished. The aura of heat had long since faded, allowing Bernier to complete the final touches by attaching a large decorative gem to the end of the hilt. Although it resembled a mana stone, its purpose was far less significant, and its durability matched that of the sword itself. Even if struck, the gem would not chip or detach. Roland had chosen the pieces with care to complement his latest creation, which was meant to serve not only as a weapon, but also as a symbol of wealth. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Don't worry, boss. I can finish this by myself. Why don't you prepare for your trip instead? I'll leave the rest in your care then. The assembly of the two weapons had begun immediately after Arthur completed his class change, although the preparations had started much earlier. With most of the work already done, the final step only required selecting the appropriate runes, shaping the blade, and attaching the hilt to the weapon. The design and appearance of the weapons had mostly been decided by their future owner, who was expected to receive them within a few hours. Before leaving, Roland glanced at his assistant, who seemed to be enjoying the work. Bernier's level was approaching 150, and it looked like he would soon reach Tier 3. I'd rather keep this quiet for now, but I suppose there's no helping it. He moved forward, reflecting on the meaning behind this assembly. Although they had defeated many monsters and managed to liberate a city from Theodore's control, it did not mean they had won the culling event. Still, their actions were likely to draw attention. Nobles and shadowy figures alike would examine them closely, trying to understand how such a group could rise so quickly and produce so many Tier 3 individuals in such a short time. I wish I knew what that Duke was really after. It still bothered him. The reason for the assembly remained unclear, and it felt as though he was willingly walking into the belly of a beast. He had no idea what the Valerian house was truly planning. In the worst-case scenario, the gathering was a trap designed to bring all the brothers and nobles together for a different kind of culling. Although the likelihood was low, he couldn't ignore the possibility that they might be attacked during the journey. What made things worse was the knowledge that his magical gear would likely be confiscated. The armor he wore was embedded with a large number of custom-made runes and crafted from rare, expensive materials. In modern terms, it would be like bringing a machine gun to a cocktail party. There was no chance he would be allowed through the front entrance with equipment like that, so he either needed to remove it entirely or find a trench coat large enough to hide the equivalent of a machine gun beneath it. Fortunately, he had the largest coat this world could offer, spatial runes capable of holding enough gear to fill an aircraft hangar. The challenge was sneaking it all in without being detected, which could turn out to be either surprisingly simple or frustratingly difficult. As he walked forward, his gaze settled on the array of armor and weapons on display. Each piece glistened and radiated power. Wearing even one of them to the gathering would spare him a great deal of trouble, but he knew that was out of the question. Instead, he needed to approach this with strategy and precision. He stepped into his armory, where all his elemental armors stood on display across the racks. Just a day earlier, he had worn the salamander set to battle plant-based lesser dragons. He approached the scaled red armor and pulled something from it, a card. It looked like an ordinary playing card, the King of Hearts, but it was far more than that. As he channeled his mana into it, glowing runes activated, and the armor vanished, pulled into the spatial pocket hidden within the card. This seemingly simple piece of paper now stored an entire suit of armor. When the rune was activated again, the card would ignite like a scroll, releasing the armor. Even if the card were destroyed, he had the coordinates of the spatial pocket memorized, so the armor would never be truly lost. It was a clever trick, but he had learned not to rely on a single solution to a problem. At first, he had considered storing every suit of armor inside the deck of cards. The thought of compact, portable access to his arsenal was tempting, but he hesitated. If the guards ever confiscated the cards, he would be left defenseless. It was better to avoid putting all his eggs in one basket. So he decided to diversify his approach. Now he held a silvery clasp, the kind used to secure a cape, engraved with the Valerian crest. This would store his all-purpose mithril armor. Other tools and pieces of gear would be hidden using similar tricks, each stored in a different item to minimize risk. A soft light began to pulse throughout the armory as the suits of armor disappeared one by one from their racks. Only once they were all safely stored did he turn away and head toward the elevator. He stepped outside and walked toward his house, where his wife was already waiting. He wasn't planning to wear one of his more powerful armors to the meeting, but that didn't mean he would go completely unprotected. The High Knight Commander was still known for runic equipment, so it would be suspicious if he came wearing nothing at all. This takes me back. He stood in the living room, clad in armor that resembled his old Tier 2 runic set. It lacked the imposing presence of his more advanced suits, but it carried a sense of familiarity. Elodia looked at him with a small, wistful smile. She stepped closer and let her fingers trace the silvery clasp on his shoulder, her touch lingering on the familiar weight of the cape. The fabric shimmered softly in the morning light, catching the glow alongside the metallic wristbands and chest plate. The red goes well with the rest of it. You've become quite the gallant knight. Her words awoke a memory. He recalled the day she used her sewing kit to attach his first real knightly cape. It had been the first time he stood before others as a proper knight commander. Since then, he had come far, rising to a position far greater than that. I'm sure you're tired of hearing this, she said, adjusting the cape with care. But please be careful. Come back in one piece. When she finished, she stepped in for a slow embrace. He returned the hug and opened his mouth to offer a few comforting words, but a series of sharp howls outside interrupted the moment. Agni pushed his woven snout through the window, and his movement caused the building to shake. It looks like Agni might be more worried about me leaving than you are. Elodia chuckled as she watched the red wolf trying to squeeze through the window. The wooden wall holding the frame began to buckle under the pressure, and it was only when Roland jumped in to push against him that the sound of splintering would finally stop. Agni let out a whine, clearly unhappy about being left behind. Roland grunted as he braced himself against the frame, his boots digging into the polished floor. Stop it, Agni. They wouldn't allow you inside Isgard. You would just end up spending the night in the horse stables or locked in a cage. Awoo! Roland managed to push him back, but even he struggled against the power of his sunlight wolf. Without his proper runic equipment to assist him, Agni's larger body strength became even more apparent. Elodia, meanwhile, continued to laugh at the scene unfolding before her. Is this because I didn't take you into the dungeon? Woof! As soon as Roland mentioned his recent dungeon expedition, Agni jumped back and started barking at him loudly. Roland grew concerned that his companion might give away his position or fall victim to the spores. While Agni was a powerful ally, he lacked the ability to stay quiet or calm in tense situations. Even now, he was frightening the shopkeepers and alarming the guards stationed outside with his howling. Okay, stop. I promise that once I'm back, I'll take you to the dungeon. His eyes narrowed as if testing whether Roland was serious. After a long pause and one final low growl, Agni backed away from the window, his enormous tail swinging like a crimson propeller. Roland sighed and shook his head, brushing wood splinters off his shoulder. Elodia was still smiling, her amusement barely contained as she handed him a leather-bound satchel. Here, documents, all the permits, the invitation, and your lunch. You packed lunch for a high knight commander? He raised an eyebrow as he peeked into the satchel, finding some neatly assembled sandwiches along with a few other items. No, I packed lunch for my husband, who is always too busy to eat. He gave her a soft, appreciative look before tucking the satchel beneath his arm. Thanks. Just try not to kidnap any noble ladies again. I'll try. He chuckled, then leaned down to place a kiss on her forehead. With one last glance at Agni, who was now lying outside, he stepped back into his workshop to retrieve the newly finished heavy rapiers. With them in hand, he made his way through the underground tunnels toward Arthur's estate, where his entourage was already waiting. It was time to enter the belly of the beast, and he could only hope he had made enough preparations for what lay ahead. How do I look? Like someone trying too hard. How about you relax a bit? You think so? Is this better? Barely. Arthur gave an awkward chuckle when he was told he was putting on too much of a front. He was holding both of his new weapons and striking an overly gallant pose. Mary stood nearby, and Roland could sense the animosity radiating from her eyes. While the others kept quiet, he had no problem speaking to Arthur plainly now. He didn't see himself as one of Arthur's retainers, but more like a partner in crime. Just as Roland had to worry about appearances to a certain degree, Arthur was facing a different kind of pressure. He was one of the heir candidates who had not yet earned true acceptance from the others. They all knew that if his brothers noticed any flaw in his behavior or appearance, they would likely cause a scene. Roland could only imagine how much stress his friend was under, but there wasn't much he could do besides playing the role of the perfect High Knight commander. "Don't get discouraged, Lord Arthur. You look quite gallant and fashionable. I'm sure all the other nobles will be green with envy." While Roland shared his honest opinion, Mary chose to compliment Arthur on his dramatic posing. He was clearly overdoing it, but that did not mean he looked bad. His long white hair matched the polished richness of his attire, which had been crafted with both tradition and extravagance in mind. Arthur stood confidently, dressed in a refined outfit that reflected his natural sense of style. His black coat, trimmed with silver patterns inspired by the Valerian crest, was elegant without being excessive. Beneath it, he wore a dark green vest and a crisp high-collared shirt, the deep green drawing attention to his eyes. His long, silvery white hair was neatly brushed and draped over his shoulders, deliberately concealing the tips of his ears. "How do they feel? Is there a problem with channeling your aura?" Mary focused on complimenting Arthur, but Roland remained focused on the task at hand. They were nearly out of time, and it was time to leave. The new blades Arthur held were still prototypes, but by the look of things, they were a success. "These are quite astonishing. I just wish I could practice more. Of all the things I thought I would lack, time was not one of them." Arthur held one of the rapiers in his right hand and gave it a quick flourish. With his current Tier 3 class, he had reached superhuman status. The speed at which he moved the blades would appear as a blur to most observers, even those who had also reached Tier 3. In the past, he had given up on the idea of advancing this far and believed he would eventually fade into obscurity. Now, however, it felt as if there was too much to do, and not nearly enough time to do it. "Unfortunately, we don't have time. Once we're back, I'm sure you can take Mary and finally explore the dungeon properly. I could even prepare a proper suit of armor for you and some of your guards," Roland said as he moved toward the door, clearly urging them to leave. "That would be splendid, my friend," Arthur replied with a cheerful tone, then turned to his maid. "Ah, yes, we did have that agreement, didn't we, Mary? I suppose you won't have any excuses left now." "Yes, Lord Arthur," Mary replied with a tone of resignation while Arthur smiled. The young lord had longed to explore the dungeon and experience a true adventure. For years, he had been confined to training with bound monsters, striking them repeatedly just to raise his skills. He had promised not to face real danger until he reached his current level, and now that the time had come, he was ready to train seriously and explore in earnest. A noble had many duties and experiences to face, and venturing into deadly dungeons to face monstrous creatures was one of his next goals. But before that journey could begin, they all had to tackle the next challenge. It might be a minor step forward, or it might prove to be a mountain waiting to be climbed. They wouldn't be sure until they arrived at the city of Isgard. "Shall we?" Roland asked as he pushed the door open. Arthur nodded. Indeed. Behind the door stood two armored men in full suits of armor. Their visors were lowered, and both saluted their lord before taking their positions behind him. Roland remained at the front as he led the group forward and was the first to step through the exit of the mansion. Only after he had stepped outside and given a nod did Arthur emerge, where everyone was already waiting for his departure. Outside, many servants stood in silence. The maids and butlers were present with their heads bowed. In front of them stood a large carriage prepared specifically for this mission. It was a gleaming testament to noble wealth and enchanted craftsmanship. Its body was painted a pristine white with a subtle sheen, accented by golden highlights that caught the early morning light. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than an overly expensive carriage drawn by 4 white steeds. However, it had been constructed from costly alloys, and multiple runic enchantments were hidden beneath the chassis. Though it looked like a normal, lavish carriage, it held a few surprises. "I wish we could have spent that money elsewhere," Arthur muttered as he looked at the extravagant carriage in front of him. Roland knew exactly how much it had cost to build and had personally modified the original schematics to fit more runic enchantments. For the price of this single carriage, they could have likely created several battle golems, which made the whole thing feel like a waste. Even so, they had to maintain appearances. Without it, Arthur's brothers would certainly mock his arrival. "We can dismantle it for parts once we're back," Roland whispered to Arthur as the two made their way toward the carriage. He would not be riding inside with his friend. Instead, he had been assigned to a horse positioned just in front of it. While the 4 horses pulling the carriage were all snow-white, the stallion given to Roland was pitch black. He wasn't wearing his usual heavy armor, but he still looked unmistakably like a noble knight. His cape fluttered as he mounted the steed, which was covered in heavy runic barding, and he glanced back toward his supposed lord. Mary was the only one permitted to sit inside the carriage. Her status as the chief made granting her that privilege. She opened the door and waited for Arthur to enter first, then followed him inside. His voice echoed from within the carriage shortly afterward. "Let us depart then. Love the story? Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work." The entourage of around 60 well-equipped soldiers and knights began to move. Morian and Gareth, the 2 knights who had waited patiently outside Arthur's private quarters, now rode behind the carriage, flanking it on either side. As the company descended from the estate's elevated position and entered the first tier of the city, Roland couldn't help but feel a strange tug at the edge of his thoughts. They hadn't even reached the city square yet, but the streets were already lined with people. Cheering people, which in itself was odd. The announcement had been made to clear the streets for Arthur, who was preparing to leave. This was not meant to be a triumphant event or an opportunity to gain more favor with the people. They were simply departing toward the current main city teleportation gate. Originally, they had planned to build the gate within the range of the barracks, considering it was primarily a military asset. However, after they began harvesting mana fluid before the culling event, they amassed such an immense amount of funds that they were able to construct 2 gates. The one they were heading to stood in the center of the city, closed to the public, but the one that had been finished. It appeared that the people of Albrook held genuine affection for their noble lord. The soldiers wore awkward smiles as the commoners cheered, a clear sign of how well the city was being governed. Roland, who had anticipated some hostility due to the extensive monitoring system, was somewhat surprised. Yet it seemed that as long as the citizens were fed, clothed, and sheltered, they asked for little else, at least for the time being. "I'm not sure it will stay that simple forever." Roland had the modern world to reflect on. The inventions he had once taken for granted were considered luxuries in this one, accessible only to kings and high nobles. He understood that as they continued to develop their lands, people would begin to expect the technological comforts they were introducing, such as constant hot water and a functioning sewer system. This shift meant that maintaining public approval would become increasingly expensive. They would have to preserve the runic devices that were quickly becoming standard. To do that, they needed either to reach new heights on their own or to secure the full support of Duke Alexander Valerian, the ruling authority of the region. Their visit to the noble gathering was not only a chance to display Arthur's rising power and status. It was also a critical opportunity to forge alliances and build connections. They were in dire need of new sources of income, because the mana fluid harvested from the dungeon would eventually run out. Without fresh means of funding, sustaining their growth would become difficult. Even those elemental metals won't be enough. The more we push onto the market, the lower their value will become. He continued thinking to himself as his horse trotted forward. For some reason, many of the waves from the crowd seemed directed at him. He could only assume it was because he was riding in front of the carriage, receiving the attention meant for Arthur, who outwardly appeared to be the mastermind behind their operation. Even so, when he passed by groups of people, many turned their heads and kept watching the man on the dark stallion. Roland paused in thought, then awkwardly raised his hand and began waving back. By now, he understood the value of acknowledging the people who lived under his rule. Cheers broke out as the elusive High Knight commander returned the crowd's greeting, and so they continued on their way toward the gate that would lead them to Isgard. The gate's grounds were still under construction. Only the foundation and the first 2 levels of the tower that would house it had been completed. In the future, it was set to become a major travel point and possibly a location the Mage Guild would make use of. While they could not force the mages to establish a branch in Albrook, they hoped to attract them with promises of research funding. The nearby dungeon filled with Tier 3 monsters was an enticing bonus that few mages would ignore. Wayland, don't worry. I'll keep everyone safe while you're gone. As they neared the unfinished tower, Roland saw a muscular man shouting at him from a distance. Beside him stood a smaller half-elf who immediately smacked the back of his head, prompting an argument between the two. When Roland saw this familiar pair, he couldn't help but smile. Normally, the idea of leaving Albrook and his wife behind would have made him nervous. But now he had more allies than ever, people he could truly rely on. Hey! Don't turn your head away. Nevertheless, he chose not to react to his brother-in-law's antics and simply continued toward the building ahead. The gate was already beginning to activate. It was much larger than the one he had in his own workshop, large enough to accommodate Arthur's carriage along with the soldiers accompanying him. As the last of the troops moved up the wide stone ramp toward the towering arch of the blue teleportation gate, the air around them shimmered with runic energy. Roland took one final look at the familiar skyline of Albrook, then passed through the gate. The familiar pull of the magic took hold instantly, and within moments, he found himself on the other side. His horse seemed slightly disoriented, but it had been trained for this kind of travel and continued forward without issue. He was now in Isgard, a city he had only visited briefly in the past as a stopping point. However, the area he now stood in was unfamiliar. Keep formation. Lord Valerian will be coming through soon. While maintaining the appearance of the perfect knight, Roland made sure his soldiers stayed in formation. They had arrived in a large open space without a ceiling, surrounded by tall stone walls. Along the top of the walls stood archers and various other guards, watching the newcomers carefully. Not much of a grand welcome. I expected as much. The city of Isgard was vast, many times larger than Albrook or any other city on the island. It was home to over 1 million residents from various races, with humans making up about 70% of the population. The people gathered around them did not all belong to House Valerian. Only a few appeared to have come specifically to greet Arthur, the Duke's son. The lack of a formal reception was no surprise. There was a clear reason for it. Arthur was a bastard. Roland's troops moved forward and spread out in a half-circle formation. The luxurious carriage began to pass through the gate, but Roland's attention was focused more on their surroundings than on the procession itself. They were clearly in a heavily controlled area, guarded not only by soldiers but also by advanced magical defenses. Several magical devices were pointed directly at them, similar to the enchanted weaponry Roland had seen in Aldbourne, though far more sophisticated. In addition to the usual enchanted ballistae, he noticed mechanisms capable of launching magical flames toward their position. Even worse, the ground was rigged with traps that, if triggered, would incinerate the entire area. How dare they? Mary's voice rang out from inside the carriage once it had fully emerged through the gate. The surrounding crowd could not hear her, thanks to the sound-blocking enchantments inside, but Roland had a direct link to Arthur through his helmet. It's fine, Mary. We were expecting this. But Lord Arthur, this is a faux gate. They are treating us as enemies. Please calm yourself, Mary. It's not as if I can complain. Arthur tried to soothe her, but Roland remained fixated on the term she had used. Faux gate. These were strategic magical gates designed to lure enemies into traps. They were often employed in castles or strongholds, where defenders would allow enemy forces to teleport through, only to rain magical destruction on them the moment they arrived. If necessary, the defenders could activate powerful traps that would annihilate everything in the targeted zone. To Roland, it was obvious that whoever had chosen to bring them through this particular gate was sending an obvious message. Arthur was not welcome. They could not be certain whether the one pulling the strings was the Duke himself or one of his children, but Roland suspected the latter. The Duke did not usually involve himself in the petty rivalries of his offspring. He let them handle matters on their own and would likely only step in if things became too violent. "Greetings, Lord Arthur Valerian. I'm glad you arrived just in time." A man who looked like a butler greeted them. He offered the customary bow and spoke with the expected politeness, but there was a strange smirk on his face. His eyes were narrow, almost sly, giving him the appearance of a fox in the act of squinting. Then, just as Roland dismounted and was about to hand over his horse's reins to one of the servants, the man spoke again. "It is unfortunate, but would the young lord kindly vacate the premises? The gate needs to be activated again." He bowed again, this time with a mock display of courtesy. It was clearly intended as an insult directed at Arthur. The meaning was not lost on the others either, as a few nearby servants and soldiers began to snicker. There was no longer any doubt that they weren't taken seriously. Roland wanted nothing more than to strike the man across the face, but he restrained himself. This could easily be a trap, and they still had no idea who this man really was. It was wiser to stay calm. They had entered the belly of the beast, and anything could happen. "They aren't taking us seriously. The message is clear." Roland stood still, watching the soldiers surrounding them. His group numbered around 50, with 5 of them being Tier 3 class holders. Their opponents had twice the number of troops, but among them there was only one person at Tier 3. Still, they possessed a variety of enchanted weapons, and the traps set up around this fake gate could not be dismissed. Do they not care? Or was the deception successful? The entire city of Albrook was under surveillance through his monitoring devices. Whenever someone passed through the main gate, their mana fingerprint and level were recorded. Even if they wore enchanted items to conceal their status, his runic devices could uncover the truth. This method had exposed numerous spies. Some were eliminated, while others were handled by the maids using various methods before being released with false information. That might have explained today's treatment, although simple disdain for Arthur's presence could also be a contributing factor. "You dare take that tone with Lord Arthur Valerian?" Regardless of the reason, Roland had to act. As the second in command, he could not allow this insult to Arthur to pass unanswered. It was a direct challenge. As High Knight Commander, it was his duty to respond. He stepped forward toward the man who had asked them to clear the area, ready to deliver a few carefully chosen words. Roland strode toward the fox-eyed man. Although he wore lighter armor than usual, he still towered over the seemingly unassuming butler. To most people here, the man likely appeared harmless, but Roland could see through the act. He was similar to Mary, a hidden Tier 3 assassin. Without a doubt, he was the strongest person present and likely had a method of escape prepared in case the traps were triggered. The fox-eyed man's smile remained, but his posture tensed. He was no fool, as he could feel the shift in atmosphere, the invisible weight of killing intent pressing in from Roland's every step. The knights behind Arthur instinctively tightened their formation, eyes shifting between the gate's defenders and their commander. Now, the butler said with a practiced chuckle, lifting one gloved hand as if to wave away Roland's fury like a puff of smoke. "There is no need for such words. This is just a simple matter of logistics. I'm sure the young lord will understand." "Silence. Show some respect." Roland's voice turned colder, infused with his intimidation skill. The Tier 2 soldiers surrounding them began to feel the pressure bearing down on them, and even the defensive enchantments on their armor struggled to shield them. Though clearly affected, none of them collapsed, but the man standing before Roland remained unmoved. His smile did not fade. In fact, it grew wider. It was as if he had been waiting for this moment, as though the entire encounter had been a ruse to observe Arthur's response. Nevertheless, this was something the two had discussed beforehand. Roland raised his hand, and runes began activating, not on his armor but on the massive sword carried by the horse. The large metal holster holding it in place started hissing, and the weapon slowly started to slide out of it. The sudden movement caused the guards and even the fox-like man to tense. The magical energy radiating from the sword was intense, strong enough that none of them could ignore it. But before the situation could escalate, a voice called out from within the carriage. "Sir Wayland, that's enough." Stand down. It was Arthur, speaking calmly to defuse the tension just as they had practiced during their planning sessions. The young lord didn't want to leave anything to chance, so they had prepared for several possible outcomes. One scenario resembled this exact moment, and they had agreed that Roland would display a controlled show of force before Arthur stepped in to de-escalate the situation. The fox-eyed man's smile twitched, only slightly, but Roland noticed it. That flicker of uncertainty was all he needed to confirm the bluff had worked. The butler had probably not expected any pushback to come from someone like Arthur. The sheer fact that he was able to control someone like High Commander Wayland already showed that he had his loyalty. These nobles thought Arthur was soft, but now perhaps they would think otherwise. As you command, Lord Arthur. Roland held his ground for a moment longer, letting the silence settle around them. The massive rune sword, which had only halfway left its holster, began to slide back in on its own. The silence was intentional. He wanted to show them that they would not allow themselves to be pushed around. The pace at which they handled matters was theirs to set, and for now, their plan appeared to be working. I hope you're not planning to let my lord step out in this place? Although this part of the operation was finished, the battle itself was far from over. Roland stepped toward the butler, and the carriage began to move. Once it cleared the teleportation gate ramp, the fox-eyed man gave a nod and bowed. He then looked to the side, and a new gate slowly began to open, revealing a path ahead. Of course, Sir Wayland. Allow me to guide you to your temporary accommodations. Temporary accommodations? Isn't the Grand Assembly taking place today? The man paused and looked up, still wearing a broad smile. Roland already had a sense of what was happening but chose to press further. No, good sir. The assembly will take place in 2 days. Some of our guests are scheduled to arrive later. Roland said nothing. This was another layer of mockery built into the event. They had been given an official date and time for the assembly, yet the schedule for using the gates varied for each brother and noble. This manipulation served to establish a hierarchy. Those forced to arrive early and wait in temporary guest houses were viewed as lesser. Since Arthur had arrived 2 days in advance, he ranked somewhere in the middle. Some nobles had been summoned even earlier. The other sons of Duke Valerian clearly didn't intend to let Arthur gain any standing without a fight. And they'd started that fight before the real gathering had even begun. Still, this was not a loss. Their arrival had already challenged assumptions. The fox-eyed butler's momentary hesitation was proof of that. Word of this encounter would spread. Rumors moved faster than banners, and Arthur's growing strength would be measured by how he endured this trial of politics. This was what I was trying to run from, but I got pulled back in anyway. Roland climbed back onto his horse and they began moving. When he was younger, he had escaped his old home to distance himself from noble politics. Even though he had memories from his old life which made him an adult, he had still been naive. This kingdom and likely the entire world was controlled by people like these nobles. There was no real escape from it. The only way forward was to gain power of his own or align with factions strong enough to shield him when he lacked the strength himself. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. I hope it ends at this. I should probably take it easy. If I posture too much, they might actually ask me for a duel. While Roland didn't fear the other knight commanders, he had not worn his best armor to this event. He understood that if he acted too aggressively, some knights might take offense and challenge him to a duel. Such confrontations had occurred in the past, and he couldn't ignore the possibility that one of Arthur's brothers might seize this chance to test his strength. Wayland, the High Knight commander, had become the subject of many rumors, and this gathering presented a valuable opportunity to uncover some of his secrets. As they passed through the gate, more of the fortress's interior came into view. They were now in Isgard, the largest city on this volcanic island and one located near the supervolcano dungeon. From this vantage point, however, the volcano was not visible. A powerful magical barrier blocked the sight of it and replaced the landscape with a scene that resembled a typical skyline. They had arrived directly inside the massive castle fortress built by the Valerian household, a self-contained city that stood in stark contrast to the lands beyond its walls. There is a massive environmental control formation around this entire castle. He had noticed it earlier, but the temperature here was surprisingly mild. He had visited this city before, and back then the heat from the volcano had been ever-present, seeping into every corner. The entire castle radiated with magical energy, a force that prevented the volcanic warmth from penetrating the interior. Even in the event of an eruption, the lava and ash likely would not breach the magical defenses. Interesting. I should analyze it. This barrier appears more advanced than any I encountered at the Institute. The area they had access to was closed off from the outside. It was clear that only the wealthy lived in this part of the castle, as there were no commoners or adventurers in sight. Their group continued forward, and Roland took a moment to assess their surroundings. Under normal circumstances, he would have deployed his sensors and flotation golems to scan the area, but that was not an option now. Any such action, if discovered, would put both Arthur and himself at risk. There was also the strong possibility that detection devices or surveillance magic more advanced than his own were present. The Duke was known to be a Tier 4 class holder, a level of power Roland had not yet attained. Thus, he just used his eyes and senses that were available to him. To his knowledge, the Grand Castle was divided into 3 distinct areas. The first, the outer castle area, consisted of servants' quarters, training grounds, and infrastructure that supported the daily function of the stronghold. It also acted as the first defensive barrier and, from what he knew, took quite a bit of damage from the recent culling event. The third, the inner heart of the castle, was reserved for the highest nobility, including Duke Valerian himself. It was there that the most powerful enchantments were anchored and where the family's most sacred relics were kept. However, Roland and the others had not been granted entry to it, for that they would need to wait until every guest arrived and the entrance would be open for everyone. They had been placed in the middle section instead. This area was known for its peace and leisure, something every noble hoped to experience at least once. After moving away from the area with the teleportation gate, they arrived in a vast courtyard paved with marble and surrounded by opulent manors. For a moment, he wondered if he had been transported to another magical institute, as towering spires rose around him, carved from enchanted obsidian and glowing moonstone. This part of the city was home only to nobility, their personal servants, and a handful of exceptionally wealthy merchants. The area stretched wide and reminded him of green suburbs from the modern world. There were few shops here, as this place served purely as a secluded residential paradise, carefully planned to offer both luxury and tranquility to the kingdom's most powerful families. Most of the permanent residents were aging heads of noble houses. Many had relinquished their titles and chosen to retire here rather than remain on their ancestral lands. Some of the mansions were occupied by mistresses installed by high-ranking nobles, waiting to be visited for a few fleeting days before being left alone again for months. Similar areas existed in several other ducal cities as well as the largest one in the capital. Although these districts appeared to be lavish paradises on the surface, they served a deeper purpose. They acted as a means to bind the lesser noble families to the high nobility. Some believed the residents here were not much different from hostages. They were rarely permitted to leave and could only access select districts within the outer castle grounds, which included various businesses and an exclusive pleasure district reserved for the wealthy. Is something wrong? No, everything is fine. Let's just continue and get this over with. As they passed through the area, he could tell Arthur's heartbeat was quickening. The nervousness was becoming more obvious. Arthur kept shifting in his seat, restlessly glancing out of the small carriage windows. From what he knew, this was where Arthur's mother had once been kept, though he wasn't sure if she still lived there. This doesn't really look like the area from Arthur's Ascension trial. She might be held somewhere else. The memory capture device allowed Roland to peer into Arthur's personal memories. The first zone appeared as a lavish mansion enclosed by an illusory dome that resembled the barrier currently hovering above them. Although similar, there were clear differences. In the distance, he could see the main inner region of the castle along with the massive wall surrounding it. This was certainly the main Isgard castle, not a hidden area concealed by illusion. There is something there, but I won't be sure unless I examine it more thoroughly. he thought while scanning a few suspicious locations. The obsidian spirals were not merely decorative. They emitted strange magical fluctuations that he felt compelled to investigate. Just as he began to strain his senses, he noticed the suspicious-looking butler watching him. The man smiled, as if he had realized what Roland was attempting, prompting Roland to halt his investigation, at least for now. To make things worse, people were starting to look at him as they moved through the flat road. They were all nobility. Their gazes were mostly focused on the luxurious-looking carriage and the Valerian crest on it. As the carriage finally pulled up to their designated, temporary mansion, Roland couldn't help but scowl. It was impressive on the surface. A tall white structure with silver-tiled roofs, flanked by trimmed hedges and small ornamental trees. It stood nestled just along the perimeter of the inner wall. The proximity to the wall said everything. This wasn't a place of honor. It was close enough to the servant area to mock them. "Welcome to your residence, young lord. I do hope you find it comfortable." The message was clear. He had been placed in one of the mansions farthest from the inner castle area. This arrangement had clearly been prepared to send a message, though it was done in a way that did not openly display contempt. If they reacted without a proper excuse, they would risk becoming a laughingstock. However, Roland did not see this as entirely negative. The location was removed from the areas with heavier enchantments, suggesting that surveillance was not as intense. While there were no golemic cameras or sensors hidden here as there had been in Albrook, other magical devices capable of similar monitoring were still present. Roland dismounted with a sharp thud, his boots striking the stone path. He swept his gaze across the surroundings. More guards were stationed along the edges of the property, clearly positioned to keep watch over them. Subtle runic traps shimmered faintly among the flower beds. Wards lined the windows, likely placed to prevent anyone from sneaking out during the night. Only after he had scanned the area and given a nod did Gareth dismount his horse and open the door to Arthur's carriage. Arthur stepped out slowly, but his eyes did not focus on the temporary residence. Instead, they fixed on the Grand Isgard castle in the distance. The city was vast, and even though the inner wall lay several kilometers away, the towering structure still appeared enormous. Roland noticed the flicker of longing in Arthur's eyes but chose to remain silent. Instead, he turned his gaze to the same sight, taking in its grandeur. He could activate skills that allowed him to see the mana in the environment. Although the entire middle section pulsed with enchantments, it was insignificant compared to the massive column of radiant energy that surrounded the castle. This is going to be a headache. He already felt a faint pressure building in his skull just from being here, and it was clear the situation would only get worse. The power concentrated in this place was overwhelming, and they were now trapped. Leaving was no longer an option, and he knew he wouldn't be able to take control of the teleportation gates as easily as he had during his brother's rescue. They were stuck, surrounded by unfamiliar faces and watchful eyes. Any one of them could be a threat, and surviving the next 2 days would be a challenge. Arthur had already insulted one of his brothers, and the risk of assassination was very real. Then, to make things worse, the butler looked at the 50 soldiers they brought along and then spoke out. "Now then, I shall escort your forces to the outer castle district." Roland looked at the grinning man before him but gave no response to the statement. The soldiers around him also remained silent, waiting for the order. The men who had escorted them showed slight nervousness at the lack of reaction. Their numbers were limited, and only one of them held a Tier 3 class. "Captain." "Yes, High Knight Commander?" Roland did not move. He simply spoke the word. The man he summoned appeared in front of him, wearing armor that set him apart from the rest of the soldiers. His gear marked him with the rank of Knight Captain. "Take the soldiers to the outer district and wait for further instructions." "Yes, sir." There was no surprise in this. From the moment they entered the district, it had been clear that Arthur's entourage would be reduced. Before arriving, they had been forced to choose who would accompany them. Roland had decided not to involve Robert and Lucille. Together with Wischard, they had remained behind to protect their newly acquired holdings in the region taken from Theodore Valerian and Albrook. This left Mary, Gareth, Morin, and Roland himself as the primary force responsible for Arthur's protection. The soldiers who accompanied them were intended for show only. They would remain stationed outside until the noble gathering concluded. There was a limit to how many individuals of their power could be positioned near Arthur, and while they could have brought a few more, only those who could be fully trusted were selected. Some Tier 3 knights were available, but they had chosen not to include them. Their prosthetic limbs would likely draw unwanted attention from the other nobles. Things should be more manageable with the 5 of us. To some, this number might seem small, but all were Tier 3 class holders, including Arthur. In Roland's view, escaping with a small group of elites would be far easier than managing a large contingent of soldiers. High-class fighters could unleash devastating attacks, and in a chaotic situation, having too many people nearby increased the risk of friendly fire and confusion. Very well, then. The maids will take care of your luggage. The butler bowed politely as the knight captain led the soldiers away, then spoke. His tone remained mostly the same, though it now carried a subtle hint of triumph. Just as he had said, the mansion where they were staying already had several servants assigned to them, which explained why they hadn't brought any of their own. It was clear that these people were affiliated with the Valerian household, but that did not mean they could be trusted. Roland did not move his head, but inside his helmet, his thoughts raced. Several people were watching them, some even hiding behind buildings or other structures. It was clear they were being observed, though he could not determine by whom. Perhaps they were hidden guards sent by the Duke for protection, or maybe spies working for one of Arthur's brothers, gathering information. There was also the unsettling possibility that someone more dangerous was involved. Regardless, his duty was clear. He had to monitor the situation and ensure Arthur arrived safely at the gathering in 2 days. There is no need. I have my own personal maid, Arthur said. There was no luggage in the traditional sense. All their belongings were stored in spatial containers, which were light and easy to carry. Nothing remained that required extra handling. As you wish, young lord, the butler replied, inclining his head. Should you find our staff lacking, do not hesitate to make a formal request. We are here to serve. His words were polite, but the tone was strange. The man's presentation revealed no obvious faults, so there was little they could do besides let him be. Arthur gave no further response. He simply gestured for Gareth and Morin to enter the residence while Mary lingered behind him. The butler's eyes lingered on them for a moment before he turned and rejoined the small group of guards who had accompanied him. I bet he's going to report to his master, whoever that may be. Roland spoke to Arthur as their group moved toward their temporary mansion. Although it was one of the smaller houses in the area, it still appeared spacious and luxurious. It had clearly been built for a high-ranking noble. Several maids stood in a line on one side of the path leading to the mansion and bowed as Roland passed by with Arthur walking behind him. On the other side, more servants waited, some of them likely cooks and others appearing to be stable hands who would take care of the carriage and horses. The young noble lord was flanked by 2 knights on each side while Mary guarded the rear. Everyone kept a close eye on the servants, treating them as potential threats. But for now, none of them seemed strong enough to be a real danger. Welcome to Isgard, my lord. One of the maids stepped forward. She was much older than the others, probably close to 50. Though her face bore some wrinkles, she concealed her age well. Her uniform was slightly different from the rest, suggesting she was the head maid in charge of the mansion. Before she could continue the greeting, Roland raised his hand to stop her. He turned to Arthur and signaled for him to ask the question they had agreed on earlier. Are there any servants left inside the mansion? No, my lord. All the servants have come out to greet you, my lord. Good. High Knight Commander, if you would. Yes, Lord Valerian. Roland nodded and pushed the door open. He then turned to the surprised head maid and said, For the time being, no one is allowed to enter this mansion. Is that clear? Ah, yes, sir. The maid understood and did not press for answers. It was clear that she had experience and knew better than to question a noble's decision. Confronting Arthur or his soldiers could easily lead to trouble, so the maid stepped aside and allowed Roland to enter. Once inside, he closed the large oaken door behind him and began scanning the room. I'm getting some readings. Let's set up the cancellation barrier first. Without saying a word, he moved his hand over his chest plate. Ever since passing through the teleportation gate, he had been using his new skill to conceal some of his runes. Now that he was in a place without prying eyes, he activated them. The runes on his breastplate lit up, and a pulse of mana spread out in all directions, forming a grid of perfectly aligned squares. This was a basic scanning spell, designed to sweep through the entire mansion quickly. As I thought, this whole place is filled with enchantments. It did not take a genius to realize that Arthur was being watched. There was likely a reason he had been assigned to this particular mansion, located near the outer district of the castle. Even before entering, he had noticed concealed magical threads running toward another district, likely where someone was monitoring them. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. Now then, let's just feed them some false information. Although Roland could have easily blocked the signal from escaping, that approach carried too much risk. If everything were suddenly cut off, it would raise suspicion. Whoever had installed these enchantments would immediately know something was wrong. It was far better to appear less capable and less aware. Feeding their enemies false information would create a false sense of security and lead them to lower their guard. When the time came, that overconfidence would give Roland the advantage they needed. Let's get this over with. They'll grow suspicious if I stay here too long. First, I need to deal with the dummy enchantments. Roland quickly realized that their enemies were aware a rune specialist was among them. Various enchantments, not all written in the same magical language, had been placed throughout the mansion. Some were clearly meant to serve as decoys to obscure the real ones. He decided to disable the most obvious enchantments, since leaving them intact might make them appear careless or incompetent. Once the initial scan was complete, he summoned a few of his floating golems. They began sweeping through the rooms, identifying potential threats. For someone like Roland, who had studied monitoring magic extensively and had developed an entirely new system back in Albrook, what he encountered here was rather primitive. There were no visual spells meant to record them, only audio-based enchantments and presence detection spells similar to his own mapping devices. Is it that kind of spell? As he moved through the mansion, he discovered even the toilet had been bugged with enchantments. This particular spell appeared to create a replica of the building in another location, with phantoms mimicking the movements of anyone inside. Multiple enchantments had been placed at key positions, allowing someone elsewhere to watch these phantoms and listen in on their conversations. He had no idea why someone would go to such lengths, but he had prepared for this possibility. That should do it. His golems completed their sweep. Roland disabled the more obvious dummy enchantments along with a few of the difficult ones, though he intentionally left several untouched. This allowed whoever was watching to continue their surveillance, giving them no reason to grow suspicious. Once the cleanup was done, he activated a program that would feed pre-recorded conversations into the surveillance network. These recordings, created with Arthur before their arrival, were filled with routine discussions and generic dialogue. For the next 2 days, no one would notice that what they were hearing was artificial. At the end of the sweep, he identified what would serve as Arthur's private chamber. Inside, he placed a square box beneath the bed. It contained the stored pre-recorded dialogues and functioned as the central component of the runic formation he had just created. The 4 golems positioned throughout the mansion concealed themselves in strategic locations and activated a spell that allowed them to remain hidden from the servants. With everything in place, he finally returned to the entrance, where Arthur was waiting for the others. Everything is in order, Lord Valerian. Good. Finally, something is going right. Let us go in. They said nothing more as Gareth, Mary, and Warren rejoined them in the foyer. Roland gave each of them a quick nod. There was no need for words. They all understood the situation from his gestures alone. The maid led them on a tour of the house. Arthur remained cordial throughout, asking polite questions and occasionally offering a nod of approval. His behavior was deliberate. He wanted to present himself as a proper noble who would not allow emotion to cloud his judgment, even in the face of clear injustice. Others in his position might have lashed out at the servants, but he chose to leave them alone. Soon Arthur was escorted to his quarters. He dismissed the servants, leaving only Roland and Mary in the room. His 2 knights stood outside to guard the entrance, just as they had in the past. "How is it?" Arthur asked. "Everything is under control. We can speak freely here." "Thank you, my friend. I'm not sure what I would ever do without your help." Arthur let his shoulders slump forward and released a long, heavy sigh. For a moment, he looked like a balloon slowly losing air, as if he might collapse under the weight of everything pressing down on him. Roland could see the strain in his posture and expression. The young lord was clearly under immense stress, but he was still holding himself together. "How is our situation?" "Around the same as we predicted. This place is heavily monitored. Someone clearly has an eye on you." Roland spoke to Arthur while moving to the large window in the bedchamber. Mary nodded and walked over to the window, pulling the curtains shut. "There are people watching us. At least 5 of them. Some are hidden on the rooftops, others behind trees, and a few near those strange spiral statues," Mary said as she narrowed her eyes. Her class specialized in assassinations and was equally skilled at detecting nearby assailants. Roland had noticed the same. Many eyes were on them from a distance, and their intentions remained unclear. "I see. This will be an interesting night." "It will. Only 2 days remain, so if anyone plans to strike, it will likely be tonight." They had arrived earlier this morning, and the assembly was scheduled to begin in 2 days. This left the attackers with only 2 nights to act. "Why tonight?" Arthur asked while glancing around the room. "Your brothers arrive tomorrow, along with other high nobles. If something happens to you tonight, their absence would provide them with an alibi." Roland replied, checking his jamming devices to ensure they were still active. "That does make sense, regretfully so. Now that they were here, instead of calming down, they could do nothing but worry. It was possible the people watching from outside were only sentries keeping an eye on everyone and that nothing would actually happen. Still, they could not leave their fate to chance. There were those with real reasons to get rid of them, and they needed to be prepared. "We still have most of the day. What would you propose we do?" Arthur asked Roland, who replied quickly while walking toward the door. "They're probably going to keep watching us even after we leave, but there's no reason not to go outside and walk through the city. Wouldn't it seem strange if we just stayed here and did nothing?" Arthur nodded. "That's true. I never really had the chance to explore this city fully before. Father's guards never let me wander. Mary, what do you think?" After Roland spoke, Arthur turned to Mary. She had been in this city before and had apparently trained somewhere in the outer district. While Arthur had also lived here, he had been confined to a place with little freedom to move around. Mary hesitated for only a moment before answering. "It might be dangerous, my lord. How about you stay here and I'll check for." Before she could finish, Arthur chuckled and raised his hand. "Nice try, Mary, but I'm now a Tier 3 class holder just like you. Stop worrying about me. Now tell me what you really think." Mary frowned briefly but eventually conceded. "It would probably be wise to examine the area around the house and identify who is trailing us. If you are their true target, Lord Arthur, they will likely reveal themselves." Roland nodded in agreement. From his perspective, the obvious target was Arthur. Whoever was following them would likely continue doing so and eventually expose themselves in some way. While many tracking enchantments existed in the city, most were within the mansion rather than along the roads. This was not Albrook. There were many places without oversight, and he could easily lure their pursuers into one of those dead zones if necessary. "I don't think they'll attack us in public. There are other nobles with their own knights wandering around who have nothing to do with this situation. It might actually be safer outside than here." A decision was made soon after. They agreed to go outside for a short time and do some sightseeing. Although this was primarily a residential district, there were still a few places worth visiting. With so many wealthy merchants and nobles in the area, several shops offered expensive items and even magical devices. Roland, though already an established craftsman, knew there was always new magic to study and adapt for his own creations. There was little to prepare, as everything they needed was already on them. They spent a few minutes checking that everything was in order before heading outside. The head maid greeted them again, but after a brief exchange and a quick dismissal, their small party of 5 made their way into the city. This time, Roland took the rear while Mary led the group, as she was the one familiar with the area. Roland scanned their surroundings, the visor in his helmet glowing faintly as he worked to identify any new pursuers. As expected, there was movement behind them. Just act normally. Each member of the group wore a special runic accessory for communication. For Mary, it was a pair of newly enchanted earrings. Arthur wore a stylish breastpin that served the same purpose, and for the 2 other knights, it was their helmets. Now then, who are we dealing with here? Shadowy figures emerged in the distance. They moved well through the alleys and narrow spaces, skilled at concealment but still not as capable as the group they were following. They likely had no idea their movements were being tracked and their mana signatures recorded. Roland could not tell if they intended to attack, but if they did, he would be ready. Several figures slipped into the shadows, hiding from view. Not far from them, a group of 5 moved through the middle district of the castle. They appeared unaware of the hidden watchers, their attention fixed on landmarks such as the large fountain that depicted one of the former dukes who had once ruled the region. Although the observers remained concealed from the eyes of passing nobles and merchants, their intended targets were not fooled. Even now, their movements were clearly displayed on a small screen inside the helmet of the man standing at the rear. His mouth was hidden, but he was transmitting voice messages to the other 4. Every motion the hidden group made, no matter how subtle, was being tracked in real time. We have 4 on the left and 3 on the right. They're keeping their distance, but it's obvious we're the ones they're after, Roland said, trying not to act too unnatural. The others received the message through their devices, and the first to respond was Arthur. Are we sure they aren't just part of my father's guard? Similar people used to watch over my mother and me when we lived here. That's a possibility. Was there anything distinct about that particular group? Roland asked as he turned toward the large fountain. He looked down into the water and saw a surprising number of coins. It was clearly a place for the wealthy, not just because of the coins but because he spotted silver and even some gold coins within the water. Regretfully, no. They don't use any obvious symbols that would give them away, Mary replied. She was the only one besides Roland who could sense the presence of these people. She was also the only one here who had previously encountered the guards keeping Arthur's mother hostage. Whoever these people were, they weren't doing a very good job. Their presence had been noticeable ever since the group left the teleportation gate, and their numbers only seemed to grow, which exposed their presence even more. So we don't know if they're allies or not. That complicates things. If we attack people from the Duke's house, we could get into serious trouble, but it's yet to be seen if they turn hostile, Roland said, tossing a copper coin into the fountain. He watched it sink while Arthur stepped beside him. Let's just leave them alone for now. They might be here for our safety. Maybe Father sent them? Roland didn't answer right away, but after a moment he asked, was he the kind of man to do something like that? Arthur hesitated, searching his memory before finally responding. Not really. Father never seemed to care much. Maybe if it were one of my older brothers. The Duke had always been a strict and distant figure, much like Roland's own father. It was possible that Arthur's recent notoriety had caught his attention and that he was beginning to take his son's life more seriously. Still, they couldn't be sure. For now, let's just act normal. Are there any places we can visit without drawing too much attention? Mary thought for a moment, glancing around at the shops and carefully watching the faces of passing nobles. There's a tea house near the western edge of the middle district. It's popular with younger nobles and is known to be neutral ground. No house banners, no guards inside. People go there to gossip, so it's full of ears, but relatively safe from open conflict. Arthur nodded, clearly interested. Sounds perfect. Let's head there. Roland. Roland gave a small shrug. Sounds fine to me. I don't think they'll try anything in the middle of the day, but stay vigilant. The group adjusted their course, blending in with several noble entourages heading in the same general direction. As they walked, Roland noticed that their hidden followers had split up. Some moved ahead, while others lingered behind. They might have been trying to set up a trap somewhere up ahead, but more likely, they were repositioning to find better spots to listen in on the group's conversations. The tea house came into view a few minutes later. It was a 4-story building made of pale blue stone with a wide veranda on the ground floor. Delicate wind chimes hung from the corners of the roof, softly ringing as the breeze passed through. The tea house's name, Blue Petal Mansion, sounded grand, but considering the size of the building, it felt appropriate. It was clear that every noble and wealthy merchant would be given a private space inside. Mary stepped forward first and was greeted by the doorman, who bowed before them. She made sure there was no immediate threat, and they were soon guided inside. Just beyond the decorative entrance, a young woman in a violet uniform was already waiting. She had the refined appearance of a high-class maid and was quite attractive. She bowed deeply and addressed Arthur directly, paying no attention to the others. "Welcome to the Blue Petal Mansion, honored lord. May I prepare a private area for you, or would you prefer to sit in the open hall?" Arthur did not smile. He simply nodded. "A private room if one is available. Nothing too secluded. A view from a window would be appreciated." "Of course, my lord. This way, please." The maid turned with impeccable grace and led them through the main corridor of the tea house. The floor was polished marble, subtly etched with floral patterns that shimmered faintly underfoot. Paintings of mountain landscapes and abstract magical sigils lined the walls. They were not merely decorative. There was real magic at work here, and Roland could sense it. His gaze remained fixed on the screen. He could already tell that some of their earlier pursuers had infiltrated the tea house and were now hidden on the ground floor. Their clothes had changed, and their faces were visible. They blended in as customers, though none of them posed as staff. The enchantments present served several functions, but none were harmful. They controlled the temperature, softened sounds, and adjusted the lighting. Clearly, they were meant to enhance the atmosphere rather than to harm anyone inside. There was a notable absence of armored guards, suggesting that the people here were confident that few would dare to cause trouble. "This room should suit your needs, my lord," the maid said, bowing once more. "Your server will arrive shortly. Please ring the bell if you require anything else." Their private room was on the second floor, though 2 additional floors rose above them. Those were likely reserved for only the highest nobility. Arthur nodded at the woman, and Mary placed a gold coin in the other maid's hand. She showed no reaction. Generosity was customary here, and they had already set aside a considerable amount of money for their travels. Stolen from its rightful place, this narrative is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Once she was gone and the door clicked softly shut behind her, Roland moved first. He placed a small coin-sized plate in the center of the table. It blinked twice, then emitted a silent pulse. "The room's clean, you can talk freely now." Mary stood near the window, casually watching the street below. Gareth and Warren stayed by the door, ears alert and eyes sharp. Several closed rooms lined the main corridor, each guarded by heavily armored soldiers who looked in their direction while protecting their own lords. Arthur sat cross-legged beside the table, his eyes fixed on the steam rising from the porcelain tea set that had already been arranged. This place seemed so peaceful. He turned to look out the window where children were playing. The area around them appeared calm, and a few of the younger ones ran about freely without a care in the world. It was a sharp contrast to the rest of Dragnus Island, where criminals often ran unchecked. This neighborhood clearly belonged to the wealthiest of the wealthy, a sanctuary made possible only by the towering castle walls and the thousands of soldiers stationed outside. "There is a price for peace like this," Arthur responded, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Roland didn't press him for an explanation, as he could already imagine what Arthur meant. Although the castle felt relatively safe and peaceful, that did not mean the people beyond its walls were truly free. Everyone was separated into groups and bound by strict laws. Those who belonged to prestigious families were allowed to stay here, but the moment their status declined, they would be cast out and replaced. I propose we have some of that tea. Like it or not, we still have to stay here for nearly 2 days before the assembly begins. You're right, my friend. I'm sorry for bringing down the mood. How about we order something? Is anyone hungry? Once Roland suggested having tea, the atmosphere shifted. The place was called a tea house, but it functioned more like a restaurant. If they wished, they could even request entertainment and have someone sing or play music for them. For a few hours, they remained there, drinking tea and eating sweet pastries, most of which ended up in Mary's hands. Let's go. We've stayed long enough without incident. If nothing else, they're patient. Arthur made his comment after they had spent more than 2 hours there. They had been resting and chatting while keeping an eye on the people who were trying to spy on them. Mary stretched her arms and stood, brushing the last crumbs of a glazed pastry from her maid uniform. They left a few golden coins on the table and began to leave. Once they were gone, someone would come in to clean up after them. The group moved in an orderly line, with Roland leading and the others positioned to guard Arthur from every direction. As they left the private chamber, the same maid who had escorted them earlier offered a graceful bow. Just as they were about to reach the stairs leading downward, Roland raised his hand, signaling them to stop. 4 figures appeared and blocked the passage from all directions. They were armored knights, and based on the design of their armor, they belonged to the Valerian household. A distant relative? But why would they bring so many people with them? Roland could tell these 4 were not the only knights present. He had already noticed movement and voices coming from the floor below, and had assumed that a high-ranking noble had arrived with permission to bring extra guards. However, the Valerian crest on the armor suggested something more troubling. Footsteps echoed from the stairwell as someone began to ascend. The first figure to appear was a noblewoman with her face concealed behind a violet veil. Even though her face was covered, it was obvious she was a rare beauty. Her gown, woven with silver thread, shimmered as she ascended the steps and clung tightly to her figure. Her waist was narrow, accentuating her hourglass shape. Her hair seemed almost unnatural, nearly the same color as the veil she wore, long and loose. While he paid little attention to her, Gareth and Morian were completely stunned and only snapped out of it when Mary kicked one of them in the shin. But Roland and Arthur were focused on someone else. Their attention was drawn to the man beside her. He was tall, with broad shoulders wrapped in dark noble attire. His hair, a deep shade of crimson, was tied neatly at the back with a silver band, and a well-groomed beard framed his angular jaw. Though he appeared to be engaged in conversation with the woman, his gaze briefly shifted, and he paused mid-step. Why is this man here? Roland recognized him instantly. He had seen portraits and heard enough descriptions to be sure. He didn't need to look at Arthur for confirmation. The sudden spike in his heartbeat told him everything. This was no ordinary noble. This was one of the Valerian siblings. Why are you here? Who let you in? The man just stopped and instantly frowned when he looked in Arthur's direction. It was clear that Arthur was momentarily baffled by the encounter. Although he had prepared himself to face his brothers, that did not make it any easier. A scowl formed on the man's face as he grew visibly displeased with Arthur's silence. Instead of repeating the question, he turned to one of his knights. The armored man seemed to understand his lord's intent and stepped forward, likely preparing to grab Arthur and demand a clear answer. "What are you doing?" I can't move, my lord." To everyone's surprise, something strange occurred. The knight managed only 2 steps before becoming rooted in place. Roland had reacted swiftly, using his runic magic to restrain him. To most observers, it appeared as though he had been stopped by an invisible force, but a mage would have seen the swirling threads of mana wrapping around him and holding him still. Don't approach Lord Valerian without his permission. His wristbands began to glow as he raised his hand in a silent display of power. He made no attempt to conceal his strength, choosing instead to demonstrate that he was not afraid to retaliate against what he perceived as an imminent threat. Mary stepped closer to Arthur while Gareth and Morian moved forward, their hands hovering near their weapons. "Lord Valerian? Is that what you call yourself now, bastard?" The older man with crimson hair shouted the insult loudly enough for everyone to hear. Nobles peeked from their private rooms, drawn by the commotion in the corridor. Servants froze mid-step, and hushed whispers spread across the hall. Arthur's face lost its color at the insult, but he didn't waver. He stood firm and responded without hesitation. At least this bastard didn't lose an entire city to a cult's corruption. Roland was genuinely surprised. Arthur was usually calm and composed in situations like this. The man standing before them was Ivan Valerian, the third oldest brother and the overseer of Rika. That was the very city where Roland had gone to upgrade his adventurer credentials and where the cult had launched its devastating attack. Now that Ivan had arrived at the same time as Arthur, it was clear that his reputation had deteriorated even more than anyone had expected. "You damn bastard! You dare talk back to me? Have you lost your mind?" The man was clearly taken aback by the sudden defiance his younger brother was showing. Arthur stood there with a blank expression, concealing all emotion as if he were completely unaffected. Ivan, on the other hand, was a mess. He was becoming emotional and enraged, something the other nobles around them were quick to notice. "Dear? Why have we stopped?" Before the confrontation between the two brothers could escalate, a woman's voice interrupted. It was sweet and sensual, coming from the lady standing beside Ivan. The moment she spoke, it was as if a spell had been cast over him. He immediately straightened his posture and turned to face her. "It's nothing, my love. Just an annoying fly. Then let us just ignore this fly and go upstairs. Not like it can follow us there." "Indeed, my love, you are right." The man burst out laughing when he realized that Arthur had only been granted access to the second floor of the establishment and was not allowed any higher. Roland's eyes narrowed as Ivan's laughter echoed through the corridor. He did not react, choosing instead to focus on the woman standing beside Ivan. He tried to examine her status, but she was protected by sophisticated enchantments that prevented him from seeing anything at this distance. There was something unsettling about how effortlessly she had taken control of the noble. Roland wondered if he was simply overthinking it, though a part of him remained uneasy. Her timely intervention had defused the situation, and Ivan, clearly satisfied, smirked and walked upstairs. His posture and pace made it obvious he wanted to assert his superiority over Arthur. Arthur, to his credit, remained silent. He watched without a word as Ivan ascended the stairs, the woman on his arm and the knights marching in step behind them. Roland snapped his fingers, releasing the restrained knight. The man stumbled slightly before regaining his balance, offering no sign of resistance. Even Ivan seemed to understand that pushing further would attract the wrong kind of attention. Roland waited until the sound of their footsteps faded beyond the second flight of stairs before finally stepping aside to let Arthur descend. There were too many eyes in the building for them to speak freely about the situation, but it seemed Arthur's position was not as dire as they had originally believed. His older brother's status seemed to have diminished while his rose. Still, there was a chance that Ivan would come looking for trouble, and they needed to be ready. "Well, that was unexpected. Sorry, without my golems, it's hard to predict who might be nearby." Roland spoke while glancing at the tea house in the distance. He could tell that the people they had just encountered had gone up to the third floor and were probably discussing the same incident. "Oh no, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Even I didn't expect my older brother to get here this quickly." Arthur and Roland walked through the area, both deep in thought about what had just happened. It seemed that Ivan had arrived not long after they did. Roland could confirm this by examining the residual energy left behind by the teleportation gate used by Ivan and his knights. His mana senses allowed him to gauge the residue's deterioration, which declined at a predictable rate. Based on this, he estimated that Ivan had arrived roughly an hour after they did, a detail that carried its own importance. "I suppose this is a good thing, and perhaps an opportunity." Roland's voice trailed off as he looked through his visor. The people who had been following them were still present, but to his surprise, some had stayed behind at the tea house. He couldn't be certain yet, but there was a chance they were keeping an eye on Ivan Valerian as well. This Valerian son had a reputation for being a bit of a brute, and his larger-than-average build, combined with his earlier emotional outburst, only confirmed it. An opportunity for what? Arthur glanced at Roland, unsure what he meant. For you to take his position. He's in a vulnerable state right now. He suffered heavy losses during that cultist attack and hasn't had time to recover. I see. That might be true. While they hadn't been sure when they first arrived, it now seemed that Ivan's status was slipping while Arthur's was beginning to rise. The timing of the gate transfer confirmed it. Normally, if Ivan's standing were higher, he would have arrived the following day. Although he was the third son, it now appeared that even the fourth son, Tybalt Valerian, had surpassed him. Arthur was still ranked last, but there was a real possibility he could overtake Ivan and claim the fourth position. Perhaps this gathering was meant to be a test of some sort for you and the others. I wouldn't be so sure about that. My father doesn't usually go out of his way to do such things, Arthur replied. He implied that Duke Alexander took a more hands-off approach to raising his children and would not orchestrate artificial battlegrounds for them to earn merit. Roland, however, remained unconvinced. The entire culling event felt like one of those carefully arranged trials, and after examining the underground tunnels, he was certain it had been manufactured to some degree, though not by the Duke. That part was the most worrisome of all, and he still wasn't sure whether he should bring it up with the Duke. Arthur already knew about his examination and was planning to use the discovery to earn favor with his father, but neither of them knew the right moment to reveal it. For now, the tunnels beneath the island remained a secret known only to them, a secret that could prove highly profitable and greatly strengthen their cause. He had already constructed one teleportation gate to the super dungeon without anyone noticing, and an underground railway system was now a real possibility. Working with Sebastian, he had completed the necessary measurements, and thanks to the size of the tunnels and the mana-reinforced walls, the structure was stable enough to proceed. Their only real concern was the group involved in the culling. Those individuals also knew about the tunnels and could become a threat later on. Well, shall we take things slowly? Let's get through these 2 days without any more incidents. Arthur spoke as they walked through the central district of the castle grounds. They visited several places, including an alchemical perfumery known for its scents infused with subtle enchantments. The shop was fascinating and filled with noblewomen browsing the displays. It was part of a larger section that featured boutiques and high-end clothing stores. Even from the outside, the prices appeared astronomical, making it clear that only the wealthiest could afford to shop there. Afterward, they came across a magical store unlike those found in Albrook or other cities. In the places they came from, shops typically sold enchantments designed for combat or monster hunting. Here, however, the magic was tailored to elevate the lifestyle of nobility. The stores had grand names like the Arcane Whispering Silk. Inside, they found floating fabrics and dresses that changed color and pattern according to the customer's wishes. Some pieces even grew or shrank to better fit the wearer's body shape, a fascinating display that actually caught Roland's attention. He was skilled in working with metal and creating various alloys, but he had never explored the world of magical threads in much detail. Interested? Should we take a few samples back home? Arthur spoke up when he noticed Roland silently staring. Even though Roland wore a helmet, Arthur had long since learned how to read his moods. If something captured his attention, he would fix his gaze on it without saying a word, and Arthur had become familiar with that subtle habit. We could probably find similar threads through other channels at half the cost. Haha. So that's what you were worried about? Although Roland had been earning a considerable amount of money recently, he still disliked unnecessary spending. Arthur, on the other hand, saw this as the perfect opportunity to indulge. It was true that displaying their wealth in such prestigious locations could help spread favorable rumors. If people believed they could afford to shop in high-end boutiques, their reputations would naturally grow. How may we serve you, my lord? I wish to buy a suit and perhaps something for my knight here. Maybe some new stylish boots or a new cape to fit the occasion? Arthur smiled and gestured toward a surprised Roland. A man resembling a butler approached and began examining them from every angle, as if measuring them with his eyes alone. I understand. I believe I have just the thing for both of you. Please follow me. Roland wasn't too pleased with this turn of events, but standing in the open where people were watching them, he couldn't refuse Arthur's order. The young noble had a playful look on his face, and soon Roland was forced to choose a new cape for himself, one made from shape-shifting threads. As the sun dipped lower on the horizon, the group emerged from the shopping district with their arms full of elegantly wrapped parcels. Roland's new cape shimmered subtly in the fading light, shifting between deep navy and a faint emerald depending on the angle. He still looked slightly uncomfortable, especially with Arthur grinning triumphantly beside him. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. See? You almost look fashionable now. A High Knight commander doesn't need to look fashionable. That's where you're wrong, my friend. A knight's appearance reflects on their master, and you wouldn't want to make a duke's son look bad. Would you? Calling yourself a duke's son now? What happened to being proud of being a bastard? Roland felt mildly irritated after the hours they had spent wandering through shops. Arthur had bought a large quantity of clothes and magical trinkets, at least giving something to everyone in the group. Mary received a bracelet, and all the knights were given new capes, with his own designed to be more elaborate to emphasize his higher rank. That's just how we nobles are. We can't be trusted, my friend. Yeah, I know, don't remind me. Roland wanted to roll his eyes at the response. Although they spoke freely, he had been using magic to block their voices from being overheard. Speaking to a duke's son so casually could raise suspicion, but they could always claim they were joking and that Arthur had ordered everything. So, can we visit some other shops now? Arthur asked, but Roland shook his head. The sun is setting. We should head back for now. Tomorrow, let's analyze your other brothers. Agreed, Arthur replied. They had already decided on their plan for the next day. They now knew the locations of all the teleportation gates and where each of Arthur's 3 brothers would be arriving. The best approach would be to blend in with the nobles who would be welcoming them and observe their abilities from a safe distance. Welcome back, my lord. Would you like dinner to be served? Yes, that would be splendid. When they returned, they were greeted by the temporary servants assigned to them. The meal was impressive, but they did not begin eating until Mary had finished checking for potential toxins. Only then did they settle in to enjoy it. Arthur took his place at the head of the table with the composed demeanor of someone long accustomed to pretending he belonged in such a seat. Roland sat nearby, his eyes occasionally sweeping the room. They were still under surveillance from the outside, but he had ensured that their conversation could not be overheard. So, what did you think of Ivan's companion? His companion? The veiled lady? Was there something unusual? As they ate, Roland finally brought up the woman who had accompanied the 3rd brother. Although her face was hidden, that did little to fool someone with Roland's skills or any other Tier 3 class holder. She was undeniably beautiful. That much was certain. But there was something about her that made him uneasy, something he couldn't quite define. Did she leave such an impression? Don't worry, my friend. Your secret is safe with me. Secret? Yes, I won't tell your wife. Arthur laughed again, and Roland began to wonder if he was the only one taking the situation seriously. Mary simply shook her head as though the joking annoyed her, though she didn't seem to notice anything particularly troubling. Maybe I'm just overthinking this. What truly unsettled him were the layers of status concealment spells cast on the woman. It would take time for him to decipher them, and even then, despite his deep research into such magic, he had little confidence in breaking through. It was clear she was hiding something. But as the presumed spouse of Ivan Valerian, Roland knew he would have no opportunity to approach her and find out what it was. The feeling of uncertainty lingered even after the large dinner. Although the food was well prepared and he had little to criticize, he still believed his wife was the better cook. Eventually, the servants cleared the table and left, and it was time for them to settle in for the night. Roland hoped the next 3 days would pass without incident, but things rarely unfolded according to his wishes. This visit would likely be no exception. The clouds covered the entire sky, hiding every star from view. In the choking darkness, they came. A ripple in the air near Arthur's balcony was the only warning, too faint for any ordinary guard to notice. The shimmer vanished as 5 shadowy figures stepped from the void, cloaked in smoke and silence. Their faces were hidden behind masks with narrow slits for eyes, and their breaths were muffled by some kind of enchantment. One of the assassins raised his dagger and traced a small circle on the window. A perfectly round hole appeared. He reached for a small vial on his belt, removed the cork with a soft click, and tossed the container into Arthur's chambers. Violet smoke burst from it, spreading quickly across the floor. The sleeping enchantment filled the room in moments, drifting fast and low. Even mages with active mana barriers would succumb to its effects. The leader gave a quick hand signal and they moved as one. The door opened without resistance. They slipped inside like wraiths, spreading into a wide formation. One approached the bed first, though he carried no weapon. In his hands were a rope and a large sack marked with enchantments. He nodded to the man beside him as they confirmed their target seemed to be sleeping under the covers. But when the blanket was pulled back, what they found was anything but expected. The assassin had no time to react. A wooden arm shot up and struck him across the face, knocking him into a nearby chair. The figure beneath the sheets was revealed. Not a man and not even alive. It was a wooden puppet, crafted in the likeness of the noble who was supposed to be sleeping there. It was not what they expected. The creature sprang forward and hurled itself at them. It was fast but not fast enough. The leader reacted quickly, drawing his dagger and coating it in an aura-like energy. Unlike the usual crimson hue, this one glowed with a deep violet light. The wooden monster lunged with a clumsy punch. The assassin dodged easily and countered with a rapid series of precise strikes, slicing the creature apart. The entire exchange was silent. They all stared at the fallen foe, but more threats were already closing in. It was clear now that they had walked into a trap. Escape was likely their best option. "Where do you think you're going?" A voice echoed from the balcony they had entered through. There stood a woman holding one of their team members in a single hand. It was the lookout they had stationed below. He hung limp in her grasp, blood pouring from a deep wound in his throat. He was clearly dead. The remaining assassins drew their daggers, ready to engage. As they moved, a strange magnetic force swept through the room and slammed them to the ground. From the far corner, a figure stepped forward. He wore shining knightly armor and radiated powerful magic. The assassins lay stunned. It was now clear that this man was Wayland, the High Knight Commander from Albrook. He had been in the room all along. They had known he possessed magical abilities, but this display went far beyond anything they had anticipated. Things looked grim, but they were not ready to give up. The leader managed to resist the magical binding to some extent and moved his hand toward an object resembling a thorn-covered medallion. He pricked his finger, letting blood drip into the artifact. The tool responded immediately, glowing with a strange light. In an instant, the crushing magical pressure disappeared. The spell had been cancelled. Kill them both. Leave no witnesses. The item was a rare artifact that nullified all mana in the area and corroded any new spells cast nearby. It was a perfect countermeasure against mages. 2 of the assassins lunged at the woman by the balcony while the other 3 charged at the armored man standing before them. Their blades shimmered with deep violet energy, casting a sharp glow across the entire room. As Tier 3 class holders, their true power could no longer be concealed. With superior numbers and overwhelming force, they were confident in victory. The leader remained silent as he watched his 2 allies launch their attack. He prepared to finish off the man known as Wayland. Although Wayland was a mage, his physical strength surpassed that of many knight commanders. He was not someone to underestimate, but they did not believe he would pose a problem. At this range and without the use of spells, that should have been impossible. A violet blade moved toward his throat and another toward his heart. But just as they were about to connect, a magical reaction erupted. Instead of striking flesh, the weapons coated in aura were repelled by a thick veil of mana. The situation grew worse as the assassination techniques triggered a backlash, causing their wrists to bleed and their bones to crack under the force of the rebound. No sound escaped the room, but the leader sensed that something had gone wrong. He looked to the side where his other 2 allies had jumped, only to see them struggling to land a single strike against the woman. Wielding 2 blades of her own, she countered every attack with perfect precision, and wounds had already begun to appear on their bodies. The magic that was supposed to be disabled had started to reemerge. It surged back rapidly, as if the mage they were fighting had already analyzed the enchanted item and rendered it useless within seconds. The pressure of magic settled on him again, heavier than before. Now, instead of thinking about victory or escape, the leader began to wonder if he would leave this place alive. "Is something the matter, my lord?" "Oh, everything is fine. Just head back." "Ah, yes, my lord." The old head maid adjusted her glasses and bowed to the young lord. She had heard a noise coming from near the main bedchamber and had gone to investigate. There she found Arthur Valerian standing with his 2 knights outside the door. Although he claimed everything was normal, she noticed that both men had their hands on their weapons and also on the door handle, as if they were prepared to rush inside at a moment's notice. "If you need anything, just ring the bell, my lord." "Of course." The lord gave her a smile, but even he seemed somewhat uneasy. He looked slightly tense and was carrying weapons himself. Still, there was no sound coming from within, nothing unusual to be heard. This was a district known for its noble residents, but on rare occasions, strange things did occur. Every now and then, a highly skilled thief would attempt a heist, but there was not enough disruption tonight to suggest such a situation. Deciding not to press further, she returned downstairs. However, behind the door to Arthur Valerian's bedchamber, a fight was taking place. It was a fight that appeared entirely one-sided. The bodies of the assassins hit the ground one by one, their aura-dripping blades clattering uselessly against the cold floor. In mere moments, their confidence had crumbled and turned into despair. One of the attackers, blood trailing from a deep slash across his abdomen, tried to retreat. He leapt toward the hole in the balcony glass, hoping to escape before the spell pressure locked him in place. As he crossed the threshold, the woman standing near the balcony turned with inhuman speed. Her twin blades descended on him like a flurry of high-speed guillotines. The assassin raised his weapon and defended himself, channeling all the aura he had stored. With each clash against her strange, enchanted blades, he felt his strength draining. A foreign energy seemed to leech away his power, and he soon noticed something worse. Invisible threads were tightening around him, restricting his movements and preventing him from unleashing his full force. It was as if he had become a puppet, tangled in unseen strings. A sharp cry tore from his throat as one of his limbs flew through the air, severed by the relentless woman he faced. Moments later, a kick struck his chest and launched him into the rest of his comrades, all of whom had already been disabled by the 2 people they had encountered during their mission. The only one still standing was their leader, and he was staring in horror. His fingers trembled as he clutched the medallion that had failed him, but he refused to surrender. He reached into one of his many pouches, retrieved an object, and threw it. Several orbs marked with strange symbols soared into the air and struck his opponent, the man named Wayland. Instead of releasing a burst of magic, they bounced harmlessly off his shield and dropped to the ground beside him. Their magic had failed just like every other item the leader had tried, and he could not understand why. "Just give up. None of that will work anymore." His opponent stepped forward, his cape trailing behind him as his body shimmered with a thick layer of mana. Still, the assassin leader refused to yield. He reached into his satchel for his strongest trump card, but there was a problem. When he slipped his hand inside, he could not feel anything. The spatial compartment that held his final magical item had stopped functioning, leaving him with nothing to draw. He realized then that the man he was fighting had caused it. He did not know how, but all the enchantments on their weapons, armor, and accessories had been nullified. It was as if a precise anti-magic field had settled over the area, stripping their gear of all power. The last standing assassin remained still, his breath ragged and his body hunched in a defensive stance, though his hand was still holding a dagger. His eyes darted around the room, searching desperately for an exit or even the faintest chance of survival. All he saw were the broken bodies of his comrades and the 2 opponents standing before him. They looked human, but he knew better. They were monsters, impervious to every weapon and trick he had used. Wayland stepped closer, his boots clicking softly on the polished floor. "You've already lost. Now speak. Who sent you? If you cooperate, I will spare your life." The assassin stayed silent. He knew better than to believe such promises. Mercy was a luxury never afforded to people like him. If he were captured, his organization would see to it that he never lived to speak a word. His fate was sealed the moment he failed. Only one option remained. He. Ha ha ha. Wayland halted as the assassin leader began to laugh. His shriek echoed through the room, his head thrown back and his eyes bloodshot. He did not speak. He did not need to. Years of brutal training had carved obedience into his soul. He was no longer a man but a tool, one final sacrifice to protect the secrets he carried. "What is he?" "Step back." The assassin opened his mouth. His tongue, covered in strange occult symbols, started to shine brightly. A strange purplish smoke began to seep from the markings, pouring out of his mouth, eyes, and ears. His body convulsed violently as the smoke thickened, clinging to his flesh like tar. At this sight, even Wayland took an involuntary step back. "That's some kind of curse spell." The smoke was unnatural, and when it came into contact with the other assassins, something strange happened. Their bodies began to change. Flesh melted away like hot wax beneath a flame. Even their bones softened and liquefied within seconds. Despite the agony they must have felt, none of them screamed. They remained silent while their leader laughed. His laughter continued until his throat collapsed inward, leaving behind only a series of wet, choking gurgles. One of the assassins slumped forward, completely consumed by the smoke. The moment his body struck the floor, it turned to mush. The others met similar fates. To make matters worse, the smoke continued to spread, filling every corner of the bedchamber. It was clearly a final, desperate act by the assassin's leader to complete their mission. If they were doomed to die, he intended to take everyone else with them. "Congratulations, Rune authority has reached level 5. Roland stood motionless, ignoring the status window floating in front of him. The group of infiltrators that had slipped into Arthur's bedchambers to kidnap him was dissolving into steaming puddles. He had not expected such a result. Had he known what the assassin was planning, he would have cut out the man's tongue before he could activate the strange occult spell. The event revealed a key limitation of his Rune authority skill. He could not interact with enchantments that were directly infused into living tissue. Throughout the confrontation, he initially stayed hidden in the corner of the room and began his calculations. Using his skill, he took control of all the enchantments within the men's possessions, which fortunately were not too difficult to manage. He identified the medallion quickly and disabled its mana-dampening properties before it could fully activate. Everything soon came under his control, but he was unable to affect the magic embedded in the bodies of the assassins. Now he needed the toxic spill to be contained before it got outside. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. Golden light shimmered along his wrist guards and flowed into his fingertips. A burst of energy formed around the violet mist as a circular construct made of divine energy. He clenched his hand into a fist, and a mass of threads unfolded into a net. The threads of light wove themselves together, forming a glowing golden dome. The dome locked into place at exactly the right moment. For a brief instant, the toxic smoke pressed against the holy spell. It tried to escape into the surrounding air, but the shield covered even the ground beneath it. The violet smoke remained trapped inside the barrier. It clawed and coiled against the shimmering boundary, unable to move beyond it. The liquefied remains of the assassins writhed unnaturally, as though they had not entirely lost sentience. But they too were unable to keep their form and soon turned to goo. "Is it safe? Give me a moment. This looks easier than it is." Roland answered Mary as she stepped closer. There was a reason he had immediately used holy mana instead of attempting a more conventional approach. The energies inside were occult, dark magic that could not be contained by normal means. Took a minute, but eventually he managed to stabilize the containment. The smoke began to dissipate, purified by the sacred energies he had copied from Solarian priests. Using this substitute armor is giving me a headache. Although the danger had passed, Roland still had to strain his mind to its limit. The runes on his half-plate armor kept shifting and rearranging themselves as he continuously customized spells in real time. Mary stood with her arms crossed, her expression unreadable, while she studied the remains inside the dome. The acidic ooze had mostly settled, leaving behind a slurry of bone fragments and twisted metal, all that was left of the elite assassins. They really didn't want to be taken alive. Roland didn't respond right away. He remained focused on reinforcing the dome's structure, making sure that no part of the dark enchantment could reactivate. Only when he was certain all traces of evil energy had faded did he undo the spell. Or they didn't want us identifying their bodies. Even their weapons are completely melted. Nothing remained but sludge. Even the lookout they had taken down earlier had been reduced to a foul soup. If Roland had known it would end like this, he would have approached the situation differently. Now, it was impossible to determine the identities of the attackers. Worse still, some of them had stayed behind at a more distant location and had likely already escaped to report back to their masters. It doesn't smell like much. The magic purified the odor. Is it safe to touch? It should be, but be careful. Mary nodded at Roland's explanation and stepped forward. She wore gloves stained with blood and began examining the puddle. She tried to extract something useful from the remains, but there was nothing recognizable. No names, no faces, only theories about who might have sent them. It should be safe now. All the poison is gone. Mary gave a short nod, then peeled off her gloves and tossed them onto the sludgy mess in the center of the room. She walked over to the door, knocked 3 times, and only then did it open. Arthur Valerian stepped into the room, flanked by his 2 knights. His eyes scanned the carnage in silence. The air was thick with the lingering traces of magic, and although the dome of holy light had faded, the floor still shimmered faintly. His gaze settled on the twisted remnants of the assassins. While they were barely recognizable, it was clear to him what had become of the would-be attackers. "I see the situation has been handled," Arthur said calmly, though his jaw was tight. Roland didn't respond right away. He waited for the door to close behind them before speaking. "You could say that. Unfortunately, our friends here won't be telling us anything. Analyzing what is left of their bodies might help, but I can't do that properly under these conditions." As he spoke, Roland cast another spell. A metal container emerged from one of his spatial runes, and with the help of magic, he began to scoop up the liquefied remains. All of them could now fit into something no larger than a barrel. Once the gruesome collection was complete, he sealed it back inside the spatial rune for later study. Only in the controlled environment of his workshop would he have any real chance of discovering who these people had been, so for now, they would need to figure it out some other way. "Can you hear that?" Arthur asked as he moved toward the balcony. "Hear what?" "I don't hear anything," Roland replied while Mary stepped ahead, positioning herself to guard her lord against any potential new threats. "Exactly. Not even a murmur or a single cough. Where are the outside guards?" Arthur said, pointing out toward the distant city district. It was the middle of the night. A few lanterns flickered in the distance, but there was no movement, no sound, and not a single patrol in sight. The streets were eerily empty, as if the entire area had been abandoned. You would think some soldiers would have been alerted by now, or at least be patrolling nearby. But there is nothing. "I wonder." Arthur trailed off, his expression darkening. "Do you think the city guard is involved?" Roland asked while stepping onto the balcony to extend the range of his scanning spells. Just as Arthur had said, there was a strange absence of patrols, an unnatural stillness that suggested someone had ordered the guard to ignore whatever happened at the mansion. Roland considered the possibility that Ivan or one of the other brothers had orchestrated this attack. The motive seemed clear. These assassins had not come to kill Arthur, only to capture him. It fit perfectly with the subtle rules of Valerian politics. If Arthur had been captured and detained, Missing the upcoming assembly, his absence would have made him a subject of ridicule. The court would see him as weak, unprepared, and unworthy of the title of Duke. "My brothers? That's a possibility," Arthur said quietly. He nodded to himself and turned his gaze back to the spot where the pile of liquefied assassins had once been. "But I'm not sure. Would his men really act like this?" Roland nodded. They were also using occult items and spells. Dark magic. Arthur looked surprised by the revelation and began to think. Occult items and magic were strictly forbidden. If one of his brothers had been caught using them, they would have a lot to answer for, not just to their father but also to the Solarian Inquisition. "I see." Arthur seemed to grasp the implications of what had happened. The group quietly retreated into the bedchamber. They exchanged nods and silently agreed not to speak of the events to anyone. None of them attempted to sleep. The risk was too great with so many questions unanswered and the possibility of another attack looming. They remained there, sitting in silence and waiting until the sun finally rose, or at least appeared to. Morning arrived with birdsong and the warm glow of sunlight projected by the illusions overhead. Faint sounds rose from below. The clatter of carriages, the murmur of servants, the familiar rhythm of daily life. Everything continued as it always did after a storm. The group had remained alert through the night. Apart from a few yawns, they were in good condition. "I suppose the rest of my brothers will be arriving today. It would be best not to miss their arrival." "Ready to face the top three?" "Not really, my friend. But not like I have a choice." Arthur stretched as he drank a vial of potion to relieve the symptoms of sleeplessness. Roland had no need for such things. His sleep resistance skill was already unnaturally high. From his perspective, this had likely been the first and last attempt on Arthur's life. With the other brothers arriving soon, accusations could be made more openly. At the same time, the number of soldiers and Tier 3 class holders would increase significantly. The day began as usual. They descended the stairs, but the atmosphere had changed. They found themselves watching the servants, wondering whether any of them had played a role in the attack. The food prepared by the staff was replaced with provisions they had brought from Albrook. Once they were satisfied, they set out to explore the city again. This time, however, their goal was different. They headed straight for the teleportation gate. Not the one they had used themselves, but the one reserved for higher nobles. When they arrived, Roland felt it. Mana was building. Someone was coming through, and it was almost certainly one of Arthur's siblings. The time had come to gauge the strength of their potential enemy. They still lacked concrete evidence, but Roland had already recorded the strange magic from the attack into his runic system. If any of the ducal sons carried the same mana signature, he would know immediately. "I didn't think we would get such a good view of the gate." Roland looked out into the distance where a large gate had been built. Such places were usually considered strategic military locations, but this one seemed to have been developed as a kind of tourist attraction. "I suppose you wouldn't know," Arthur said as he walked a few steps ahead and gestured for Roland and Mary to follow. This whole terrace was constructed for that purpose. Roland raised an eyebrow. "I see. Are they making it a spectacle?" Arthur paused and looked toward the other viewing platforms that extended into the distance. Several buildings appeared to have been placed in carefully chosen positions to give people a clear view of those passing through the gate. Now that Roland was here, it was obvious that this had been done with intention. Indeed, it's a way to show the prestige of the Valerian house. Not many can afford to use a high-tier teleportation gate. When one of the noble heirs returns, the family wants the entire city to see it. They want people to witness the power and wealth of those who command such magic. Roland nodded. Although the gate was probably not used often and might seem like a waste of resources, it still served a clear purpose. It stood as a symbol of the Valerian lineage, a statement that they possessed enough wealth and influence to build a gate wherever they pleased. They stood on one of the viewing platforms overlooking the gate, positioned farther away from the main plaza. Other noble families had already reserved the closer platforms, but they hadn't wanted to be too close anyway. Arthur still seemed uneasy about his brothers and preferred not to be seen by them when they arrived. I don't see Brother Ivan anywhere, but maybe that's for the best. Before long, they settled into the restaurant attached to the platform and took the opportunity to sip some tea. Arthur glanced around, searching for the familiar flash of Ivan's red hair, but saw no sign of him. It was clear he hadn't come to greet his brothers, and the reason didn't need much explanation. After his mistake, I reckon he doesn't want to see someone he once considered beneath him in worth arriving, Roland said, now standing near the edge of the terrace. Arthur gave a quiet nod. That's probably it. The time for the arrival was drawing near. Roland straightened his posture and fell silent, slipping into the composed demeanor expected of a knight. Moments later, the gate began to exude magical energy. There was movement near its base as a group of armored men assembled to welcome whoever was about to arrive. In the distance, the runic patterns glowed across the stone platform. Runic was the primary magical language used for these constructs, and because of that, Roland was starting to understand what to look for when interacting with the gates. Although it was not easy, he felt confident that he could take control of the gate if they ever needed to escape. Watching it activate now would only help him speed up that process if the situation ever arose. Arthur's hands tightened around his teacup, and even Mary, who was usually unreadable, narrowed her eyes. The gate erupted in its usual water-like energy, forming a pathway, and finally people began to appear. Some of the onlookers gasped, raising their voices in surprise. Children pointed and laughed as the first figures stepped through. Just as it had been when Arthur arrived, the first to emerge were personal mounted soldiers. The horses they rode looked unusual, larger than normal, with strange gems embedded in their foreheads. It was clear these were not ordinary mounts but magical beasts, each comparable in strength to a Tier 2 class holder. So it was true, he has a fondness for magic. Roland kept the thought to himself as a large number of soldiers and magical beasts continued to cross through. Eventually, a carriage similar to Arthur's appeared. This one was covered in glyphs and sigils, radiating magical power that matched the forces around it. Brother Tybalt's forces leave quite an impression, don't they? Indeed, Roland replied, glancing back at the readings. Mana from the gate still lingered in the air, but even despite it, he could sense that nearly everyone in the group carried a significant amount of magical energy. Tybalt Valerian was affiliated with a magical academy and had reportedly graduated at the top of his class. He had a clear preference for magic users and was known for surrounding himself with individuals who possessed mana-based classes. Our Lord's carriage was much better. Mary spoke in an irritated tone, as if she didn't want her lord to fall behind his brother. The two were close in age, with Tybalt being older by just a year. Roland didn't know the exact nature of their relationship, but it was clear that Arthur wasn't pleased to see the man who had just stepped out of the carriage. The newcomer appeared elegant and refined, yet there was something undeniably vain about him. Tybalt Valerian descended from his carriage with profound grace, moving as though he had rehearsed each step for this very moment. He was slightly taller and far more slender than Arthur. His features were striking, almost like a portrait rather than a real man, and his limbs were long and poised. His robe flowed in a cascade of azure silk with intricate silver embroidery. What caught Roland's attention most was his hair, which shimmered under the morning sun in shifting shades of blue, almost glowing with light. Could it be because of his mana? Perhaps he was a water mage. The sight reminded Roland of Lucille, who specialized in ice magic. Mages with strong elemental affinities often experienced physical changes. Blue hair, blue eyes, or even bark-like skin were not uncommon. Some families even established lineages to preserve these affinities across generations. Now that he had seen this fourth brother, Roland could tell that Arthur and the others didn't share the same mothers. This was true for all of the brothers and explained why their struggle to become the sole heir was so intense. All of them shared the same father, a man their mothers desperately curried favor with. Only one of the brothers could become the next duke, and this drove them into constant conflict. To many, the noble lords were figures to be envied, but to Roland, they evoked only pity. Each of them longed for their father's recognition and were pushed by both circumstance and their own mothers to turn against one another. Once a new duke was chosen, the others would either be forced to leave the island forever or submit to his rule, or perhaps even perish. He seems to like the attention. Tybalt paused at the base of the stairs leading from the gate, allowing the crowd to absorb the full spectacle of his arrival. His entourage formed a semicircle behind him, armed and armored in a mix of ceremonial and practical gear. Mages, knights, and magical beasts moved in tight formation. Although most of them would be sent to the outer castle district, their presence here was clearly intended to display his prestige. Stolen content warning. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Tybalt raised one hand, not to greet the crowd, but to quiet the applause that had begun to ripple through the noble viewing platforms. His pale blue eyes scanned the terraces. He did not linger, but Roland noticed the brief moment when Tybalt's gaze reached their section. His expression remained unchanged, but there was a flicker of recognition, quickly replaced by indifference. He saw us. Arthur exhaled slowly, clearly affected by the way his brother brushed past them without a word. Tybalt returned to his carriage and then continued, his large entourage following as he made his way toward one of the grander mansions. A crowd began to form behind him, eager to speak with one of the top 3 contenders for the ducal seat. It was a stark contrast to the silence and disinterest that had surrounded them just the day before. "My brother is quite popular, isn't he?" "It does seem so, my lord, but I don't believe he is the most popular," Roland answered while gazing into the distance. One brother had arrived, but 2 more were still expected. Next in line was Theodore Valerian, a figure they were more familiar with. After an hour-long pause, the gates stirred once again, and another group began to make their way through. Where Tybalt's entrance had felt like a grand theatrical performance, this new arrival was colder, darker, and far more grounded. There was no fanfare in Theodore Valerian's approach. No mages in brilliant robes. No applause or idle chatter from the nobles. The atmosphere shifted as everyone turned their attention to the armored men marching in perfect formation, their movements precise and almost mechanical. This brother's presence carried a different motif. For reasons no one fully understood, he favored the raven, and some even joked that the nickname suited him because of his sharp, beak-like nose. His carriage was pitch black and almost completely devoid of ornamentation. In place of luxury, it bore defensive enchantments, the Valerian crest, and a large sculpted bird's head jutting from the front. His knights wore darkened armor that was heavily enchanted, making it difficult to gauge their true power even for someone like Roland. At the front rode a strange-looking armored man. His armor was pitch black, and his pauldrons were shaped like bear heads. He had a massive stature, one that only someone of the Goliath race could naturally possess. Although no weapon was visibly carried, Roland could assume it was something large and heavy. A long cape fluttered behind him as he advanced in silence, and the aura of death he carried was quite obvious. So that's the infamous bestial warden. People say he has slaughtered thousands of beasts and barbarians in his lifetime. Arthur commented again as the march continued. The soldiers never stopped. They didn't speak, nor did they glance in their direction. It was a silent and solemn display, yet the man leading them had earned the favor of many nobles and merchants. While not as many people seemed interested in following him, those who did were of higher status and greater prestige. "That's quite something. That man is dangerous. Will I have to fight him in the future?" Roland thought to himself as he observed the man who appeared to be the most powerful among those in Theodore's service. There were other knight commanders present, but none matched the one who rode at the front of the formation. It was an impressive show of strength, and this force seemed more capable than the previous one, though in a more traditional manner, as it lacked the same number of spellcasters. Even so, this brother was considered second only to one other, and that man would soon make his appearance. Julius Valerian. He is said to be at the top, the best candidate for Duke with just one major flaw. Rumors surrounded him. He was the firstborn and had used his early advantage to secure his current position. All of the brothers seemed capable in their own way, but Roland was eager to see the one who was said to embody the ideal noble. Another hour passed, and soon the gate pulsed again, signaling his arrival. The gate shimmered, not violently, but with an elegance none of the previous arrivals had displayed. The glow was softer, more refined, and the color of the mana shifted from the usual blue to a rich gold, reminiscent of Solarian holy magic. The crowd erupted in cheers, louder than when Tybalt had appeared. But this time there was something else in the air. Prayer. Robed figures emerged first, carrying the banners of both the Valerian household and the Solarian church. This was Julius's greatest flaw. He was a pious man, deeply involved with the church, and he would almost certainly elevate it to prominence if he became the new duke. The initial group was a blend of knights and clergy, presenting a deliberate image of unity between the Valerians and the Solarian church, as if declaring that this alliance represented the future. As soon as he appeared, a wave of reverence swept across the terrace. Even nobles who typically scoffed at the church offered solemn nods of respect. His army did not appear as grand as Tybalt's nor as intimidating as Theodore's, yet the presence they commanded was undeniable and far greater, all because of one man on a white horse. Julius Valerian passed through the Golden Gate like a figure from legend. His long golden hair flowed like sunlight, catching the morning light and casting a soft shimmer around him. His eyes were bright, clear, and golden like the rising sun, giving him an otherworldly warmth. The aura he carried was immense, and his golden armor evoked the image of the highest paladins. From what I know, he is an honorary paladin. Because of his status, he was never allowed to officially join the church as one of their own, but not like that matters. Roland watched as his favorite zealots stepped beyond the gate. The golden manna was nothing more than a spectacle, a carefully crafted display meant to captivate. This was Julius's greatest weakness. He was a man clearly influenced by the Solarian church. Although it was not forbidden for him to be affiliated with them, his deep ties made it unlikely that he would ever separate himself from their influence. His official class remained a mystery, but it was almost certainly that of a Solarian paladin. Roland could sense it. Holy mana radiated from him. That's quite the aura he carries. It quickly became clear why this person was in the lead. The people were mesmerized by his appearance and apparent goodness. Even Arthur, who was sitting next to him, could not help but stare. There was a certain presence this man carried, one that naturally drew attention. He stood in stark contrast to the second brother, Theodore, who came across as a villain by comparison. That marked the end of the entrance for all the Valerian brothers. Julius did not make any dramatic gestures. Instead, he simply waved to the crowd while stepping down from the teleportation gate. Soon, the rest of the onlookers began to rush forward, leaving only a few who remained behind without going to greet any of the brothers. "You've got some tough competition." Roland tried to break the silence with a light joke, but it went unnoticed. Arthur simply nodded, looking defeated. Maybe it was a mistake to come here. Roland glanced sideways at him. Arthur clearly wasn't himself. His heart was racing and his face had gone pale. Whatever memories had surfaced after seeing his brothers again, they had left a mark. He wasn't handling it well. It wasn't surprising that he was having second thoughts, but it was already too late to back out. They couldn't leave the city without taking part in the assembly, and Arthur knew that. It's too late for that now. Without saying more, Roland stepped closer and placed a hand on Arthur's shoulder. It was a simple calming spell, one that eased his nerves and slowed his heartbeat. Arthur's breathing began to steady, and after a moment, he responded. "Ah, you're right, there's no turning back now. Let's just head home for now." Arthur replied in a weak tone, his shoulders slumping forward. Mary opened the door, and they walked out without exchanging another word. Their pace was slow, and in the distance, the shouting of the other Valerian brothers only made things worse. It was clear that Arthur was not handling the situation well, but Roland had no idea what to say to make him feel better. When they returned, it became even more obvious how little anyone expected from them. No one was waiting. Not even a single merchant approached Arthur to offer his services. It felt as if the future had already been decided, and there was no chance left for victory. "I'm being underestimated. Always underestimated," Arthur mumbled to himself as they stepped through the doors of the mansion. Once inside, he stopped and stared at Roland with a strange look in his eyes. "Hit me." "What?" "Just hit me." Mary looked startled as Arthur turned to Roland with the unusual command. The knights stood still, unwilling to lift a hand against their lord, but Roland had made no vow that stopped him. Without warning, his hand struck Arthur's face, sending him flying several meters across the room and crashing to the ground. "Lord Arthur!" Mary cried out in panic, but Arthur did not get up. He stayed on the ground, motionless. Then, instead of groaning, he began to laugh. Started as a low chuckle and grew into something louder, more genuine. As he sat up, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned like a madman. "I needed that. Thank you, my friend." Mary stood speechless, unable to respond. Roland remained where he was, unmoving, watching as Arthur's composure returned. The spark in his eyes had come back. That hunger to prove himself was still alive, and now that it had been reignited, it was time to show everyone that Arthur Valerian was also someone who deserved to be an heir.